Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. See, I love that music right there. Welcome back to another edition of the Barbershop. Yes, it's me, your host, once again, at least until black men show up. This is Lost in Translation Podcast, also known as Sweet Nasty. Welcome to the Barbershop, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we have a fantastic show, and we have the crew as well. Tonight's show is called The Impregnating of the Hoodrats. Oh my goodness, we are in for a treat. Now, before we bring everybody up, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that we get some ground rules out of the way so everybody knows what's going on. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and say hello to a few people. We got Crystal Light in the building. We also have Lady Navoa. We got Al B in the house. What's happening, Al B? Let's go ahead and get this thing started. Now, before we get started, y'all know we got to go ahead and get the ground rules out of the way. Just to let y'all know, this ain't nothing but a little bit of healthy conversation.
Wait. Hold on here. Is it the barbershop? Is it the barbershop?
Yes, it's
the barbershop.
Yes.
But, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all
You gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
All right. Welcome back to the show. First of all, we want to say welcome to our panelists. Number one, our Pain. Number two, JT. Hello. And last but not least, my brother, Mr. Bennett. How y'all doing today?
Good. As you can see,
the man right here. What's going on, gentlemen?
Shout out to the beautiful, benevolent brothers of the BMU, Ball brothers of the BMU.
That's right. The fraternity.
We come in taking over from the beginning.
That's it. You better say it, Mr. Bennett. We're gonna make sure everybody's all right first before we get started. Our Pain, how you feeling today, sir?
Oh man, I'm hanging in there. Can't complain.
You looking mighty spry this morning, sir. What's happening? You feeling better?
Hey, listen, I had some bushes I had to cut. Yeah. They've been sitting there all summer. I finally cut them. So I feel good. I accomplished something, you know.
Ain't nothing like a little sunshine, man, to get your blood flowing. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
I'm glad you're feeling better, man.
I'm getting there. I can't complain, man. I gotta just keep moving.
Good. That's right. Ain't that what you say? A body in motion tends to stay in motion. The body at rest tends to stay at rest.
Exactly, man.
That's right. That's why we gotta keep rolling.
Those pounds, man. I'm trying to melt those pounds off.
That's right. Hey, that what the Temptation said, man. Papa was a rolling stone. You know what I'm saying? It was the 3rd of September.
Yeah, that's another one of those songs where the get bashed.
You better say that. Hey, that's what we're gonna be talking about tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? Papa was a rolling stone. You know what I'm saying? JT, what's happening, man? How you feeling today?
What's going on, man? What's popping, man? How is the Ball brothers doing on the panel tonight?
Okay, sir.
I'm glad that I'm here, man.
Not only we ball, but we got the nice glasses. We got also, so we just
you gotta look studious.
The movement, man. I'm telling you, this is what's up.
And if you ever seen me in my 20s, though, boy, oh boy.
That's right.
I'm glad I'm a full-fledged man now, man. I'm a full-fledged man.
Say something had to slow us down just a little bit.
The youngest and
that's funny.
And take some advice to the oldest and take some from the oldest.
Here's what the 20s look like.
Oh man.
Yeah,
vibrant. Look at that. I just get that just to tease me of what used to be and shit, man.
That's it.
It's funny. I see you. You had the fade. You had the high top.
Oh, yeah.
That was it, man. They used to call it before my time. They used to call it the high and tight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's right. The high and tight, baby.
Then it turned into the Gulf of Mexico. And once it turned into the Gulf of Mexico, everything had to go after that. I had the hurricane. The hurricane was coming up into
here.
Scorched earth. Go scorched earth.
Now you look like you got a shoehorn on your head.
That's right. That shit had to go, man. You know, it had to go. Oh my God.
Right.
Yes, sir, man.
That's right. Mr. Bennett, how you doing today, sir?
Brothers on
I am doing well. Doing well. I'm embracing first of all, next Friday, God willing, I'll be turning 54.
That's
and
what's up.
so just very blessed to still be in Atlanta, living with my senses and my health and fitness. So, so very blessed there. But also this coming week, I start a new opportunity after several months, and certainly God has opened up some new doors for me. So I'm just very very fortunate at this time to be embracing and just the mindset that I go into it with. I tell people all the time, my goal is to grow in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. But one thing I don't want to do is grow old. And
That's
so,
right.
So to be even in this season, still embracing new challenges, new opportunities, and just looking to go to the next level, that there's still levels I'm still looking to get to at my age, rather than just trying to wind it down. Just have that mindset, and so great things to come, and I'm just very excited about what the future has in store for me. So
that's what's up. That's what's up. When we get older, man, we have to hit that transition, man. We can't go from, being goofy all the time. We got to go ahead and transition on over. You know what I'm saying? Let a little wisdom wash over you.
Indeed.
It looks good on. That's what make us distinguish. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
That's how that works. Like we was talking about earlier. Go ahead, JT.
No, I said I agree, bro. I agree.
Yeah,
definitely.
As we get older, we should get better. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. There's still a lot. There's still a lot for us to do, and I think a lot of. And I'm trying to just had some reunion, had homecoming last week with some brothers, and it's in the air that we need to be doing more. Given all the experiences, it's interesting because it's like when we look back, especially at our college, like we did so much. We were in college when we had no money and barely knew about the world we're in, but we were so proactive about, certainly in those times, being the late 80s and early 90s. And now you would think with so much we have acquired over the years, with the knowledge, wisdom, understanding that we acquired over the years, a lot of us are thinking, man, it's like, man, we need to be much more engaged with the pipeline, the students coming in. There's just a lot more we need to be doing. So I think there's that mindset is just brimming around all these guys, all my former classmates, on what can we do to really affect the generations that are coming up behind us. So there's definitely a fervor there that we, all of us, need to come out of. Our kids are growing up or whatnot, and it's like that now is a time where we can really start to impact in bigger and more fruitful ways than before.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right. Here's my thing about that, man. We have to make sure we pass it on to the kids, because true enough, when we were young, we used to do crazy stuff, but this stuff we seeing now is getting out of hand. I'm like, man, we didn't do none of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? We had the hammer of God waiting on us, and we did half of the stuff these folks doing, man. When we came up, man, I was at a high school where our high school was the only high school where the pregnant girls came so they could finish out, right? So every now and then you'll have maybe 1, 2, 3 girls, you know what I'm saying? And we got the nursery set up downstairs. And as a football team, we have to, watch the kids, on our, second half of our lunch, you know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So it kind of built in a little bit of responsibility to us to, hey, this is what you got waiting for you. Mess around and get out here and get famous and be an athlete. You're gonna be a baby daddy, you know what I'm saying? That kind of scared a whole lot of us straight. But that was back then. Everybody want to get married, do stuff the right way, have your family, your kids, that type of thing. But today, oh no. It's like, hey, do everything else, get your kid, get your job, you know what I'm saying, get your degree, and then go ahead and get married or whatever if you decide you want to do that,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we doing everything exactly backwards, And then now we're talking about the Hoodrats, everybody. I was like, wait a minute, how do we reduce our standards to doing stuff like this,
I think we messed around and I'm sorry. I think we messed around, man, and we let the weak people dictate.
Yeah.
We let the ones that, what they used to call the low hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Start letting that dictate. And I think it's through the arts. I think it's through a lot of people calling themselves having sympathy for, a lot of the weak. I'm talking about weak. The ones that, and I'm not talking about the ones that's out here striving and they're, failing.
Right.
And they get back up, dust themselves off, and try again. Those are not the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ones that look for everything to be easy for them. And when it's
Right.
not easy, they will complain and they will point the finger and they will blame other things and other people because they're not succeeding.
Right.
And and then you have a lot of people that's perpetuating this whole sympathy for the weak people. You know what I'm saying? And I've just been raised myself, man, that there are winners and there are losers, and they always ask me, which one do you want to be?
Right.
So I think that's where we at right now with that.
That's right. You know what they say? The Bible says those, the truth shall set you free. No, it ain't. It's those who follow the truth that got set free. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody know the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's whether or not you want to follow it. You know what I mean? That's what's one of the things. Let me ask you a question, man.
Yes, sir.
Was it always like this, man? Because sometimes we may be, looking through the rose-colored glasses of our own time, but sometimes we have to make sure that we check and say, hey, you know what? What's this going on? Because we got the advantage of having media and everything is on camera. But like they always say, ain't nothing new under the sun.
No, listen, I think it's the density of it. My own upbringing from Harlem into the Bronx. When we lived in Harlem, we lived across a park that we couldn't even go into. The shooting and everything on the we had homeless people living under the staircase. We lived in a high rise that had no elevator. We had a whole bunch of family. I think we even talk about that. We had my whole family in there once my mother passed away.
Right.
But when we moved to the Bronx, it was like moving to heaven. We built my aunts got together, bought a 2-family house, moved a grandmother in there, and we had our own room. There was fruit trees everywhere.
Right.
And then once the 70s hit, the early 70s, the gangs were out. Black Spades and Savage Nomads and Seven Immortals and we had a boys club. It wasn't a boys and girls club. It was a boys club.
Yeah.
And then they changed that later to boys and girls. And, so the area was cool, but it was a lot of gang activity. The women, you could tell the difference between the ones who were more, chaste and
refined is what
virtue.
we call them.
And they might have had a few boyfriends, but they weren't holding they had a lot of 304s back then, but
yeah,
you knew who they were. Right. And they, and the guys knew who they were. And then you knew the girls who were harder to get, who were at least protecting their virtue. They were college bound, they were educated. And so it wasn't like this. And remember now, the pill, I think the pill came out in the 60s.
Yeah.
We still had a culture. Black culture wasn't nowhere near as ratchet as it is now. We were just coming out of segregation, right? Because the Civil Rights Act was 64. So those changes changed. We went buck wild. Then we had then there was the inflow of drugs, and then the men. I think even more than the women. We got women hooked on it, but the men even more than the women. So was either selling drugs or taking them hard shit, heroin and stuff. And the women took the package from the government, and then things just started to snowball to where we are now. You had so the 70s, the 80s, and everybody keeps minimizing the fact that through it all, men have always been the same. I think we have very little change. Our mindset of constant demand for sex really hasn't changed.
Right.
We still look. That's why men today even think of more along the lines of being traditional in marriage. Much more than women. I think we could all agree with that.
Yep.
Right. So we haven't really changed. The change in the marketplace, and nobody wants to admit this, is the promiscuousness of the women. That has changed. And that has put more sexual energy in the marketplace. Because, like I say all the time, I'm going to coin this phrase: men take sex from women any way they choose to give it to them.
I believe
and we always have, and we always will. And since all those governors are gone in terms of culture, social mores, stigmas, shame, all that shit's gone. So women are free, and then feminism at the same time on top. I mean, all that shit is put us where we are now.
You're right.
So yeah, it's different in terms of the way we behave. Social media, the way we deal with each other. But the basic nature of men and women, I'll fight this to the death, hasn't really changed. Men are sexual beings and women are sexual beings, but they're different. It's not a double standard. It's still different. They're internal, we're external. That shit matters,
Right.
right? And even if it doesn't matter when people try to explain it away, physically it matters. It just matters. You know, that deep, dark, warm incubator that they have is a whole lot different than a stick. You know what I'm saying?
It sure is.
You know, so anyway, man, I can keep going on that, man. I keep. No, like I said, I have a video on my. I got a video on my channel that the promiscuousness of women shapes the sexual marketplace.
Right.
And Easy wants to get on so we can have a debate. Man. Easy Buddy's been coming after me so we can debate.
We got something for you, man.
He doesn't believe there's a sexual marketplace. But let me just land it there because I know I'm not trying to be a demigod on a situation. You know, there's some room for people to have their own interpretation. So I'm not saying everything I'm saying is right. It's just how I view it from my 6.5 decades being there. I've seen all the changes. Right. And the only thing I get mad at is how everybody hates baby boomers, because the way I raise my kids is nothing to the way all these people are complaining.
Right.
You know, and
Arcane, for the record, I love the baby boomers. I've learned so much from you guys, man. Trust me when I tell you, I done had uncles on drugs and they taught me so much, bro. I done had aunties that were very promiscuous, but they taught me so much. I'm talking about like now when I look at my mom, right, and I see what she's going through and dealing with my father, man, there was something in that, like you were in that space of baby boomers, you were the young baby boomers.
Yes, I was. I was 6 years before Gen X.
Yeah, so a lot of my friends are baby boomers, but they are closer to my age than they are to my parents' age. My parents were 50, 1950. It's like, damn, it's easy to understand that. But they had older brothers and sisters also.
Right.
I think 1945 was probably 45 or 44. I can't remember. That was my mother's and my father, because they had a big family. They had a lot of siblings. But I learned so much because one of the things I learned was how to keep the family mended together with them. And they were all different. My mother had 9 brothers and sisters. My father had 9 brothers and sisters. My mother had more brothers. My father had more sisters, right?
Right.
And they all were like family. My mother and my father was together so damn much, you couldn't tell who was married in and who wasn't married in. You know what I'm saying? And they had a lot of.
I was like that too.
Yeah. So it was like, and my uncle, my father's baby brother, was 8 years older than me. Right there, when I got grown, we hung out. My mother, her youngest brother, he was 9 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when we got grown, it was kind of like we was 2 years younger. I was 2 years younger than them, really, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I know. I have an aunt that's 10 years younger than I am.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was a lot of people was doing a lot of screwing, boy. That's why they called them boomers.
Busting it open. You know what I think?
I really appreciate you guys, man, and that's why I was telling the millennials and the Z's, we didn't really go with the whole thing of, you know, my father wasn't there and I don't like him and your generation is this, and we was pointing the fingers because we was too involved in the what the hell we gonna do when we turn 17 and 18 when we get out, because we still had family members that had morals and values intact, even the ones that failed. Like I remember that crack era, man, like it was just 2 years ago. You dig what I'm
You can
saying?
smell the crack in the air.
And it was people, man, that I would have never thought that touched it. And they did. It was tearing people up. But at some point, I've seen people recover from it. To this day, they probably ain't never touched a bottle of alcohol in 30, 40 years. These boomers. And it's funny that I can see them now. And I saw them as like teenagers or young, 22-year-olds and things like that. And now I can see them anywhere from, 60 to 80 years old. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy right now to me. So I'm laying right there, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, if you guys are coming in, make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe if you're new, and make sure y'all share, man. We're trying to grow the platform, man. Make sure y'all do that. Mr. Bennett, let me ask you a question, man.
Nope.
We see these things in cycles, man, as far as promiscuity and stuff like that. Because if you think about it, like our Payne said, we kind of knew who the loose women were. You know what I mean? And I think what happened, the dam that broke that, is that the regular women saw that the loose women were getting all the attention. So what they did was they started to replicate what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? So they can get some attention. And what happens is that all of a sudden now the women are gravitating toward the looser men, trying to do what the looser women are doing. And then what happens is you got a whole generation of men that feels left out. You know what I'm saying? They was like, well, man, they over there hanging out with the bad boys. I might as well be bad too. You know what I'm saying? This thing hits in cycles. And all of a sudden you get rap culture, the bad boys coming out, you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden, the girls swing over there to the bad boys. And then all of a sudden the good girls who just got back in the market was like, well, if they getting attention, and then that thing starts all over again. Let me ask you, from your vantage point, do you see if that is something that happens on a regular basis? It ebbs and it flows whenever we have changes in the sexual marketplace.
Wow. I guess I'm still wrapping my mind around the idea that are women more promiscuous today than back in the day. Because for me, it's about math. For me, 1 + 1 is 2.
Right.
So if the brothers were doing whatever we were doing and that hasn't changed, they were doing it with somebody.
Right.
And so I can't. So is it more so today than it was? I think women are certainly more open about it. But again, college times, it was always, and there always seemed to be, at least from my vantage point, you always had the roosters. You know what I mean? You have brothers who just had either a charisma about them where they would just pull girls and other girls knew about it.
Yeah.
And yet they still had that charisma to just pull women, and you would see fights break out in the cafeteria or whatever. Or, thinking that the guy is yours and he's just out there and he just escapes, continues to escape any thing necessarily directed at him. But you got the women fighting each other over a guy who they were claiming to be theirs. So again, in terms of how women view sex versus how a man does it, I think it's certainly different. I think it's still different in a lot of ways. So are women acting in ways that they didn't act before? I think you certainly have a lot more of the tail wagging the dog now. But it's interesting, when I went to my alumni events last week, there was a banquet, there was the football game, the tailgate, all that stuff. And I noticed that a lot of the women from back then, you could almost, if you look back and think, you could almost predict how these women would wind up today. And I don't see necessarily them being different. The women who were like loud and bossy and overweight or whatever, they still in that same energy now. When you go back to these reunion events, it's unlikely, if they did marry, they're not married anymore. They may have a couple kids or whatever, but they're not, in these, sort of wholesome relationships. The ones who were the sweet ones or whatever, a lot of them were married, or a lot of them at least, or they were married at a certain point in time, but I don't see them today acting any more loosely than they were back then. But certainly the kids of these generations are certainly different. I don't think they were necessarily raised with that. but they're certainly they're looking at the whole sexual marketplace as, look, I'm just as much of a participant or an initiator as I was a participant. And a lot of them are going to be a lot more selective about who they decide to get with, but they're not necessarily in the closet like they might have been back in the 80s or the 90s, at least from my vantage point. But again, you always have the roosters, and now you have some female hens who are trying to crow as well and flex their sexuality or their availability for it to the right person. But I don't see necessarily as many girls just loosely just sleeping with everybody. In my experience, I just don't see that in mass. Like I said, the loose ones back in the day, yeah, you can see him. You can still see him now. Is the girl who was the more conservative one, is she looser than when she was back then? I'm just not seeing it in mass, or at least a large enough sample size to justify that thing. But guys was, like I said, guys was hitting it with somebody. So whoever those girls were, they were, Can
I say something to that point, though? It might help you with the math. Back then, a whole lot less guys were getting ass back then. When I say a man,
you better tell them, R-Pain.
City boys, city boys.
That's right. The city boys is out.
So let me just tell you what I'm saying. What I mean by sexual drive doesn't mean you're actually getting it. I'm saying a man's desire for sex has been the same since the beginning of time. Whether he's getting some or not is different. We had a little bit more respect for the good girls then than we do now. So that's the only reason why the math ain't math.
You think so?
I'm saying, but the point is that more men back then weren't getting laid than now, because more women are giving up their box. I mean, you're pretty much the only man I've heard on anywhere in these spaces saying that you don't think women are giving up more box today.
Okay, so all right. Well, maybe it's the way you phrase it. So if you're saying, if you're saying, all right, so if I understand you correctly, again, the roosters were always the roosters, right?
Right.
Those guys were going to get it, and they were going to get it for multiple girls. They always had girls with them, and you in the cafeteria, it's like, man, he got another one. How'd he pull her? And it's just, and again, they just had it like that. But you're saying sex is more available to the average guy than today, than back in the day, because back then you had to have real game in order to pull those women. Now you don't have to have as much because the women are making it more accessible to the common man.
Here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that back then women were more chaste. So even if men wanted sex, unless they were assaulting women, they weren't getting it. Women used to say no on a regular basis. Even the roosters weren't having as easy of a time back then as they are now. So I'm saying more women said no back then than now. I mean, like I said, I don't know if we're really, listen, all I can do is give you my experience back then.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
So all I'm trying to say is, people were having sex. We had a sexual revolution. But the people in the 60s and all that kind of jet setters having sex were people who partied all the time. They were visible. I'm not denying that part of the sexual revolution. But everybody's trying to belittle the explosive effect of the pill. But you think before the pill, people would have the sex the way they are now? I mean, they just couldn't. And we have more culture. We have women who actually cared about respecting their parents and not having babies out of wedlock. We had all those kind of things. Roe v. Wade wasn't in place, so if you got pregnant, you were really in trouble.
Right.
There were a lot of women saying no, but a lot more women said no. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know if we're really arguing, because you have a view that I can't say is wrong. If that's your experience, the way you see it, then I can't say you're wrong. What I'm just trying to say is, you'd be hard pressed to say more women were as sexually free in the 60s as they are now.
Right. Well, I can't speak obviously for the 60s. I guess I'm going to my. I'm in the 80s, right? I was 87 to 91, so I'm in that school days era. That time you
Me
know,
and you, Mr. Bennett, are we in the same?
Yeah,
Right.
it was getting into a fever pitch in the 80s. Yeah, the pitch was going up by the 80s.
Right. So I don't have that. I guess I don't have that 60s or 70s, that boomer's perspective to compare, at least certainly
I
from
saw
my
it
empirical work.
I saw marriages go down from generation to generation. I mean, you remember now. I mean, I was raised in a house with people from the greatest generation. And then
Right.
all my aunts were in the silent generation, uncles. And then, most from the greatest generation to the baby boomers in my family, 27, there were 27 couples out of 30 possible marriages. 30 couples, 27%. That's a high percentage. The Gen X, it took a big dip. Millennials, almost nobody's married. And Gen Z, they're kind of young, but no marriages. Just about maybe one or two coming up, so, and we relish those. So, and with that, the promiscuousness of women, they're waiting longer to get married, so they're having more sex partners.
But
right?
in
Go ahead.
But with the ex, this is the thing. This is what I've observed. Myself, I knew I was going to get married. It was already in the plan. I knew that I was going to get married before I knew what career I was going to have, because I've seen it all my life, right? So it was part of my culture. However, my counterparts didn't. I had friends next door, I had friends across the street, around the block, people I went to school with. They didn't see what I was seeing, right? They already had it. And I got to speak from the males perspective. They had it in their mind that they're going to get a apartment. They're going to either, go to college. Marriage, they never talked about it. So it was kind of like when I got married, everybody looked at me like, damn. It was like, damn, because I'm not gonna lie, as a teenager in high school, I flourished, man. It was like somebody gave me some special powers, and I was abusing the shit out of them special powers, man. I was never like really, really short as a kid. Yeah. But man, from 8th grade to 9th grade, my voice got deeper and I got about 3 inches taller. I started to feel it. My face started to fill out. I was always a thin dude, but because it went with the personality. And then once I turned 16, that special power I had, man, that's where it just got to the point where it was just like, damn. Like, women liked me and hated me at the same damn time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It wasn't, I didn't have to deal with a lot of my counterparts had to deal with when it came down to what girl I was going to date. Couldn't get them all, but I knew the one that I wanted. I knew how to get her. You know what I'm saying? If she was not interested in me, I knew instantly. But if she had a little inkling, she gave me a little inkling that she was interested in me, I figured out how to get that girl more interested in me. And once I made her my girlfriend, she was new to it too, right? So what did the girls do? They wanted to be possessive. They wanted to talk to you all the time. And I had privileges on the phone. I had my own phone at 16.
That's
my
right.
parents had a phone downstairs. I had a phone upstairs. Had my own answer service and all this stuff. It was a sense of, and my parents didn't even know that I had it. And when they found out, they had to talk to each other. Like, what do we do? Do we take the phone from him, or do we, because they were a little proud that I took the initiative to do something like that. Yeah. And then they were looking for me to have a sense of independency, right? So I'm working at 16. I'm not making a lot of money, but I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a teenager. They never had a problem with me being a criminal. They never had a problem with me with truancy and all these different things. They had regular ass teenage problems with me. And they wasn't really problems. They were a problem for me. They wasn't a problem for them because they had a front. They had a, you know, they were parents for real, for real. They were serious about being parents. They were serious about being husband and wife. So in my household, I had a lot of my friends that envied it, but they talked about it too. So when my mama used to call me in the house and say, hey, it's time to eat. Go wash your hands. And they laughed at me. Damn, y'all wholesome. It was a thing, bro, for people to be like, nigga, no, you can't say shit out here because you know, you want to be in tune with your counterparts. But they'll say, you can't, nigga, you wholesome. You got a mama and a daddy. You can't talk the shit we talking right now. And I laughed at it. I wasn't really, you know, some people felt a certain way. I didn't. I just observed what they were doing because I loved it, man. I was a kid. I was a teenager. I was an adolescent. And then I ended up being an adult. Some of my counterparts had to survive their childhood, right?
Right.
The only thing that a lot of the males had where they can have ownership was what? To conquer a woman, to get their sex. And then it went from 1 to 2 to 3. And then they started lying about how many bras they got. You know what I'm saying? I got them all on my line. Because, you know, we was doing the black book back then.
Yeah.
We knew who the hoe was. We actually knew who she was. Because the wholesome girls wasn't standing close to her. It's different now. They all standing right there in the
right
huddle.
next to each other, you know?
All of them is, you know, back then it wasn't like that. Matter of fact, that's how you knew who wasn't friends. They try to be friends, and next thing you know, they falling out. What's the first thing that woman gonna call that other woman?
She's a hoe.
A hoe.
Yep.
A hoe. That's how they separated themselves from each other because they knew being loose. I don't care if you screwed only 2 men. They gonna still call you a hoe. It's not like that now. It's not intact anymore, and that's what we have to talk about. I don't have the answer for that right now, man. Because this shit is, I ain't gonna even lie, man. I don't know the difference between a hoe and a slut now. I don't know.
Varying degrees, I guess.
It's we used to know what it was. We knew what a slut was. We knew what a hoe was.
Yeah.
You don't know now. Like when you even hear what they brought, what we came up with back in the day, 304, right? That's why you hear some young folks, what's a 304? What's a 304? It was a code. It was actually a code. If you had a beeper, if you had a calculator, that shows how
calculate it and turn it upside down.
They were talking about calculator. It was actually a beeper. And the thing was, and look, I'm from Detroit, so we might have a different way on why we had 304s, right? 304 actually was a code word to your homeboy. Like, say if you was at a club or at a party, mostly it'll be parties. We did a lot of house parties in D. And what they're asking when they say 304 and then they put a question mark there, what they saying is it hoes there? Is it some women there so we could talk to? Like if you invite somebody to a cabaret or a party in a D, the first thing a man's going to ask you there is, nigga, is some hoes there? That's what they were doing. It was 304. Now, it was another thing when you would have a girl going 911, 911, she trying to get in contact with you, right?
Right.
And she can't get in contact with the 911. What she used to do is she'll call you a hoe because she know you was out with another broad. They used them in different, ways, but those were the ways that they were doing it. Who is there? Understand, when they had pagers and beepers, that's because we had a lot of pay phones. Wasn't no damn cell phone. They had a shitload of pay phones all through the damn United States.
Right.
That's what it was. Beeper, you see the beep, you look at the number, you call it up. Normally, it was for a dope dealer so he can go ahead and get this transaction down. You know what I'm saying? I got somebody that wants some weed. I got somebody that wants some, some of that girl, some of that boy, or whatever it is with it. And they boop, boop, give them the number. Sometimes it wasn't even a phone number that they used to give them. Sometimes it was an address that they gave them. That's how dope it started to be. This is why they started coming up with sidekicks and all these other things. But that 304, you know, I don't even know who the fuck brought that shit back out. Who pulled that out the archives and started using that again? That shit crazy as fuck. Then nobody,
it's YouTube friendly.
bro.
It's YouTube friendly.
In the 80s. Yeah, but they were doing that. 304 was in the 80s. In the 90s, wasn't nobody talking about no 304. And now they call it a 304 now. I'm like, damn, who the fuck came out with that? Who pulled that out their ass? That was crazy. Because it wasn't really.
They did that
I didn't even know.
get around the algorithm.
I thought that was a local thing. I did not know that was an international thing. But I understood what it meant when if you had a beeper during that time and you see 304 there, a lot of times you already done told somebody you're gonna be here. Once they get there, they say, you know what I'm saying, 304, you would give them a 1 or you would give them a 2. Because, you know, that's just what it was. That's just what it was.
And so now you can't even tell, man.
You can't.
People don't even have house parties no more. You know what I'm saying? It's swipe left, swipe right. You got your own house party. You know what I'm saying?
The 90s killed that shit off because they were shooting them goddamn houses up, boy.
Yeah,
man.
It was too dangerous to have a house party.
The chopper was knocking them down. Yeah, it was too dangerous to have a house party.
So house party used to be the jam, man. Man,
yeah, you didn't have to spend, bro, just to go out and have a good time right now, man. You got to spend $150 and you ain't even in the club yet.
Nope,
you're not even in the club. And if you want to sit down, because you know everything is stand up. They got these tables that you stand at, or they might not even have the tables. You just standing around unless you pay for a VIP or some other shit that they got, and that's gonna cost you $150 again, man. You leave them clubs, man. And I know, I'm a DJ. I know how much people used to pay to be in these clubs. It's crazy what they do. Downtown Club Time. If you get the hole in the wall, that's when it's going to be cheaper. But your life is more in danger.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, sure. I'll be definitely running out of water, man.
Hey,
so y'all got videos today?
Hey, R-Pain, if you can get you a fish plate and dance at the same time, you in the hole in the wall.
That's right.
Or some wings.
That's right.
Yeah. And people will be trying to do it too. Yeah, man. Eating and standing. And,
I'm telling you, he used some ranch wings. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got
make sure you know where all the exits are. Where all the exits are. You know, that's unfortunate, man. That's it, man. You know, somebody's gonna get mad at somebody at some point in the night, man.
Right.
You know, and nowadays, but yeah, that's the way it is. What can you say? So we got videos. What's happening? We waiting for PMU? Or
yeah, man. We're waiting on Black Man to show up.
I thought I saw him in the chat.
He down off in there, man. We down in that deep.
Yeah, he probably was still in the car though. He was in the back. He pulled up the Black David video for a minute.
Yeah, he pulled up from the back phone.
Look, he hot telling it to the studio. We already know.
You know, so let me tell you, I have some other stuff, man, on the sexual marketplace. I think we get mixed up, right? If we look at men as a bell curve and who's getting laid and who's not, and if we look from a class perspective, if you look at it from a class perspective, the top 10, 15% of men, you know, who are not serious, they have money and they have a little bit of aesthetics, they're bagging a lot of women. On the lower end of the bell curve are men who don't have no money, but they have all the aesthetics.
Yeah.
They're thugs. They might be thugs, or they're just street dudes who have charisma, and women draw to them because they're the leader of whatever clique they are, whether it's violent or not. Right. And they look good. They have some game, and they don't need an app to get girls.
And that hit your point right there. That kind of hit your point when you were saying we haven't changed.
Yeah.
So
what I'm saying is, when you look at the bell curve, those guys are getting as much booty as the rich do. But yes, those guys are more apt to leave deposits. That's why we got so many fatherless kids out there who are not being taken care of. So the rich guys are more careful because they understand what they stand to lose.
Right.
Every
Legacy.
so often they slip up and have a kid, but the kid's more apt to being taken care of because they got money and means.
Right.
But the guys on the bottom, those are the guys on the internet with 15 and 20 kids from 15 or 20 different women. And there's a lot of those dudes, right? They said that there's 2 guys in Memphis who have like 80 or 90 children. And so, so what really happens is those guys are destroying the community. You know why? Because those women are no longer viable candidates for good marriages later on. Not because they're carrying 1 or 2 babies from 1 or 2 or 3 or more men. And even if they get their shit together, they're treading up water like salmon to get that guy. And the guy that they get is not necessarily the guy that they want. It's a guy who's remaining, who might not have been getting ass, but they still might be sexually. There's so many stepfathers out there with women because they sexually appeal to them. And they'll take anything because they ain't really stroking like that.
Man,
Right.
a baby mama can be finer
so-
than a motherfucker. It is hard for a man to turn this shit down.
I don't know. I know a lot of guys don't like her, but Six the Goddess has an excellent video on that point.
Yeah.
They're
She
not gonna
has
listen to
an
Six, so they
excellent
jealous of her
video on
anyway.
Mhm.
So I mean, I thought about that even before I heard her video. It's just like confirm what I always thought. But I'm just trying to say, in that marketplace, the dynamics, like I said, I don't have to be right.
Mhm.
I'm just a little bit right about a lot of those things over the dynamics. That's what I did.
What's up, Corey?
Come on,
What's
Corey.
going on?
How you guys doing?
What's happening, man? How you
Good to
doing?
see you, sir.
Yeah,
Corey,
you
how much
guys.
of the show you saw, man? I know you've been down in the chat, brother.
I don't know that I could say everything that I've been through. Not on YouTube, anyway.
Right. What you
Um,
want to add to the conversation, man?
You know, I'm a 1970 kid, and also on the West Coast.
Mm.
So,
Brady
think
Bunch.
JT, things hit this country in waves. It would start on one side and it would slowly work itself across.
Right.
So between the East Coast and the West Coast is probably a 5-year gap. And then you go from the West Coast to Alaska is probably another 2 or 3 year gap.
Mm.
It was a bad combination because it started on the West Coast and then I went to Alaska for high school and it was still going on. I was like, oh my God. But it was crazy. JT talked about that sexual revolution. Well, we were dating the daughters of the Vietnam vets, and they were some of the wildest things walking around. And so were the boys. I mean, we were all, because you're going from the 1950s, 1960s wholesome generation,
right,
to the no holds barred.
Put your
I don't
lip
know how
gloss
you
on, popping, Put your
mean,
gonorrhea lip gloss on. You know what I'm saying?
well, it wasn't.
Tattoos in your face.
Well, see, that stuff was still happening behind the scenes. It wasn't so much in your face.
Yeah.
But my 2 older brothers and my 2 older cousins, the 5 boys, we all jumped on inner tubes and floated down the creek, because I kind of grew up in the country. And here's this naked lady. I mean, she's all natural hippie, hair coming out of her armpits, and she's got a shrub growing down there that's bigger than most people got in their flower pot. And she didn't have no clothes or nothing. She just stood up and she had a really nice figure. She just stood up and walked back in the house. She was just laying on the bank sunbathing.
Just au natural, you know what I'm saying? Just
Oh God. But that's
in
it.
the sun, just
Those stories, that's a tame story. That ain't nothing to what I've seen in the swimming holes, okay? And being on the West Coast, we're influenced from LA to Seattle.
Yeah.
Because when I say West Coast, I mean all the way west.
Right. Y'all on the other side of the United States getting ready to drop the hell off.
Oh man. Well, because the Interstate 5 is the artery. It's the one that goes from Mexico to Alaska. It just keeps, it's not Interstate 5 through Canada, but they got their own brand, and
their own brand.
well, they do. It ain't much different.
It's like I-75 on the East Coast. I-75 go all
Probably.
through there. Yeah.
But it's like one big community because it's all influence. I can't tell you. I've seen so many naked women when I was in elementary school, and they were white, black, brown, Latino, Asian, and I'd seen them all, and I hadn't even gotten out of elementary school yet. And I'd seen what they do because they did it at the swimming holes.
Swimming hole.
I was like, dang. But
I got a question though for the fellas. When did you guys get to the point where you was like, I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe with these goddamn beautiful ass women? When you realize how awful and beautiful they were at the same time, where did it get to the point where we was like, I'm straight, I don't want, she's beautiful as hell, but she's detrimental to my damn livelihood?
I say probably
ever had, because I know I had to do that.
I actually, I got to that. I got to that before I got out of high school. I'd seen so much that it was actually, I felt hollow by the time I got out of high school. It was weird.
That's because you was getting served up something different than what we was getting served up. You was on the banks of how you doing. You know what I'm saying?
You got off the camera.
Oh, man.
Floating down the river. How you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it wasn't just.
Well, I gotta speak from, like I said, I was in the sort of the nerd camp. I looked like JJ Walker back in the day, so I didn't have none of that going on. So for the beautiful girls or whatever, at that point, it was almost like I'd be with anybody who would rep me like that. But I certainly had no game in high school and very little game in college. But fortunately, I was a bit of a sort of late bloomer. So by the time I got serious about looking for women, and the interesting for me, I was one of those cats. I didn't want to get married. Honestly, I was certainly, there's a lot of dysfunction in my family when it came to marriages. My siblings had it. My parents obviously had it. So I didn't have any good role models. Honestly, I got serious about marriage since I'm in the IT field. I work with a lot of Asian Indians. And it was actually them who kind of put me on as far as thinking about marriage and things differently in terms of how to do things. So I owe a lot to them as far as putting me on and, helping to change my perspective on marriage. And then I was able to get with some good Christian couples or whatnot who seem to have things going on. So it took a while for me before I was even at a point where I was considered dateable, because I had to get a little bit further in my career and, work on some things personally to make myself more attractive. And then also just the mindset was, I wasn't even thinking about having such long-term relationships. So it took me a minute. You guys are certainly well ahead of where I was. I might've been envious of you guys, or I might've been JT. You might've been one of them brothers be like, how is he pulling her? You might've been one of those guys I would have been secretly envious of back in the day because you were able to have that game that I didn't have. But back then I was too nerdy. I was too skinny. And I had no game to really participate in where you guys were. So like I said, it took me a minute to get there.
Paul Bennett.
Yo.
My freshman year, I don't know how many days in a row I had skipped school, jumped the fence, and got in a truck with a 24-year-old.
See.
God, dog, Corey.
So,
Corey was a city boy. Come on, Corey. Corey was a city boy.
I don't know. Just crazy, wild country boy is what it was.
So you weren't even playing. You weren't even playing in the same pond. You were in the adult pond. You had these 24-year-old women.
No, that's where it started. It was 37. It was 37 before I got out of school. I had slept with a 24. Oh Lord!
That pond he was in was labeled a damn river.
I had a young girl. She drugged me off in the dark room in high school.
That's what.
I'm like, back then I'd be like, where are these guys? I mean, how are you guys pulling this off? I would have been just trying to hang out with you if I could, just to see if some of that would just rub off on me a little bit. It's like, okay.
No, you would have been. Listen, you would have been my friend. No doubt about it. I had a friend like that. My boy John, and he's married to a beautiful wife right now. My man, but he got me through high school.
Mm.
He got me through high school because he was my study partner. He with math and all that stuff, man. And he had his own car. So he hung around me and I hung around him. It's like we utilized each other that best fit us. And one of the things he hung around me for was because socially, man, it was the shit. I loved it. High school, I hated. I wanted to get out of high school, no doubt about it. But during the time when we were graduating, the day after that, man, I hated that it was over with. I really hated that it was over with.
So JT, so the question I have for you though, again, so he was basically almost like not necessarily your wingman, whatever. He wasn't taking the leftovers or whatever, but were you at least trying to funnel some of the connections, some of the contacts his way?
Absolutely did.
Okay, so that's a good friend then.
Yeah, I absolutely did. Like I said, we utilized each other, man, and and it was funny how we even became friends. We were just in the same class together. Right. And so to this day, we're still friends. Man, whole different dude. He kind of like how you are. He got his swag, you know what I'm saying? He's married. He's been married for a very long time, has a successful life, all these different things. But when we met each other, man, I'm telling you, this brother and me, we just ended up just being friends. I didn't judge him. He didn't judge me, but he was looking like, man, I need to see how you doing what you're doing. And I used to be like, well, shit, you the one with the car? I was the broke person. I didn't have no car, but it was just the fact that when, it was just, I don't know how to even explain it when it comes down to it, man. It was just, it was like somebody came down one summer, like God came down one summer. He gave me some special powers.
That's what it felt like on the outside. I was like,
right. And I did like Spider-Man. I did like this, and the shit started coming out.
That's funny. That's
funny.
Yeah, you guys are frustrated.
Lord, don't never let me lose this.
Yeah, and you guys were lucky, man. I went to an all-boys high school. If it wasn't for the girl on the block who liked me, and she was like 20, and I was 17, and her mother used to go to work, her mother worked. There's no father in the house, so she felt it as her duty to teach me everything she knew.
The education.
Hey, RK, you better tell them.
It's 100 years, man. I still know her name and everything. So, and then it's kind of funny because everybody knows their first girlfriend, right? So she was my first girlfriend. So we hung out until I went to college, and when I went to college, man, I fell for this Buffalonian girl. I went to school. She was from the street, man. I think she would be classified as, a 304. And she had me head over heels, man. I was head over heels, man, for this chick. I'm serious. And, but she taught, I learned all my lessons from that relationship in that 1 year.
Was she older?
No, well, she was a little older than me, but she was in college with me,
Okay.
But she was, she had a kid already, and she was trying to get out of the rut. But all that nature from being in the streets was right there, man. and I wasn't prepared for a street girl like that, man. I swear to God. And then she was something else. But she was one of the sweethearts when I was in the flat. And let me just tell this story. I'm gonna end it right here. So we broke up, right? So I'm 19 and shit, man. So I'm kind of, teared up, man, because frat brother walks in and said, yo, Payne, they always call me Payne. Yo, man, what's the matter? I said, oh, darling, man, she left me, blah, 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 and so he said, man, frat, man, get over it. Don't worry about it. So that night, all the rest of the brothers were in the frat house. He couldn't wait to just tear me a new. Yeah, guess what? Man, guess what, bro? I came home, crying like a little bitch. Blah, 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 and he's hammering me, man. But you told me, and he was like, I said, man, I was doing that. You said she worked, goddamn it. And from that point on, it like ripped something out, man. That was it. And it's funny because right after that, I talked to this one honey. She had twins, and and I was at the academic spine, and I probably was still looking like a sad puppy dog. But she started talking to me. I said, "Okay, what's happening?" She was a sorority sister. She said, "Listen, if you got girl issues, let me tell you one thing. If you never forget anything in your life, no woman ever has any more power over you than what she has between her legs. If you lose yourself to that, you've lost everything." She told me that, and that was, gosh, man, 45, almost 50 years ago. I've not forgotten it. I wish I could remember her name so I could send her flowers or whatever the hell it is. Because that's exactly what it is. And I turned into a monster for a little while, man. I didn't give a shit about all the broken hearts I left in my wake. I didn't care. But that didn't last long either, man, because you know what? I kind of like all the women I fooled around with, So, but I learned a valuable lesson early. So by the time I was 20, man, I was straight, man. I never was in that position of an underdog with a woman again, ever.
Right.
You better tell him, Marpain.
I don't chase booty.
I think that's what kind of gave me a different perspective from of women, right? Because I had to get my heart broken, right? I had to get my heart broken. Oh man, and she calculated that shit too. Oh my God, she knew how. It's like she was like 5 steps ahead of me. I was doing my thing, and I kept getting caught up and stuff like that, but she still stayed with me. She calculated that shit so good. And when I was relaxed, she gave me the Dear John letter in my face. And, and this was, let me tell you how fucked up it was. When she admitted, because I asked her, "You messing around on me?" She gave me this shit, baby. And she took a deep breath, and then she acted like she was crying. It was so fucked up because it hurt my heart when she told me, and she was trying to give me details. I didn't want no fucking details.
No.
But this is what put the icing on the cake when she said, "I still have love for you, though."
Oh, come on. Come on.
I hung up on that ass, but I wasn't strong enough. I had to call her back.
Oh my God.
You know why? Why you doing it like this? Oh man.
Now, did you turn into a monster after that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too. That broke.
It was really, really crazy because I ended up not caring about what women really thought. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of like I looked at them all the same way because she was so fine and sexy, but she was the persona that Janet Jackson had. With the whispered
she
talk.
had that sway.
Yes. She had the cheeks. She always man, and it was that she was that type of woman. And when I did what I did and I got caught up, I was just like, I was trying to save face at the same time because I didn't know how to act. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, damn, like I said, it was this superpower that was given to me, and I was misusing it. But she showed me that you ain't the only one that can get down like this. And when she did it, and what really, and I ain't gonna even lie, that's what got me when she said, "But I still have love for you, though." No. And all I heard before I hung up, she said, "Don't," and it was like click.
Yeah.
On the back, I had to call her back. Why did you do
Beta. I had to.
Oh, man.
I had to. I know what
JT.
I'm doing. Beta.
Oh, she got me. I said,
JT over in the
damn, she
corner.
got me. Look, that's me sitting in my bed with my two.
Beta! Are you the Beta?
Oh my God.
Oh, poor daddy feeling hurt.
Poor.
Imagine being a 16-year-old man and you walking through your house and your parents like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because I'm looking nothing, moping and shit.
Damn
Nose
skin
running.
dragging the floor.
Right.
I
I
don't
had
think
one.
you
That was my
can-
boy.
I don't think a man
Yeah.
can help another man unless he's been through something like that. I mean,
Yeah.
I know. Well, I had a guy. His wife was cheating on him, and he was ready to jump off the ledge, man. I said, "Listen, man, look at me." I told him, "Man, look at me, man. There ain't a man who's been around that hasn't had a woman who cheated on him. You know, I mean, don't go. You know, you can't go. You can't go there. No man who's been in that market, in this market, is never going to get out without somebody cheating on him.
It's gonna get done to you, bro.
It's going to happen.
It's
You
your
know,
turn.
unless you are hurt. And so I said, you know, so I mean, he was going to go get his divorce and let her do whatever the hell. I said, man, I had to talk him into getting a lawyer. I had to do all kinds of, man, you can't go in a courtroom without a lawyer. You can't do any of that stuff, man. You know, pull your shit together, man. You know, and you know, so yeah, but he got through it. You know, he got through it. You know, no alimony here. He still had to pay alimony, which is a goddamn shame.
Yeah.
You know,
He didn't plan his escape very well, did he? I didn't have to pay nothing.
well, you know, you got lucky. You know, I mean, it depends on what state you in. You know, in where we at. You know, you have to pay. You know, no fault divorce came in and you know hit him hard. Well, not hard. He could afford it, but still.
I this is the crazy thing, man, about being the age that I am right now, right? My ex-wife, man, we cool. You know what I'm saying? We cool.
It's good.
But man, we had a fucked up divorce, right? Because of the nature on how she did it. She didn't tell me she wanted a divorce. She didn't, you know, tell me she was getting a divorce. I found out because the shit was in the mail. She didn't get home fast enough, or whatever, right? And yeah, it was fucked up. And because what the thing was to make a long story short, because this happened over 20 years ago. But when she did it, I never had in my mind that I was ever going to get a divorce from her. You dig what I'm saying? And she got on my goddamn nerves.
Well, yeah, nobody gets married saying, I'm going to get divorced.
She has some hell of a attributes. To this day, she got hell of a attributes, especially when it comes down to my kids, man. She's dope with them. But when she did that, it turned me so far off from her where I was it was like a 180 with me and her. She wasn't doing it to get a divorce. She did it because she wanted to teach me a lesson. It didn't backfire.
It backfired.
About what?
Man, whatever it was, like I told you, it was over 20 years ago. The
Right,
thing
but
is,
even today, that hasn't been fleshed out or explained. Do you still feel like there's still a source of like why we have to go through that? Was that ever?
No, throughout the years, man, throughout the years. That's why I said we cool now. Throughout the years, like she just recently.
So the lesson that she's talking about, get to that if you don't mind sharing. I mean, what I'm still trying to wrap my head.
JT, what was you doing?
In a nutshell, no, I just got out the military. I had just got out the military. I was working my ass off. I was just working my ass off. We just bought a fucking house. We had added another car along with the other two that we had. We were doing very well. We had one daughter at the time, and we came home, and she ended up falling back to whatever it was that she was before we got married, right?
Right.
And what she thought it was going to be easier on the other side. This is what I'm getting from her now. That she wasn't trying to divorce me. She wanted to get me to a point where I can just follow straight to her. This is the thing about me. this is the thing about me. I'm very nice. I'm cool, but I'm very firm, and I stand on what I stand on.
Right.
I'm just that type of a guy. And she seen the nice, cool dude. Like we got together at 15. She went through the whole me cheating and all kind of shit, high school shit, and it was all that. But what she saw was a husband. What she saw in me was a husband. So she was ready. All I had to do was just say, "Would you marry me?" Because it was a corny ass way on how I even, right? So when it came down to it, we were married for almost 10 years. We come home. We went through all the shit that we went through, all through United States, Germany, you know what I'm saying, Bosnia, all kind of places we were at together. We come home, family right there, and this is what caught me by surprise, right? When she filled out and filed for divorce, it fucked me. When I tell you, bro, it crushed the fuck out of me.
Oh yeah.
But it crushed me so much where I was like, it was like we were going through the divorce. We were going through it. I left my house. I took a guitar, one TV, and my DJ equipment. I was like, you can have all the rest of this shit if you want. She still got it. She got all the pictures. She got all the furniture. Like we had shit that we got custom made. Clocks, you know, grandfather clocks and shrunks and all that shit.
Yeah.
Wall units. She still got all that shit. But what happened was after about 2 years, she was like, I want you back now.
Oh.
Dog, let me tell you where I was at 2 years after our divorce. I was hitting every motherfucking thing. I was rocking. I was like, I would never come back to you. Ever. But I was so lost to the point where I got it to a point where I was just like, I just need to move on. So I was thinking that other women would help me move on and shit like that. Not really. Not really. It made it worse. Matter of fact, I was the one having relationships. Now we had 2 kids because we was getting divorced when she was pregnant with my second child. So now she like, fuck it. I'm going to get him where it hurts. That's when she filed for child support. That's when all the other shit was going. That's when it was going, I don't want my daughters around that bitch. You don't even know who the fuck she is.
What?
It was all of these things that was going on. Man, we was going through it. Bro, when I tell you I was going through it, I'm glad it was 2 decades ago. Like me and her, we can, if I wanted to, I can talk to her about it. But I don't talk to her about none of these nuances because we got grown ass daughters now.
Right.
And all I'm trying to do is be on a standpoint of teaching them, don't go the route that we went. Because it wasn't just all her. It was, like I said, when she was just like, nah, come on back. Yeah, fuck that. I fucked up. And I was just like, nah, fuck you. You know, I'm
still just blown away by the, and again, maybe I may not be getting everything, or you know, and again, I don't want to get too much into.
No, you won't. You won't. It's a lot. But go ahead.
I'm still trying to rationalize like what the thought process of at that time. You get out, you're working hard, you're grinding and whatnot. You said that she reverted back to who she was before you got married. So what was I'm trying to think, so what was that then? And then why did you marry her? I mean,
no, it wasn't like she was bad or nothing like that. I'm just saying a single woman. That's what I meant. Okay. She was a single woman because she went to college, graduated from, state. We did it the right way.
Right.
I had a career in the military. Right? We didn't get married until she graduated from college.
Right.
So she graduated from Michigan State. In October, we got married. That's how that shit worked. And I took her with me. The shit was dope as hell. We knew each other since we were 15 years old. And I had, so when I mean by reverted back to who she was, a single woman, that's what I was saying.
Okay.
So that when it got to that point, I was so, when I look back at it, I was very blessed not to be around my family or her family when we was going through the core of our marriage. We didn't have no family around us, man. We was in Germany. I was in Germany already before I met her. I was in Germany for 3 years. Then we did another 4 years. I got her. We went to Georgia. Then we went to Germany, and I spent another 4 years there. And we had our first daughter there 2 years after. It was kind of like we were planning this shit. It was dope as fuck.
Yeah.
But what went wrong was when we come back to Michigan. Now, the craziest part about that was anybody that ever ETS'd out of the Army during that time, they will tell you, if you don't want to end your marriage, do not go back to your hometown.
Whoa.
Do not go back to your hometown. Reason being is because you guys got this far because y'all depended on each other. And they were right. Y'all depended on each other. When we went back, that's when it got to the point you got family involved. Man, I cussed my family out and her family out. I cussed everybody out. Get the fuck out of my motherfucking, don't nobody come up with me. I was just that guy. Like I said, I'm a nice guy, get along with people. Man, I stand on what the fuck I stand on. And I can shock the shit out of people sometimes. So when the thing was when we were going through the divorce, I didn't want it. I could not believe, because we just accumulated new shit.
Yeah.
We got a whole new life done. We done moved like 7 times. We get to the 8th time that we move, and it happens to be in both our hometown. And now the shit is about to end. Man, I was so confused. I was fucked up. I was hurt.
Yeah, I'd be messed up too, bro.
I was, I ain't gonna even lie. I was bitter than a mug. I was very bitter.
Because there's nothing acute there. See, I don't know, maybe I'm just still naive enough to still believe that there are acute reasons why someone would choose to break up a family. Again, DV, I mean acute, not just verb, but DV or blatant adultery or something. I mean, something so irresponsible. But to the extent that you would break up a family over that, I mean, that I can't see. To me, there's nothing more selfish than that. I'm sorry, I just can't. These reasons and again, and a lot of what you shared, this is like celebrity stuff, right? I mean, celebrities break over just, I'm just not feeling it, or I just want to. But I mean, come on. I mean, what did she think that was better? And again, I don't want to speak. She's not here, but I'd be asking, like, what do you think would be better? What, someone got in her ear, someone was feeding her something that she just looked at the reality of what you built as if like it didn't exist. That I would be devastated too, bro. I mean, just hearing that is just heartbreaking.
I try to rationalize it, man. I try to rationalize it as if, okay, well. Yeah, I try to rationalize it as, okay, well, she wasn't raised with her father or whatever. But to this day, me and her father is cool, man. I'm cool with all her fucking family. Like everybody is kind of like, so my bitterness was towards her, and I every once in a while, because it takes a long time for her to get me even talk about whatever. I don't even, like, now we cool because I tell her that I'm just not gonna go. I'm not about to revisit, the early 2000s. I'm not about to revisit 98. I'm just not gonna do it. But when I do, my whole thing is that you're glutton for a punishment then, right? Because now I gotta be 100%, transparent in my feelings on how I felt at that time. And I gotta tap into it now, because I'm speaking of a guy, I'm speaking from, not from the hurt and the pain. It took me 15 years to get past that shit, bro.
Yeah.
So I'm good. That's why I can be with me and her. We in the same space, whatever. And she is of a different animal now, but it's only because she's older, right? Because we the same age. Me and her, she's 2 months older than me. That's it. We're both the same age. We, like I said, we've been knowing each other since we were 15 years old. We ended up having children together, and it took her a long time to even gather, damn, this motherfucker calculated this shit. Like, I wanted to marry you. I wanted to have children by you. I wanted to be right there with you. Man, then it got to the point I'm not getting what I want. This is what I took from it. You know what I'm saying? She's saying it. I'm not getting what I want. Like, what the fuck you want? I don't know yet.
It be like that sometimes.
Oh God, that's
sometimes they want to be out in front, man. You know? Instead of them taking, ownership and saying, "Hey,
about
you know what?
Intelligent. I'm talking about an intelligent woman, a very intelligent woman, and when she could not rationalize what was between us two,
yeah,
she couldn't rationalize it. I was just like, I was stunned because I'm like, damn, I know how intelligent you are. I know how you move. Like, if I needed something done, she was always Johnny on the spot when it comes. Like, for instance, my kids, man, my oldest daughter, she was having, trouble in college. Her mom was going back and forth, from Michigan to Tennessee, to help her get all of that stuff done. But it's kind of like the same relationship that she was having with me. Now she's having with my children. It's almost the same. So now when she talks to me about them, I'm like, sometimes I'll be like, I don't know what the fuck to say other than to tell you that, you're repeating the same, things that you repeated with me. And it gets to a point where it's like you're overwhelming, but now that I'm older, I can really articulate it with her, and we can actually talk about old times and stuff like that, because now it's not sensitive to me. But shit, 5 years ago,
You fat, bald-headed, no-neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
That's how I was feeling. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit you telling me. You know what I'm saying? I sentenced you to 20 years of that shit. That's how I was feeling. But I'm like, damn. I'm caught in between a hard place, a rock and a hard place now, because I love the experience that I got now, because it's making me a lot more wiser, because now I have these adult women that I can refer something back to, and I can use the reference live, their mom, right? We can sit back and talk to them together. Like, yeah, blah, 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 this and that. Now, I didn't have my share of some fucked up shit that I did, but it was kind of like before our marriage. Like I said.
Like I said, it wasn't something acute that she just came up and says, look, I can't take it.
It was crazy. Bro, I swear to God, it was so, you know how hard it was for me to try to talk to people about it? I felt like I was by my fucking self. I felt like if I talk to my dad about it, he'd be like, yeah, man, I told you already ago, these goddamn women are all crazy. All of them crazy. Mom be like, but you got to understand her side of the game. You got to understand what she's doing.
No, I don't.
I talk to my boys, they be like, I ain't even on your level. I can't stand these baby mamas I got. So I'm like, damn, I don't know who to talk. So it was kind of like I ended up being by myself for a long time. That's why when I told you guys, I said, man, it took me 9 years to even find this space where I wish I could have done it, earlier, when I could talk to people, because no one really understood what I was going through. You got, the other homeboy, yeah, man, I'm telling you, these hoes ain't shit, man. I'm like, no, this ain't
running with hoes.
Right, you need to stop. Now I'm counseling them. You need to stop fucking around with hoes. Then you need to get you a good wholesome woman. But it just got to a point where I was like, now I understand, especially like now where I'm at now. I can say, man, I can understand what these brothers is going through now. They felt by themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's why this whole thing, simp, and all this shit. No, a simp is a simpleton. If we can put it as that, then we can keep it there. I'm not gonna say a man that caters to his woman is a simp. I'll never say no crazy ass shit like that. I would never
But
leave the
still
I am
seems to
right
me
now for the woman I'm with right now because of my past. My past taught me. Now that's only because now I can actually articulate how I felt going through it. But it taught me on how, like the woman I'm with right now, man, it just makes me more vigilant because before I wasn't like that with women. I didn't trust them. I ain't have to tell them. I was one of those silent brothers. I ain't gonna tell you I don't trust you. You gonna find out that I don't trust you as soon as you show me some shit.
So more vigilant. How? Break that down for me a little bit more in terms of how you approaching things now versus then. Because from again, I know we're mostly getting your side of the story, but it seems like I still haven't identified anything in your behavior coming out of the military that would have been a cause of her acting or thinking in a certain way towards you. So because it seemed like in your situation, it's like I don't know if that could have been helped under any circumstance, pretty much, except with the initial advice that you got about not moving back to your hometown or something. But can you kind of crystallize a little bit more that vigilance that you're doing now? How does that manifest itself in how you carry out? Yeah.
So for instance, before I got married, I dated her with guilt because I was doing a whole lot of fucking around. You know what I'm saying? I never got away with anything when it came down to that. So it was a lot of guilt that I had when I dated her, and I also messed around and married her, but I still had that same guilt that I had when I was dating her. Right? So I'm married to this woman, and it can be the smallest thing, man, where, when it came down to finances or something like that, I was not a great person when it came down to finances because, being in the military, man, I get paid on Friday. Yeah, I get paid on the 15th. I'm broke on the 21st, you know what I'm saying? And I'll wait till, the 1st. That's what it was. When I got married, it was a little bit different because she had to, to manage her finances and stuff because she was in college. So it was a little bit different. She had 2 jobs plus doing work study plus all kind of other shit. So she was a little more in that respect. So when we got married, I still was living like a single dude. Just we messed around and got a account together and all this shit, and I was just going out there taking money out, and she was like, "Why you can't be just taking money out? This is not you fucking a budget up and all this stuff." So my guilt was fucking me up. Now, when she understood that now I'm operating off of guilt, she started taking advantage of me feeling guilty. So it was kind of like she started to manifest a way of how she dealt with me. So it got to the point where she was like, "Well, shit, if he gonna take money out that account, I'm gonna take money out that account. Or if he gonna do this, then I'm going." So she started doing tit for tat type of things.
Yeah.
And then it just got to a point where we manifest. It got to the point where we kind of like manifest a kind of angst towards each other, right? And once I started being who I really was, because the representative is slowly going away and the real me is slowly coming in. And it just got to the point where, now this is the craziest part. She didn't know for a year and a half that I smoked cigarettes. I'm in the same house with this woman, and she did not know I used to smoke cigarettes.
She knew.
Like,
wow.
She knew.
No, she didn't know. Let me tell you when she found out. We were pissed off. We only had a fucking couch in the living room. That's all we had was a couch. We had a brass bed in a bedroom, and we had a fucking microwave. The brass bed and the microwave was hers from college. in the entertainment system. Right. And then I had, those stacked stereos.
Yeah.
I had one of those from the army. We get mad at each other, and this is the first time we had like it was kind of physical. So she gets pissed off with me. She turns my radio off, and I turns the TV off. This is a childish ass shit we going.
Yeah.
She mess around, gets mad because we going back and forth. She gets mad and she kicks my my stereo. Kick it off. Just kicked it right through the goddamn. There. I not only kick her because we had two TVs. We had one in the bedroom, one in the living room. I kicked her TV.
You both needed your butt whooped.
Right. Now, this is where she found out that I was I had a lot more hot sauce on me than what she intended for it. I goes in the bedroom, I takes the TV and throws it. We had a picture window in our in our bedroom. I throws it through the picture window.
Did you hear what I said?
She calls her mama. I need you to send me a plane ticket because this nigga is going crazy. While she was saying it, I takes the phone out of her hand and I throws it and smashes the phone. You know, one of those wireless phones that they had. We ain't had no cell phones and shit like this back then. And this is where it got to the point where, okay, we married now. Because guess what? She couldn't go nowhere. I couldn't go anywhere. So now we walking around, not talking to each other. We ain't got no damn TV. We ain't got no damn stereo. We just walking around here with one damn couch in the bed. And that's all we had. And then eventually it got to the point, 1 or 2 days passed, and she came to me and said, we got to cut this bullshit out. Right? All right. We gets past that. We goes, I'm feeling guilty. Understand, keep in mind, I'm still operating off of guilt. Mm-hmm. Everything that we go through, I'm operating off of guilt. We goes over from Georgia, we goes to Germany, and that's when the shit starts. She called the police on me.
In Germany?
Yes. The first day we were there.
I beg your pardon?
The first day we were there, and it was because we were arguing, and she told them motherfuckers that I put my hands on her. I wanted to put my hands on her after she said that, because you know what they did? Anybody in the military would tell.
Bitch.
Absolutely. Anybody in the military would tell you. They sent me to the barracks. She chilling. They sent me, and they don't give a damn if you ain't got your house together. This is the wrong goddamn place for you to be, because you can get in a whole lot of trouble. And all she got to do is just say some shit. She realized how much trouble that brought me in, because I'm new to this unit. Don't nobody know me. All they know now is you hit your wife. Ooh. Luckily, I didn't have assholes. I had motherfuckers that actually understood. You know why? Because they was going through the same goddamn shit too. And they got us together. We started going through counseling and stuff like that. And this is where it got to the point where I was just like, you know what, bitch, you fucking up my motherfucking mojo.
I ain't scared of you motherfuckers.
So then we go to counseling, and then we get that shit together, man. And then we ended up having an actual marriage. Shit was going very, very well for a while. And, we traveled from one country to another, one city to another. And, everything was going good. Boom. We end up getting our first child. I get deployed. Everything is straight. We good to go. I'm just mad at the damn, the military. Now, fast forward, a couple of years done passed, and we're getting ready to go to New York. I'm coming up on my 10th year in the military. We coming back to Germany. I don't like the States. We coming back to Germany. She was like, okay, all right, cool. We get back to the States, and we had an argument about some shit, and I was like, fuck it. You coming? She's like, nah, I go back to I go to New York by myself. And that was the beginning of us getting a divorce. All the way until I got out. I stayed there for a year and about 6 months, and I got out. And after that, come back to the States. She wasn't doing anything I was telling her to do. She changed. She was just a whole different person when it came down to it. My parents couldn't believe it. Her parents couldn't believe it. And because those are the only people that would know, and it wasn't because I told them. I don't tell nobody shit. You know, they found out because of her and shit like that. And we only had one child at that time. And so, you know, after that, that's when I found out that the shit was very, like, she started being very punitive when it came down to us being together. Lo and behold, we got our first house. We stayed there for about a year and 2 months. And that's when the shit was going. Now, this was what was crazy. When she filed for divorce, that did devastate me. But what really devastated me was when we was at the courthouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was on one end. And I don't know if anybody in the chat is from Detroit, but if you were downtown and you was at the municipal court, it's crazy how the hallways are built. I was on one end. I saw her and I turned and I was like, I don't want to see this motherfucker because she's going to try to have a conversation with me while we going through this whole divorce thing. So I sat down, but I was right on the other side of the wall. And that's when I heard her lawyer tell her, well, look, in order for you to get full custody of your child, you're going to have to put a case on him. So this is what I need to let you know. You need, anytime that you guys get to arguing, you need to call the police on him. You need to put a case on him to show them that he is, you know, domestically abusive. This is what the lawyer was telling her. Other than that, he can get joint physical custody. A lot of people didn't even know the difference. I didn't at the time until I heard joint physical custody and joint custody. Two different things. But the lawyer was telling her, no, if he fight for joint physical custody, he's going to get it. But in order for you to block that, you're going to have to put a case on him. Man, that shit broke my heart. Do you understand, bro, that I stopped fighting? I just used to just show up to court. I almost beat my fucking lawyer up. I had two lawyers. That's how frustrated I was. I had a female lawyer. She was around about my age, probably a little bit younger than me. And this broad was something. She was a piece of work, man. I had to fight to get my damn, what was it, $500 retainable from her.
Right.
I was like, bitch, I don't want you. No, you can't represent me. Fuck you. Fuck that shit. You need to tell that judge that we got irreconcilable differences
between your attorney.
I want my money back, but I fought. I got my money back. I get this old ass white man, and he fucked me up too. I almost beat him up in court. I was held in contempt 9 times in court, bro. Was defeated 9 times.
You, man. It was baiting
3 of the times, yes, I think so. 3 of the times, dog. 3 of the times I was held in contempt was because of my lawyer out. 3 of the times that I was held in contempt, the lawyer told me, well, the only thing I can tell you that you need to do is probably quit your job and go on to and get on state aid. And I was like, it came out my mouth real fast. Fuck you, punk motherfucker. And I want my motherfucking money back. He was like, you're not gonna get your money back. I said, I beat your motherfucking ass. I bet you I was held in contempt. I was held in contempt the other times for cussing out my ex-wife and the judge. I got railroaded, bro. It was in it was like every time I went to court, it was always a full court, and people saw it. It felt like a fucking, like I was getting lynched. And I used to just look at her like, do you understand how I would never, ever trust you ever again? Like I used to just cuss her out in court, man, and I just be gone. I just leave. It took me 15 years to recover, though, to tell you. Financially, mentally, all this shit. I didn't think that what happened to me was that it was warranted. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, if we would have just got a regular divorce or whatever, it was cool. But no, I got a divorce. This bitch was going for alimony. She got child support. And because she couldn't get alimony, they added the fucking child support. They put man, I got shitted on really, really bad. So it took years for me to even get to the point where I can even talk to her right now. I mean, she has apologized for years.
But it don't mean nothing.
No, not it don't. Like I said, I had to block her out. And I had to get my healing, man, because I still had daughters here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that was another that's a whole different other. I don't even want to take up a lot of more of y'all time on that, but it was a whole different thing. My daughters are all adults right now.
You're bad for that.
He got you. He got you, Payne.
He got you.
He got you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on, fellas? Hey, before we get started, thank you, Brother Payne, for your the amusement of your rescue. It was amazing to see, Brother Bennett. Let's get some music in here while I prepare this video that I have for you guys this evening, because JT is talking about something and it relates to the video. So this was made in heaven. So it's good to see everybody. It's good to see Lost in Translation, Corey Hager, R. Payne, JT, Mr. Bennett. I have a great video that I want you guys to see, that a couple of videos I have for you guys here. And we're going to get it in. Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat. Lost in Translation hosting this thing tonight. I appreciate him for being in the building tonight. Let's see who we got in the chat. Crystal Light, what's up? Lady in the boy, what's up? I'm just speaking to everybody real quick. Everybody in the chat, I missed you. Al B, Quincy Pearson, Sean Bolden's in the building with his soft talking ass. Mr. Eugene Steele. The chat, the link is at the top of the chat, man. If you want to hop on, brother. Any guys in the chat that want to hop on, please hit that link and come on up and chill with your boys in the barbershop. We're having a good old time tonight. I've been listening ever since I've been having dinner. I had my bud in my ear. My wife, I was like concentrating. She was just talking. I was looking in her eyes while she was talking, and I was listening to y'all in my left ear. She didn't know it because I had my locks down. But I am here, so I want to play this video for you guys, and hope you guys don't fall out of your seats. Okay. let me play it. Here we go. That shit banging, ain't it, Lost in Translation?
That's fire, man. Captain Jack. That's fire.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it off because we music guys. We'll be here listening to that shit all night. Okay, here we go. Here's the first video. And listen to this lady. It's just like what JT was saying, but a different scenario. Listen to this.
Broke my heart that I could never do it for him. I'll never forget the day we sat on our couch in the living room and he was like, I just want to have a really honest conversation with you. And I just want you to tell me exactly what it is. Not this cute answer, not what you think I want to hear. None of that shit you've been telling me that you're working on it and it's just you and you in your head and all that. Like, for real. And I told him the truth. It's a disconnect. Like, I'm not naturally attracted to you in that way. And it's probably nothing that you could do about it. And his face, it was like, you remember Mortal Kombat when he would go in the chest and snatch the heart out? That's what I felt like I did. In this whole be honest with me, I was like, the man asked me for honesty and I gave it to him, but I don't think that that's what he was thinking I was going to say. And that was pretty much the beginning and the end of our relationship.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Then the weird part for us, that was when the whole open relationship dynamic was introduced, and almost as a means to save our relationship. And in the moment, I didn't think that that's what it was, but I later learned that that was like last ditch effort and a really, really, really bad effort, because because it pretty much tore us apart. I wish we had never done it. I don't have a lot of regrets about anything in life. That's one thing I very much wish we never did. It wasn't for us. And that's also not something you should do to save your relationship. Threesomes, bringing other people into your bedroom to save your relationship, really, really, really bad idea. If it's something you all just like, you think it might be sexy or cool, great, knock yourselves out. But bringing a person in because you're trying to put a Band-Aid on something,
that ain't gonna work.
You're not sexually attracted to your husband, and your husband wanted you so bad he was willing to allow you to have another penis for you to stay in your marriage.
For it.
Yeah, man. Jeez.
I'm here for it.
It's a loser.
Damn. Lost. Go ahead, man. Lead us. Brother.
Man, here's my thing. I think what happens is when people are so excited to be in a relationship, they get with people they ain't attracted with. And they're not being honest up front. You know, this guy probably had the aesthetics of being prepared to be a husband. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it was one of those things she probably wasn't attracted to. It was probably what she used to. So she probably went along to get along. You know, we're going to get married, blah, 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 and went on. And then the truth came out, you know, I don't really feel you like that. I just, you know, got in here for the comfort.
They married him and everything.
And exactly. Because she felt like that was the right thing to do, you know. And sadly, but this happens more than people care to admit, man. You know, years later, they come out, you know, we don't have sex like we used to. You ever seen the videos about them guys talking about sexless marriages and stuff like that? This is where this comes from. You know, when she's not even sexually attracted to her, she is going on to get along, you know, to you know, chase a lifestyle. You know, it's lifestyle over people these days. That's the reason why you cannot shortcut the getting to know you process. You know what I mean? Let your guard down, you know, let these people know who you are so you don't get embarrassed, you know, later on down the road, 5-10 years later, and it's like, surprise, I don't care nothing about you. I don't like you. You know what I'm saying? You dick little and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of them things, man. You got to make sure that you with somebody that really enjoys you. You know what I'm saying? Pastor Gino had said it best, man. He said, guess what?
I don't chase booty.
I don't chase booty. You know what I'm saying? The booty come to him. You know what I mean? So that way you ain't got to worry about that element. You know what I'm saying? That woman told you she was attracted to you. So guess what? All you got to do is do your thing, man. You know, make sure you're attracted to her, she attracted to you, and there ain't gonna be no problem. But in this case, I think that she got into it for the lifestyle and for the security, and not necessarily looking at whether or not she was attracted to him. I think that's what happened. R-Pain, what you think, man?
I agree. I mean, listen, either she was playing chameleon or she gave him signs that she was that interested to begin with, but she married him for security and for whatever he was providing her. And until it got, you know, until she got so horny, she had to say, listen, I can't even hide this shit no more. I want somebody to bust these cheeks, and you're really not it. You know, and
damn, you made it sound so bad, R-Pain.
Hey, man.
She used to a certain stroke. You know?
She wants somebody to bust those cheeks, man. Listen, anytime a woman, if she says that,
R-Pain, you'll make a motherfucker. R-Pain, you'll make a motherfucker go kill himself. If you would sit down talking to me and you like, hey, black man, you know, your wife just wants another man to come and bust those cheeks. I mean, I'll be like that.
Sometimes it's just that simple. Sometimes it's really just that simple. Anytime a woman talks about exploring, I need space, I need to separate, she wants somebody else to bust the cheeks. It's as simple as that. The Tia Mowry bullshit, all this bullshit, man.
Graduating from her marriage, you know.
There's very little things you can't do in a marriage. You know, think about it. Anything they want to do, you can do within the confines of a marriage as long as it's productive towards where you're going. The only thing a woman can't do is let somebody else bust those cheeks. I mean, that's it. And so every time they come to you with some horse shit, they want somebody to beat the pussy up. I'm serious. You know, I mean, that's it. I mean, you know, I don't know how else you guys can take it, right? And so this guy, so she tells him that she's not sexually attracted to him. So he thinks to stay with her, he's gonna sit down here and have an open marriage. Listen.
It was his idea, R-Pain. It was his idea because he wanted her to stay with him.
if you have an open marriage with a woman who ain't sexually attracted to you, first of all, the guy's gonna be beating the hell out of that pussy and doing something you can't do. And then it's not how could you even take that? I don't understand these guys. I really don't, man. I don't know if it's a newfangled man. That's why I tell them I just can't see guys. That's why I told my wife, right? I think she never cheated on me, but I told her, listen, if you ever did, I don't give a shit. I said, at the end of life, don't be fucking sitting down here thinking you want to absolve your soul and go to heaven. Take that shit to the grave with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to know. We had that conversation. I don't want to know. I mean,
Arpay, your wife says you don't want your wife to tell you somebody beat the pussy up.
No, I mean, think about it. That's why I don't understand the guy being mistake, man. That doesn't make me. Because my mom could never stop seeing somebody flipping my wife over, banging her from the back in the front. She's like in the front. Let me tell you, how did a man get over that?
Arpay. And the fucked up thing is, y'all will be moving to another house or something. You fuck around and find the videotape of the shit.
Oh,
no.
Anyway, that sweet James Jones, you know what I'm saying? Break it out.
Yeah, that's enough, man. I swear to God, I don't understand some guys. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Trey, what's up, baby? How you doing, man?
Hey, Trey, what's happening?
What up, Trey? What's happening, man?
What's up?
What's going on, boy?
What's going on? Hey, so I definitely want to hear what Trey got to say. Let's bounce to Trey real quick, Lost. Trey, what are your thoughts about the video?
I mean, this is the reason why I don't believe in that wait until marriage bullshit. You need to find out if you're sexually compatible from the beginning.
No doubt.
What are we waiting on? If sex is going to hold that much weight in a relationship, you need to get this figured out early. And so, marrying a guy that you're not attracted to tells me that they probably try to do things the right way and all that other shit. And here we are. Here's why you don't do it that way. This is the reason why, if you find someone attractive, you go ahead and hop in that sack and be safe about it and see if you have some compatibility, because ultimately it can tear up your relationship down the road. It can tear up your marriage down the road. I know that people, who are pure and, Bible thumpers don't want to hear that, but that's the truth. I'm not wasting time to try to figure out if you and I are sexually compatible later on down the road, because now I've wasted time, emotions, energy, attention, money. I wasted all types of stuff when I could have known from the beginning, you don't really find me that attractive. And I'll land with this. Most women don't find most men attractive. It's always been that way. Most women do not find most men attractive, which is why I tell a lot of the younger guys that I come across, stop chasing these women and fuck with the women who fuck with you. Because that typically means she's attracted to you.
So what if she was a virgin? You want to clap them cheeks before you get married? See if y'all got that bond?
I'm not waiting. I mean, I probably should. Probably the right thing to do. But, virgins are tough. Virgins are tough. Let me tell you why. I've had sex with one virgin in my life, right? Virgins are tough because there is a level of education you're going to have to give her regardless. You're going to have to teach her anyway, right?
Yeah.
The only good part about that is, much like customizing a car, you can kind of do it the way you want to do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And you can kind of make her compatible to you, to your sexual needs, because she is such a blank slate. You know what I mean?
Right,
you can you can work with her on that level, but at the same time, I'll be quite honest with you. I felt like shit about it because I knew it wasn't going nowhere.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was just like, and I asked her several times, "Are you sure you want to do this? Like, are you sure?" Because I knew this wasn't going anywhere, but she didn't want to be a virgin anymore. But as far as a serious relationship, and getting married, it's a touchy subject. On one hand, I can see that it could work because you can kind of mold her into what you need her to be sexually. On the same hand, if you don't have the patience to work with her, it may not work for you.
All right, man. Mr. Bennett. Your wife sit down and say, "You know what, Paul? That thing, that big of a thing that you used to give me, it just doesn't work for me anymore."
Yeah. It would help me a little bit if I knew how long they've been married, because
Yeah.
I think I've said this before, women especially marry their dream, or they're attracted to their dream or the potential of something rather than the reality of something. And so that dream state, or potentially what could be, could very well be attractive to the extent that she's feeling very sexual towards you in that honeymoon phase or whatever. And then when reality sets in, it just doesn't hit the same way anymore. It's like if she thinks things are on the upward trajectory, but then things level out, she just can look at you differently. And so, I mean, how many times? So I don't think this can be helped, or I don't think whatever course of action you recommend is really going to matter. Because again, if she's living off of the fantasy of what potentially could be, she could do all the tricks in the world for you. And then 2, 3, 4 years into the marriage, or after she has her first kid and her body changes, she doesn't feel sexy anymore, or what. There's so many things that can change how she feels about you or how she feels about herself. How many times have we heard, oh, when we were dating, she would give me oral sex in the car on the way to the movie or whatever, or doing the movie in the theater. She would just do all these tricks. And then 5 years later, she just doesn't do that stuff anymore. So what happened that, I hear that more so than anything versus just saying, oh, well, I wasn't sexually attracted to you in the beginning. I think that's a cool thing to say. And I think that's certainly a very, I would rather hear the latter, that you just stopped being attracted to me, rather than saying that you were never attracted to me at all, because then I feel manipulated in a way. But I get that things change. You get married. They say that first year you gain 20 pounds getting married because you're getting them home cooked meals and stuff. At least you used to anyway. I don't know if people still do that anymore. But the marital 15, Pen, you said you lost 40 pounds before you got married to fit into that, to win a bed, got that suit, you looking real savvy in that suit. But the real guy, you put that weight on. I mean, so things can change in a lot of ways that affect men, I don't think it affects us as much, because like I said, if we that testosterone, when it's on, we'll screw pretty much anything. So it doesn't matter. Our women's bodies can change and all that, and we still want it because it is there. But for them, if the reality starts to hit on them, said, look, this is all that is going to be, or he's not going to grow to the way I expect him to, or whatever, that can definitely take away a lot of her attraction to her man. Because women, I think more so than men, are aspirational, and they live based on aspiration rather than this is my life and I'm going to be willing to accept it. And I agree with Trey when he said most women aren't attracted to men. At least they're not attracted in the ways we think. I mean, they're not necessarily looking at your sexual prowess per se. Can you provide? Can you protect? Can you, take me from one situation to another? Is more so what they go on. And to the point that Arpan was making earlier, I think at least one good thing, I don't know if it's good or bad, but certainly one thing that the sexual revolution gave us is that women are starting to factor that in a lot more than they might have used to. Because I don't think that women changed so much, where back in the 40s and 50s, you didn't care how a guy looked, or back in the day when you were arranged marriage, it's like, look, this is your husband. Like it or not, he can have one tooth, one eye, whatever. This is your man, and you're going to have some babies with him. And that's your life. But women now are, if they're going to be factoring in, well, yes, I have to be sexually attracted to him too before I would consider marrying him or a long-term relationship with him. I think certainly that is something that has changed. But if that in fact is going to be a factor in whether or not she's going to stay for the long haul, I would rather know that ahead of time than not. So I'm glad that women are going to be a lot more upfront about sharing that. But I just think, just generally with women especially, sexual desire changes on a lot of factors that just doesn't affect men as much on. And again, too many stories I've heard of, oh yeah, sex, the first 5 years, sex was just awesome. We did it everywhere, anything, whatever. She had the first kid and it game over. I got to beg for it now. That is much more commonplace. I think just things change. I mean, to keep things alive over time, keep it interesting, keep it fun, keep engaging and stuff like that. That's effort. And that takes a lot of discipline, a lot of patience, and a lot of, do you want this relationship to continue to exist and be healthy in certain ways. You know, again, unless women start thinking about it more sacrificially like that, or what can I do to make things better? As long as you guys are both in, you can work through some of that stuff. But if she just gets to a point where she's just not, you gain 40 pounds, you're not the svelte guy who was back in college or whatever, playing football, basketball, whatever, you got that beer gut now, whatever. I can't help if she's not feeling you like that anymore. I just can't. So I think it's just a natural thing that it happens to most, which is why I think Black Man, you had the quote, 70% of marriages today are sexless or around that.
Yeah.
Numbers.
And Mr. Bennett, I'm gonna find the video, Mr. Bennett, because you just made a point. I think that if a woman looks at a man as he's gained weight or whatever, she's no longer attracted to him sexually. And I think that women will be like, yeah, girl, you got every right. But if the roles are reversed, and that woman is no longer the woman she used to be. Oh, Mr. Ben, I got the video. I'm see if I can find it for the end of the show.
I agree with that.
I saw a guy. This guy showed the video on his phone of him and his wife. When I tell you, she was fine, and he said she got pregnant with their son. After that, she got pregnant from her son. She went from Demetria Obligor. Y'all, anybody know who that is?
No.
She went from Demetria to Precious.
No, the weather lady.
Yeah, she went from that Demetria to Precious.
Wow.
It was bad.
Is this the light skinned girl?
Yes, you seen the
neon green.
Oh my god.
Suit on, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my god. I was like, dude.
Snoop podcast, she was on Snoop as a weather girl on Snoop's podcast.
Oh, no, not Demetria now. Demetria, she you know.
That's a whole nother thing right there.
That's a whole show.
Nah, that girl blew up, man. They both got bigger. Man. They both got bigger.
Yeah, they did, but she
blew up though.
Yeah, she was unnoticeable.
Yeah, she won.
Yeah, like I said, but still, most of us, very rarely have I heard a guy say, you know what, you just not, unless you got options like that where you can look outside or whatever. Again, when we get it, we just get it and we just want it. Sometimes, hopefully, we want her and it, but at bottom line, we want it. Right. And so we don't fuss so much over that stuff as a woman may if in reverse.
Ooh. Anybody else want to comment on it before I get this second video? Because when I play this second one, y'all, I'm just giving y'all a heads up. Go ahead, JT.
Shit, the fuck you talking
about? I know. I was waiting for him to ask me, but he didn't want to.
Go ahead. I'm gonna get Corey last because I know Corey listen. Corey finna give it to us. Go ahead, JT.
Paul.
Oh, Trey, you motherfucker. Go ahead, JT. My man. Man, Trey ain't shit.
So look, man. I always, when we had these conversations, I always talk about who we talking to, and what the fuck are we really trying to convey when it comes down to this whole thing of, relationships, marriage, and ultimately it should be marriage. But that's why me and Trey get along so well, because man, listen, I want people to be married and shit like that, but I'm at a point where I don't even think that they can even get to marriage right now because people don't even know how to have relationships with each other. And like I said, maybe it's because of where I come from, but man, listen, it's not hard. We get old and ugly and we die.
Pause.
Is it pause? All right, then.
You said it's not hard yet, so I just want to put that out there.
No, it's not. But I don't get hard on social specialty. I'm sure
Trey started the shit, man.
Yeah, you did it. You started it.
But we have to look at it this way, man. We get old, we get weak, and we die. We lose all the bullshit that we was holding as value when we young. When at the end of the day, man, you want to be able to pass it on to somebody else. And that's what I was like looking at. Like, if you guys heard my story earlier, man, I can have a whole fucking podcast off of just my experience.
Yeah.
But what I learned was that once you start getting old and you start going downhill. For instance, I'm 50. I'm at the pinnacle, bro. Everything else is downhill from here. It's all going on the other side of the hill now, right? But what I have on my side is because I created something that I literally can pass down to my seeds, right? Wisdom, got a little money, you know what I'm saying? I'm still stacking it up. From my experiences, I can actually create something with my seeds. I even got, I got a nephew or whatever that I can pass down to him. And one of the things that I'm looking at is that we have a bunch of people talking about a bunch of minuscule shit. I'm talking about, man, it's crazy. So when we're talking about together, we're talking about building something together, because we're going to eventually die. So what happens after we die is what we need to be talking about. A lot of people don't want to talk about that because they think you're going to live forever. Most people think they're going to live forever.
So basically what you're saying is live for your obituary, not your resume.
Yeah, man, because I ain't gonna even lie, man. Listen, being at the age I am right now, I done been to some funerals, bro, and our obituary looks stupid as fuck. I'm like, that motherfucker didn't. At 12 years old, this motherfucker had invited the Lord into his life. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. It'd be a bunch of fucking lies that I and then they have people that really wasn't in a life that was writing their obituary. That's why it's just, man, if I can't say anything else, understand that you get weak and you get old and you die. What are you going to do? God. Damn it. No, seriously. Look at talk to old folks, man. Talk to old folks that's been together for 70 years. Talk to old folks that they ain't got nobody no more. Talk to some widowers. You know what I'm saying? Talk to them. They seen way more than what we've seen in our life. At the end of the day, this whole goddamn shit about should you get married, should you not get married, what women want, this shit is all stupid shit. Find somebody that you can get along with, somebody that you can live with, somebody that can actually help your ass out when you get old, because you don't know what your life is going to be. I work in a hospital, bro. One of the dopest things I can ever see is a spouse helping their spouse out when it comes out to getting benefits and things like that. Normally, I see women wheeling their goddamn old ass, decrepit ass husband in with one leg, and they're the ones that's speaking, right? They're the ones that, and this is all cultures and ethnic backgrounds and all of that shit. They took it seriously. I talked to an old couple, man, and to hear that they were together for 65 years, man, that shit is dope, because that man couldn't speak no more. He couldn't speak. His wife had to speak for him. I've also seen somebody limping their ass in there with a wheelchair, and they're wheeling themselves. They ain't even got a goddamn the wheelchair with the motor on it. They ain't got that shit. All they got is a fucking wheelchair, and they got one fucking leg, one arm that can actually push. The other one, now they got to get some damn people to come and push them in so they can come and talk to me. They ain't got nobody. And let me tell you what their attitude is. They mad. They mad at the fucking world. Because they was shitting, they was pissing off their goddamn life while they were young. Find you somebody, fuck all that, how they look and all that crazy ass shit. If that's somebody that's attractive to you, that's somebody that can actually help your ass, you better try to make that relationship work. Better try to make that shit happen. If you ain't trying to have no kids, nobody, I don't give a fuck. Then this to the old folks. And to the young folks, while you are young right now, all the shit you see on YouTube and all that shit that talks about this whole thing about men of value and women and all this crazy ass shit, don't look at that shit. Look at somebody in their eyes, talk to them, date them, court them, and try to create a life with them. I'm telling you, you get old, you get by yourself. You don't know how this shit is going to turn out for you when you old. Fuck all that shit when you young. You better have all your fun while you're 19 to 22.
But
23, 24, 25, your ass better start being serious.
Right. And before Corey jump in, I want to say this to you, JT. You know, there's a difference. When I remember when my grandmother, she's almost 92 or going on 92, I think. I remember a time. I remember when my grandmother was 60. You're here. That's fine. Just hand it to me. I remember when my grandmother was 60, and my grandmother put, you know, how she looked at 60. I remember the 60-year-old women that used to come over to the house and, you know, be with my grandmother. But now the 60-year-old is Angela Bassett.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah,
fit, fine. You know, the 60-year-old today ain't the 60-year-old of yesterday. I mean, Angela Bassett is 63 years old.
But however, nigga, menopause don't give a fuck. Menopause don't give a fuck.
It don't. It don't. You're right.
There, you are there.
Hey, your chest can be sassy all it want to, but when it's time to shut the factory down, the factory is shut down.
Naturally gonna shut itself down.
And look, ain't nothing better than having a man that is understanding, a man that's right there that can cater to whatever. He's a servant to you when it comes down to that shit. Man, we are built for women. The little attitudes that they got, we ain't built for men. We're not built to be married to a fucking man. You're not built to be with a abrasive and all that crazy ass shit. I got a woman right now that's sweet as fucking pie, but she can get on my fucking nerves, bro. She showed me that shit. She showed me how she can be. When she gets too abrasive to me, I just tell her, "You fucking abrasive. I'm tired of the bullshit." Guess what she ended up doing? She leave me to my own devices, but then she'll come back to me and be like, "Listen, I just want to get along. I know I was fucked up. Yep, fuck all that shit." How do we get to a point where we back to what we are, right? That's her whole mission. That's her whole fucking mission. She know how much of an asshole I am. She know all that. I'm built for you. You are built for me. When we get mad at each other, we get mad at each other, but it's our fucking business. Because at the end of the day, when shit go wrong, I'm gonna be right there for you. If your car fucked up, our car is fucked up. If I'm broke, we broke. When I got money, we got money. It's simple, but we make it so fucking hard because we don't trust one another anymore.
Well,
this is bullshit, man.
Well, come Tuesday, Trey. I hope Trey gonna be here because I sent him the invite and the nigga didn't respond. But Tuesday, we're having a show that marriage is prostitution.
Lord.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, that's been going around. Look at R-Pain. R-Pain shaking his head because me and R-Pain were battling it out last week, brother. Woo, Lord have mercy. We was defending marriage, boy. It was coming at us. But yeah, so Trey and I'm gonna invite the ones who all they was talking about it. That marriage is a form of prostitution, and we're gonna have that conversation on Tuesday. You know, and yeah, it's gonna be dope. Trey read it. Look at him. He read it right now.
Can I say this though? Can I say this?
Go ahead.
One of the things when I listen to Trey, when I listen to Trey speak, man, because I done seen him on, you know, other panels and things, and Trey triggered the fuck out of people. He would trigger the fuck out of you. You know why? Because we have a lot of people that's married to the ideology of a lot of things. They married to the ideology of what marriage is supposed to be. And Trey would come, dog, and he'd shit on all they fucking ideology, and they get mad, and get pissed off. And I love it because he's supposed to be that guy. Because I understand exactly where Trey is coming from when it comes down to it, man. This shit is a cesspool. It is shitty out here. And it's very hard to find a woman that actually has your back. She can be the nicest woman. She can be the most motherfucking, she can just be meek and all these. These motherfuckers know how to be, what they call them motherfuckers that can change the colors and all that shit.
Chameleon.
She can be that. Until her ass gets you where she wants you at, then she turn into a goddamn, what's the motherfucker that has sex with you and bite your motherfucking head off? See, I don't know.
Mattis does that.
Y'all see, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. It is a scary thing for men. And at the end of the day, what Trey is telling motherfuckers is that, man, fuck what y'all talking about. You got to dig deeper. That's all he talk about. And he challenges the ideology of a lot of these men because what I've got from it was that, nigga, y'all the fucking problem. Y'all the fucking problem because y'all not speaking the fuck up. And men get fucking mad. And I'm glad you added that, dog. I didn't know it was going to be tonight for me to thank you for saying the shit that you say. Because you call the men out. You don't spend your time talking to these goddamn women. You already know what it is with them. When it come down to these motherfucking men, man, we got to start being a little more honest in that. We have to be a lot more honest. Not a little more, but a lot more honest.
I was on a podcast earlier. I won't say who it was, but it's normally run by a woman, but she brought her husband on for once. And I told her, I said, listen, you guys, you married people have to do this more. You have to do this more often. You have to bring your significant other on, and we need to be able to see the dynamic between the two of y'all. I can see instantly the chemistry, the love, you know what I mean? They were laughing, they were bouncing off of each other. That's what we need to see more of. If you're pushing and advocating for marriage, I don't want to talk about the bad parts of marriage no more. We know this shit's fucked up. Everybody knows it already. Start talking to me, guys like me who are almost 40, who are not necessarily so far removed from being married, but are just looking at it like, if I don't want that, I definitely don't want that. You guys have great marriages, but we don't see enough of it. And I feel as though, and I hate to say the word feel, but I'm going to use it. I feel as though on these YouTube streets, on these streams, we see a lot of guys who want to talk about what it should be. And I am not stupid enough to believe that that's how marriage is. I am smart enough to know that bitch has ebbs and flows, peaks and valleys, and then you're going to hate her one day and you're going to love her to death the next day. And that's how it works. I understand that. But I want to see more married men come out here and say,
right. That's what I love this woman to death. Yeah, that's what we always preach, though. We always preach. Not all
of y'all.
Not all of us, but that's what I preach for sure. I tell y'all all the time from jump. Marriage is not easy. Some days you're gonna like her, some days you're gonna want her to put her ass behind the couches and push the couch on her. I mean, it's ebbs, like you said, it's ebbs and flows. Sometimes you're gonna love her and you want to make love to her every day. Woo! And then some days you're gonna be like, damn, I hope somebody call her and say that they want her to do something. I mean, it's gonna be
black man, objectively speaking, do we hear more negative about marriage or more positive about marriage?
Well, you're always gonna hear from the dissatisfied the most.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
They're gonna be the loudest. Because think about it. If somebody's happy, they're quiet and they're pleasant, and you're not gonna hear from them. And they're gonna be enjoying their marriage. And they ain't finna come online and be like, "Ooh, I got a good thing. Hey, y'all, check this out." They're gonna be like, "Oh, I'm finna enjoy what I got right now while I got it." You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Now, Corey Hager, I'm gonna say this. Because this was the next video, but Corey Hager, I'm gonna play this and then you come right in after this video, okay? Because you may run into a wife like this. You may have a woman who wants to be like this, Mr. Bennett. I hope you're sitting down. If somebody may have a wife that they married and need this type of attention.
Now this is talent. This is talent.
That's what I was saying. All right, so my name's Kayla.
That don't matter. That don't matter. Come sign this, baby girl.
Oh, okay.
You genuinely already did it.
All right.
Corey, what the fuck?
Why am I not surprised that she's hog-tied?
Corey? All right, go ahead, Corey.
You guys you trying to make me scratch my eyes out?
No, I just want you to see your brother acting a fool down in Alabama. Go ahead.
That is not my brother.
And that is Mississippi. And that is Mississippi. That is not Alabama.
My brothers do not act like that. My brother.
Officer translates what you say.
Anybody can be my
That is
brother.
not Alabama. That is Mississippi. That's exactly what that is. From the Mississippi down to the East Coast. You know what I'm saying?
So
Never
Corey,
been to the East Coast.
the first video, and then you see the black lady want to get hog tied and she want to get punched in her thighs because that turns her on before sex. Go ahead.
You want me to pick up from here?
Yep.
You're gonna show that travesty, and then you're gonna want me to talk.
Oh, you didn't see it?
Yeah.
Now this is talent. This is talent.
That's what I was saying. All right, so my name's Kayla.
That don't matter. That don't matter. Come sign this, baby girl.
Oh, okay.
You genuinely already did it.
All right.
You're so wrong for that.
Corey.
You're so wrong for that. Oh my
Go ahead,
God. Where the hell do you find this stuff? Oh, why are you looking? Is another thing.
I almost spit this damn water all over the damn thing. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Corey.
Hey, Corey, black man algorithm jacked up just like mine. We see the same videos all day.
Exactly, Trey. So, Corey, if you are married and right in the middle of your marriage, your wife says, "Hey, baby, I want you to hog tie me and punch me a couple of times."
I'll tell her, hang on, I'll get the rope. I'm gonna go pack my bag and I'm leaving. I'm going down that driveway. You can find somebody else clap them damn cheeks. I don't care. It's not my job to do it like that. I'm out. Bye.
To hear you old fellas say clap them cheeks is funny as shit. Oh my God, it's hilarious to hear y'all say clap them
from where our pay left off, because who the hell's gonna beat that? I mean, no, I am not going out to the barn. The hell.
Now, Mr. Bennett was smiling. So, Mr. Bennett, would that be something you want to participate in?
Listen, laugh right there, though.
I don't think so. But look, I've always thought in marriage there's three things. There's obviously there's things that you're into, things that she's into, and then there's things that you're neutral about, and then you have your nevers. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that would probably go into the never category for me. But
the hell no category.
Look, there might be some things that my wife might be into. If she said, like, I'd be surprised if she said it, but if she did, I would have to, just as a husband, I would have to at least give it a try. I'm not saying this in particular, but but that, to me, that's my job. Part of my job is to please my wife in the way she wants to be pleasing. And if she shares something like that with me, I would at least have to try, because there's things that I may do that, again, don't do anything for me personally. But because it turns her on, then I'm into it. For the simple fact that it turns her on. So you're going to have those gray areas that are like, yeah, done enough for me, but something like that would probably go into the never category, at least something like something like that. But, you know, tying up, maybe, again, that'd be a maybe for me. But the beating and hitting on, I don't believe in hitting a woman at all. I just couldn't bring myself to do that. Even in joking, we don't play, fight, or we don't do any of that stuff.
That lady needs a therapist.
I just don't believe in that at all.
My God.
I'm not into the hitting. I'm not into the hot waxes. I'm not into any of that BSDM stuff. I'm just not into that stuff. So I just couldn't, you know.
Boy, Mr. Bennett, you sound like stale rice.
Hey, turn that frown upside down.
Trey, you gonna tie that woman up and punch her, Trey?
I'm gonna knock her ass clean out.
Trey said he gonna take that rice and turn it to some rice pudding, put some sugar on it, buddy.
Hey, listen,
that's some wild long grain rice right there.
It's funny that you bring this up. I have a cousin. He's 23, and he just graduated from college, and he got a job with NASA, and he's starting to sort of find his way with women. You know what I mean? And we've been kind of talking lately. And this sort of subject kind of came up about rough sex and all this type of stuff. And I told him something. I said, listen, they have done studies, peer-reviewed studies. They've done studies on this about women. You would be surprised at the amount of women who prefer rough sex. It's a lot more than what you think. There are a lot of women, and what I've learned throughout my, healthy sex life is that the nastiest, dirtiest thing I've ever thought of doesn't even compare to the shit that she's thinking in her head. It's not even close. And they've done these studies where they've tested women on what arouses them. We're talking about everything from orangutans fucking to, it's all kinds of wild stuff.
Right. Yeah.
We're not even close. So when I see this, it's just a woman who's finally saying, if anything, she's probably feels free because this is what she's probably been wanting for a long, long time. Now, yeah, the punching might be a little bit. That's why we draw.
Yeah, like I said, you're gonna have your line. That's why
like a heavy bag. I'm gonna treat her ass like a heavy bag.
I'm gonna walk the hell out.
With the 1-2 Trey.
Look, 1-2, 1-2. Slip the jab. 1-2.
Slip the jab.
Nate's gonna be cut by, man. I heard
Trey needs like Grace Jones in his life. Grace Jones would have been perfect.
Oh yeah, wow.
Grace Jones.
Oh, she'd take him out.
Bro,
she had Trey running up out of there.
Yeah, she'd have Trey tied up, punching him on that pole.
Listen, Grace Jones don't want these problems. I seen Boomerang. She don't want these problems.
You can stop it.
Gracious Jim.
You want Thorning's down?
She's like,
yeah,
no, Thorning's down.
This is
nobody can do this.
Why? Black man, to tell you the truth, I've done things to women to make them hyperventilate and pass out, but I ain't never thought about knocking one out during sex. I mean, my God.
Yeah, man.
But even when you talk about like sex, bro, you know how violent sex is when it comes to us, man. The shit is violent. It's very violent. Let me tell you one of the things that turn a man on.
It's really primal.
All of that.
Some of those things for men that actually is when we are in control. Because this is the thing, we do the fucking. I don't give a fuck how much she can try to pump back. Ain't nothing more sexy than me having her knees real close to her ears. Real close to her. And I can make that. Do you understand that women need why women is a cheerleader? Why you have women as cheerleaders? Yes. Why they having the cheerleaders? Because women will, man, do you know the sound of a woman moaning is music to your fucking ears? Yeah, they're cheerleading.
Oh, you're wrong for that one. Oh my God.
Girl is on fire.
Stop.
Right now, boy, I go straight lip on that one, boy. I can't do nothing with that one.
When we out here and we look, it's about conquering, dog. Let's be for real about it. It's about conquering. That's why when you have women that are motherfucking very beautiful and a man get a chance to have sex with her, he's trying to knock the bottom off that motherfucker. It's violent. It's fucking violent.
You see that with the pretty girls too? I don't know. I see guys going at it more aggressively with the not so almost like
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying justified.
You're almost justified, but the pretty ones are the ones that look innocent or angelic. I don't see guys going as hard as that.
Yeah, you could go longer with an ugly girl.
I'm talking about before you even go, when you got it in your mind.
Yeah.
You have it in your mind. You trying to knock, you not trying to make her look pretty. You trying to make her look as ugly as possible. You want her fucking cheeks to be red. You want her nose to flare up. She looks just like she do when she's pregnant. getting ready to have that fucking baby. It's a violent thing. This is why when I be hearing women talking, I be like, shut the fuck up.
Hey, now let me tell you,
y'all want that Klingon sex,
motherfucking man. You are not fucking. You are getting dick.
Y'all want that Klingon sex picture, man.
Now, JT, I'm gonna tell you something. Shout out to Michael Parks, my cousin. Michael Parks said he was having sex with this girl, and she was a nurse. She's a nurse. He said something about when she was riding him, he opened up, and when she knew he was about to ejaculate, she put her thumb right at the corner of his hip or something, open up some type of gland or some shit. He said, bro, I thought that my body, he said, I lost control of my body for like 30 seconds. He said his feet was shaking, body was trembling all over the fuck. I said, damn. I said, boy, I bet that shit was wonderful.
And you wonder why niggas want to explore, and you wonder why niggas want to explore other men, because women are out here trying to make the motherfuckers out to be guinea pigs, searching for their fucking G spot. Don't worry about my G spot. I got a D spot, brother. That's all I got.
He said he couldn't even speak. He couldn't moan, holler, say shit, nothing. He said he was just she put his ass on the wall.
Let me ask a question on the panel then.
He married her.
Do you guys prefer for a woman to take control? Because look, the only thing that I'm looking at is, do you want her to take control and have your ass on the table and have your legs up looking like you should?
Hold on now, JT. Ain't nobody on this panel gonna do that. But you know what? These younger niggas on these panels talking about getting pegged. Have y'all been seeing this shit?
No, we haven't.
Don't go there.
On these panels, it's okay to let your woman peg you. Shit.
She gonna lead your ass down to homosexuality.
Yep.
A lot of these dudes are doing the Amazon position. Y'all seen that?
Hell no. I know. I'm gonna order stuff from Amazon tomorrow, but I ain't never seen no Amazon.
The Amazon position is the dude lays on his back and he pulls his legs up, and then she basically hops on, and she's basically on top of the missionary. So she's doing the work, but he's up with his legs. Basically, it's like the roles are reversed. A lot of guys are into that, but they're all younger guys. And that's listen. This is how I know, and I've said this. I just literally said this to a woman yesterday. I know you're submissive. I've said it to every woman I've ever come across. I know you're submissive. How do I know? Because in the bedroom, your ass is submissive.
Exactly.
So I know you are submissive. I know you know how to follow leads. I know you know how to follow directions. Because when I'm having sex with you, I'm telling you exactly what to do, how to put your legs, how to lay like this. I'm telling you exactly what to do, and you're not arguing with me. You're not challenging me. You're not questioning me. You're doing exactly what the fuck I'm telling you to do. Why? So I know you know how to do this. You're just choosing not to outside of the bedroom. But inside the bedroom, you're very submissive. No, I don't take charge, take the lead. No, I'm a wig snatcher. I will pick your ass up and throw you over my shoulder and take you upstairs and handle my business. I'm not all that. I'm not. You're not in charge of nothing. Did you hear
what I said? Now, I know my wife.
Our feelings.
You're right. I know my wife sleep, so I can say this. I'm gonna edit it out too. I'm gonna edit it out after this.
Don't say it, bro.
But I'm gonna say she sleep.
Say it.
I remember long. There was this white girl, and she changed my life a little bit. A little bit. She said, I'm gonna get on time. I said, yeah, go on, go do your thing. Let me sit back here and let you shit go on. Shit. She started riding that dick, boy, and then I don't know what she did. She didn't adjust, she didn't grab no dick, nothing. She just was riding that thing, slipped back for a couple of inches, and come back up. It was in her ass. She didn't touch it or nothing. I said, and she looked at me. She said, "You like that?" I said, "I love you." Listen. That butt man, she can suck Jerusalem through Israel. Listen. And I just said after that was over, bro. If it wasn't for her mom and dad and moving to California, boy, I don't know how the world looked today. Boy,
Black man would have had to call this the swirlers.
Swirl man. Damn, boy.
I love you.
Hey, you know what, Corey? I swear I looked at there now. She said, "You like that?" I said, "I love you." I did. I told her. I don't know how she did it. She didn't adjust. She didn't move. She just slid back just a
hoe.
And when she came back up, I said, "Yeah, damn, girl."
Hey, black man. I was in the Air Force, and it was a white girl that took me to Splash Town, and I'm sitting here like, is this girl pissing on me?
Man,
she's the first one that took me to Splash Town. It was a white. I never forget it. I'm looking at her. She looking at me like, "What's your problem?" I'm like, "What is going on right now? You soaking the bed up? What is Splash Town, bro? I thought I was at a water park.
Super soaker.
Just freaking
listen. That's why when I hear these young niggas talking, I'm telling you right now, man, sex is a fucking weapon, bro. Sex is a goddamn weapon. Cause that motherfucker. Look, I didn't believe it at first when mother was like, "I'm a sex addict." No, you can be a sex addict. No doubt about it, bro.
Oh yeah.
It ain't a motherfucking drug that's better than sex, bro. It ain't. It ain't a motherfucking drug. Listen, sex done got presidents in trouble.
Yep, I did not sleep with that woman.
Oh no! Way before that.
You're right.
JFK and
him and his brother hitting the same chick.
Both of them tearing the line.
I got one for you guys.
And line it out.
Sex is the reason why the Jews and the Arabs are fighting, because when Abraham went into the tent.
Come on,
that's
Rich.
the longest sibling rivalry.
Come on, Rich.
Hey, you preaching. You preaching.
And his wife
brothers and sisters going on in it.
I mean, so it's way all the way back.
Sarah said, "Go ahead."
Wasn't that whole
Sarah
war?
said, "Go ahead."
Whole war
yeah, Sarah said, "Go ahead, do your
Troy
thing."
And Helena Troy, wasn't that over some pussy?
Yeah.
It wasn't over some pussy, man. Shit, man. Come on.
Hey, you know, Samson laid on Delilah's lap. She said, "Talk to me, baby. Tell me what it is. What makes you strong?" Shit. He said, "Baby, he said, I can't tell you." She said, "Oh, come on, baby. Don't do like, don't be. See that? If it was somebody else, you'd tell them." Okay, baby. It's in my locks. Shit. She grabbed them Oscar clippers.
That's it. That's the most popular edge of all time.
Yeah, blind is a good message.
Yeah, bro, you know what? That's why we have to have. That's why we have to have discipline, not dick discipline. You gotta have some motherfucking discipline, because it can get out of fucking control, bro.
Mr. Bennett.
But JT, you know how difficult that
his wife convinced her daughter to seduce the daddy, to seduce the king. In the Bible, the king.
Yeah, her uncle.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, she had her daughter seduce her own daddy. I mean, that's crazy.
That was her. That was her bloodline uncle too.
Yeah, that's her blood man. Even Lot, when he left and his wife turned to a pillar of salt, his two daughters fucked him. They got him drunk and they fucked him. If the Bible, look, dog, if the Bible got its own soap opera, bro, the ratings will be through the roof.
Oh, hell yeah.
It'll be R-rated too.
What?
It'll be X-rated.
Did you hear about Mary and Joseph?
Yep.
I'm trying to tell you.
Joseph
you know,
went out of
Jesus was a
town and
side
Mary
baby.
came back pregnant.
Man.
Man, listen, it depends on what world you live in. If you're
trying to blame shit on God.
If you're a secular man, if you're a secular man, Mary was the first artificial insemination. She saw a white cake. She saw a white cake. And she went into a cloud. That was the anesthesia, and she woke up pregnant, man. That was the first time. Man.
I don't know what happened.
Turkey basted her and shit.
Kids come slide down the base to talk about
you know what? I had the people in my church laughing, bro, because you remember the story of Joseph when he ran from pussy. Mr. Billy, you remember what I'm talking about? Know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
When he ran from the king's wife, she was trying to give him that ass. Boy, Joseph said, He said, "I'm running." I don't believe that. I think Joseph hit that ass. And they left that part out. But no, you can see, you know what? I mean, I don't think no man was going to run from that. But I guess Joseph, you know, he was.
Yeah, that's tough.
It was tough.
Bro, do you know how hard it is to run for pussy? You gonna catch Charlie horse trying to run from that pussy, bro. You gonna
no. Hey, you know what used to be so nasty though, not nasty. But well, I'll say nasty. The older women back in the day, they used to tell the young boys, "You can't handle this pussy. I'll put this gray bulldog on your ass. There ain't nothing you can do." I remember them days. Woo, boy.
Yeah,
I was say sex starts with what? It starts in the mind. Sex starts in the mind. So that's what I was that's what I was saying about like with women. When they found out the psyche of a man, bro, that was the worst thing that could have ever happened to us, bro. Because the thing is not dick discipline. It's not getting yourself in the goddamn situation. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, when you see it happening already, you already know, but your imagination already got you already there. I'm talking about women black man, you already talked about it. They will surprise the fuck out of you.
Man, if you with some shit, you'll be like, oh my God.
And next thing you know, this motherfucker down giving you sloppy toppy, your pants down, she getting ready. You like, what the fuck did I just get myself into? Like I said, bro, I don't care. Men from all walks of life has fallen.
Right.
Yep. And JT, the girl, I swear to God, one time girls gave me, I told her, I said, baby, I'm, you know, out of courtesy, I'm about to bust one. She got mad. She stopped. She said, I said, what's wrong? What you stop for? She said, because you taking from the shit. I'm not turning on about it no more. Don't tell me we feel nut. Just fucking nut in my mouth. Damn. I said, I'll see you tomorrow. I said, you gonna be mad at me tomorrow? See, I'm not telling you nothing else. I'll see you tomorrow.
It get you in trouble.
What?
It get you in trouble.
Listen, bro.
That's why
man,
cute
it's another white girl. Right now, it's another white girl.
Women, bro.
Yep.
Another white girl. Yeah, you gotta watch them white girls. I'm telling you.
In Louisiana, where I'm from, the town that I'm from, all the white girls were a surplus, and they love the black dudes because they love to piss their daddies off.
Ooh. Oh my God. Daddy issues.
Oh, they was down for whatever.
Not the race fucking.
Oh my God. Ooh, and that's the best sex ever. When you know her dad is racist.
I'm mad
oh my God. Well, I just felt like I was fucking the oppressor's daughter. God.
You know, that's one of the biggest problems that every man has to face is he has to face her childhood. That's what the man's got to deal with. He's got to deal with her crazy ass childhood.
Bro,
you preaching that, Corey.
Everything was good, Corey. Yeah, you're right, Corey. Everything was good, Corey, until one day we were at the school and they brought us together for some shit. I don't know why. Yeah. And they played the fucking movie Rosewood.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they put us in the auditorium, black, white, mixed us all together and played Rosewood. And the white boys started laughing when they the part when he was finna bury his own sister. He said, I don't have but one good arm. They said, we ain't got but one good shovel. Right? And all the white dudes was like, yo! And all you heard at the crowd was, all you heard from the black side was, what the fuck funny? And the shit ended.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, that's what shit.
You want to start a race war? Keep playing goddamn Rosewood. Keep playing that motherfucking shit,
bruh.
I do have a question. Well, I want to bring our pain back into this because our pain talks about how our women have lost their virtues or whatnot. But from what I'm hearing from this, like white women have never had an issue with being more sexually open or whatever. It's, if anything was changed, I don't know if necessarily if the level of promiscuity changed, but certainly black women who like in back in my day, back in the 80s or whatever, most of the stuff you guys are talking about sisters just wouldn't do. I don't
come on, you preach
right now. Sisters, they level up, so it's almost like one of the things that feminism, if anything, because that started with white women, what that brought to the table, black women started adopting a lot more of those practices. So black women aren't as, that's taboo anymore or what have you. But it seems like this virtue signaling that our parents talking about, I don't know if that's something that white women ever had, because it seems like all this
Well,
stuff.
I was talking mostly from a black perspective, but even with white women back then, all the shit that they're
But they
talking
weren't doing
about.
it. But why the
Just
disparity? Why were the white women doing all this stuff that black man just went down? We
No,
just
I agree with you. We're in agreement. Sisters were never doing that stuff back in my day. You got a sister that sucked your Johnson in the 60s. She was a miracle worker, man. I mean, she was Teresa, man. Are you kidding me? Yeah, shit.
She's a nurse in the hospital. Yeah. Lawyer in the courtroom.
Wait. So you said in the 60s, if you got some dome in the 60s, you take her home.
Yeah, man.
Hell yeah, because she was a nurse. She was an RN and shit.
I didn't know much about. I didn't know much about. I didn't know much about the white side.
Mr. Bennett, you started this, Mr. Bennett.
It was
you did it.
Increase in promiscuity with white women as well from then till now. We just didn't see it. They were a lot looser. Remember now,
I'm saying, but why does
it's a whole lot more white people here in America than blacks.
Yes.
Right. But so they had a different dynamic than we did, man. Especially back then when there was no integration as much. So I think what you just said is I would agree with that. Back then, sisters weren't doing all that shit. They adopted
I'm still getting to like what happened. So why that divide, that great divide got swallowed up to the almost point where the sisters are now, because you don't see a lot of. I mean, how many white artists do you see out there now who are promoting sex in this fashion? Who are the white girls out there doing the tour?
Okay.
I mean, I think Miley Cyrus. I think she went through something where she just came of age and she started doing some crazy stuff, but she's not really relevant. But you don't have it.
She turned right back white again. She was like, "Fuck this shit."
Oh yeah.
Iggy Azalea.
She's not relevant anymore. I'm just saying, it's like every new artist, all the new rap, all the new stuff coming out. It's like you got to be just raunchy. You don't have any white.
Yeah, but that's
girls
not
in general coming out new artists. Much more like Billie Eilish, more so than.
Why don't you let me answer your question, because I know where you're already going. You can't compare the dynamics in the black community to white. One thing about white people in this country, they do protect their image better than we do. Remember now, we don't control our image, right? So the artists who come out in the black community with all the ratchet shit, guess who their bosses are? You know, so that stuff, even on YouTube, the most ratchet shit is allowed to stay. If you have a couple of podcasts and you say a few words, they're taking your shit down because of the people in charge. So the black folks, white women put batteries in black women's back with feminism. Black women took feminism and took it to the ultra level where we are now. And that's why black women accept all kinds of shit. White women never said, I got my money and I don't need no man. That's a black woman's trope, right? I mean, you know, white women, no matter what their bullshit that they talk about, in the end, they still want to be covered by their white man. That's why they still vote the way they do. You know,
they go crazy though. They go crazy and then they wise up.
They go crazy, but they still understand when to pull that shit
and then they wise up. They get smart.
I just thought about something.
We ain't gonna put up with that crap too long.
Let me give you another one. Let me give you another one, Mr. Bennett. Look at the body positivity.
Replace your ass real quick.
Let me give you the body positivity, right? The big fat fucking black women, right? They'll have a Fabletics commercial. They'll have a nice slender white woman doing exercise. They'll have a nice goddamn infant man. Then they put a big behemoth black woman and talk about, you know, this shit is like, yo, body, you know, she's getting in shape doing yoga and her ass takes up the whole fucking screen. You know, I mean, come on. I mean, you know, white people don't let their image get control that way. Guess who called white women Karens? White people. They name those chicks who go crazy Karens because they shame them. Guess who hate the so-called white trash? I ain't even saying that.
It's white trash. You can say it.
White people coin that phrase, not us.
We're not afraid to say white trash when it's white trash. You just say white trash.
They shun those people, man. We embrace our debauchery. That's why we got fucking Sexyy Red on the cover of this bullshit.
Oh God.
You know, I mean, we embrace all the worst shit for us, up to and including the debauchery of the goddamn rainbow community. You know, I mean, you know, just we're in bad fucking shape.
So your point, if I was to wrap it up, Arpan, so your point is that certainly we got a lot of the sexual nature we got from, I guess, white people or white women, but then our black women took it to the
It's completely untethered.
Well, you want to know white trash? Is that white guy that was punching that black woman in the leg. If I was a business owner, I'd never hire that guy.
Yeah.
He's got a freaking mental problem. You ain't gonna represent me. That's white trash. That is white trash.
Well, you know,
I'm bringing him back to the slaughterhouse. He can cut some meat up. You know what I'm saying? He look like he enjoy his job. You know what I'm saying?
That's just my impression of how things going.
I feel you. I appreciate that.
You know?
I appreciate it. Yep.
You know, Arpan, I just thought about something, man. You said that white women trick black women into going to work. Could you imagine if this was slavery and black women are storming out and feel, give me this bag. I'm going to fill this bag full of cotton. I'm going to work. You know what I'm saying? And they sitting on the porch with a sweet tea, just chilling, watching them go out there and work themselves to death. You know, if you take the same concept, it don't make sense. You know, you want to be at home with your man, but you rather go out here in this field and go to work. That don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Yeah, well, what can you say? You know, there's a lot of stuff, man, that goes on that don't make sense. I remember now, you know, a lot of black, not all, but a lot of black women, man, they wish they had features of white women. That's why they have the issues with colorism. They got that's why they got their hair wearing white women's hair and all that shit, man. I mean, come on,
but you know what, Arpan?
Man.
But you know what the difference was? Back in the day, women had that figure, that body, those curves, those breasts, right? And when I was in school, we had white girls whose ass was flat as a Hallmark gift card. And now when you see these white girls, they damn near as fine as the black.
Vanessa Van Noy, she came out and that changed everything. Guys.
Man, and the other day, my wife said, I don't understand why so many men are infatuated with this Wonder Woman character. I said, are you crazy? I said, this woman is beautiful. Oh, she's gorgeous. And she said,
she need a son.
What are you talking about, Linda Carter?
Yeah, she's not Linda Carter. No. She's not Linda Carter. No one.
Oh, you talking about Gal Gadot?
Broke the mold.
You talking about Gal Gadot?
Linda, that broke the mold. That's it.
Man.
Never again. That was my first crush ever. Like
Linda Carter.
I crushed hard. 1975 when Wonder Woman came out, and I was done. I was absolutely done.
She do that little spin. She gave you a little.
Oh my gosh! She picked the glasses. and to this day, I've always been attracted to women who wear glasses because it's almost like you got that dual thing. You can look like the bookkeeper or the librarian. Them glasses come off. You take that care out and whip it around. Like I'm
Arpan said that they use. This is what they use. I got this for you, Arpan. This is for you because you started this shit. Mr. Bennett planted the seed, but you grew the flower. And so I want to show you. Is this what you're talking about when you say they use us for commercials? Is this what you're saying?
You're just down. You lost your powers.
That Lizzo?
No.
God. Why?
And so, hey, Piggy, did he give her a happy ending? Did she get a happy ending? Oh my God, man! Jesus Christ!
You know what?
Okay,
they had the good music on too.
I gotta go. He's just gotta keep flowing. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. Blackhead, you done burnt my eyes. I gotta go put holy water on them now. I gotta go. You gentlemen, have a great night.
Corey, hold on, Corey, before you go, okay? Before you go.
Don't you dare.
Before you go, I got something I want to say, okay? Just one more time, okay?
You lost your powers. I lost your powers. Yeah. You still love the taste of you, but now you're kind of sour. Lost the
You're an asshole. You sir are an asshole. You're an asshole. You know that?
Corey ain't fooling nobody. You just gave Corey his material for the night. He didn't grab the lotion and the sock. He gonna go find that.
Okay, all right. I'm done.
You done gave him what he needed.
You guys win. You guys win. I'm good.
Corey didn't want to leave until after he saw that. Corey didn't want to leave until after he saw that video. Now I ain't tripping. Have a point now.
Well, you bring up Nichelle Nichols from Star Trek. Now that's a woman. I don't know where y'all
gonna get on that phone and now he can be like,
I want me some glory.
Yes, she was.
Yes, she was. I'm sorry. You got to go back. Hang on. You got to go back to Nichelle Nichols. I'm sorry.
That ain't
Nichelle Nichols broke every barrier, everything. She came out.
She ruined me.
Nichelle Nichols, that was game over right there.
that woman is something.
She's fun. She was.
All right, so, I'm out of here. You guys keep burning my eyes.
Good, man. So our pain. Is that the thing you were talking about?
That was the commercial, but it fit the bill. It works. It just, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're talking about. They be in like yoga class or whatever, and the woman's like twice as big as any other girl.
Every time they show a sister, man, she's gotta be huge, man. You know.
I'm gonna go out of here thinking about Nichelle Nichols. I ain't gonna think about what black man can
do. Rich, isn't that statistically?
Good night, guys.
Isn't that statistically?
Nice.
Wouldn't that be statistically factual? I mean, 80% of black women are overweight.
No. Well,
so wouldn't that be a proper representation?
It's the number is 8 out of 10.
Yeah, wouldn't that be a proper representation?
No. Wait a minute. Okay, we're talking about women. You know, we're talking about
they put overweight mannequins. Well, hold on. They put. I was in the mall. Let me tell you something. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna let you cook. They put overweight mannequins in Victoria's Secret.
No, they did too. I mean, they stopped the okay. I hear what
Victoria's Secret shut down the overweight though. They're not doing that no more.
Okay,
it just got announced either yesterday or today. They're
you mean they're
not making no money.
Man, come on. That whole woke shit. Listen, how many fat black people, not fat black people, fat people, men get any kind of play in body positivity? You a fat guy. You're eating craps off the ground, man. You know, and nobody wants to give you nothing. Even fat women don't want fat men. Man, they'll say it. They'll say, "Hey, man, you fat bastard, man. I want a nice, slender, Hulk-looking figure." They be 800 fucking pounds, and they want the Hulk. And you a fat dude, you over here, man.
And you had this stuff in the 80s and 90s with the rappers, but I mean, you had the Fat Boys, then you had Heavy D, then you had obviously Biggie and whatnot. So that's
Gerald Levert.
You did have that for a while, and remember Fat Luther. Big Luther.
Yeah, Fat Luther.
Big Luther.
But what he's saying to his point is this. You got Lizzo, right? Overweight woman, right? When she have her male figures around her, who does she have around her? It ain't a bunch of fat men. When you see all these women that's out here having an image in their videos, they don't have fat men in their videos. They have niggas that's buffed out, not even regular dudes. They got motherfuckers, they got pecs that's out here 12 inches fucking long and shit. These motherfuckers is out here, they ain't even an average guy. So to Payne's point is that they're not going to set that fucking image. Them women, they can be out. It's kind of like we can be overweight, we can be all this shit, but when it comes down to the guy, he can't be short, he can't be fat, he can't be none of this shit right here. When you hear them speak, they talk about what it is that they want in a man, and that is not a myth when they say they want somebody that's 6 feet. You know, now they saying 5'11". You know what I'm saying? Or bigger, you know what I'm saying? So I fit I fit it too. I'm right there with you, Trey. They want the motherfucker to
finally, JT, I'm in there, JT.
Hey, look, I said I fit the motherfucking bill. I'm there.
You know what? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, fellas. Fat kids come from somewhere. Somebody hidden that somewhere. Please believe that.
No, hidden it.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, hold on now. Hey, listen, if we're gonna be transparent, we need to be transparent all the way around. I know some of you niggas on this panel and caught a fat girl by 11:30, 12 o'clock at night, big hard as the interstate, and that's the only pussy you can get. Stop.
And black man, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you. That shit was fire too.
And come on. And then guess what? When you leave, she talking about, can I see? When you leave, she talking about, can I see you tomorrow? No.
Yeah, but also,
he done made you breakfast and shit before you left.
Right now, you were talking about what the white girls do. Yeah, chance you would get with a black woman to do that if she was fat, because she understood that she had to do more in order to keep you around. So if you were going to get that kind of action, it was going to be from the obese girl, not the one who looked like a model. She was, that was
exactly. And the white girls, Mr. Bennett, the white girls would invite it though. The white girls would invite it. This is what the white girls would do. I'm telling you, I was like, man, I told the girl, I told you that really she molested me. That white girl did something to me. But anyway, one day she was like, I can't have sex with you today. I said, I'm appalled. I said, why? She said, because my period on. I said, damn. She said, don't you worry. I got something else. I got somewhere else you could put your penis.
Boy, I love a problem solver.
Bro. She invited it herself. A black girl be like, shit, you gotta wait till my period go off. Yeah, I mean, but that white girl said, I got somewhere else for it to go. You can put it in my ass, put it in my mouth, whatever, what you want to do. I said,
black
here it again, lost in translation. I did this. I said, oh, you muted. I think it's because you muted. There it is. Shit. I'm trying to tell you. Boy,
hey, but it comes from a point, man, because we would find the things to qualify women, right?
Yeah.
They would do total opposite with us. They would find the things to disqualify us in order for, that's what it comes down to. Listen, white fat women understand that they're fat.
They do.
Why do you think they are still married?
Yep.
They're married. These motherfuckers, because again, when you see it, the older that you see the people, the more you'll see the man and the woman, and she is not as beautiful as. Have you guys ever seen a woman, man, that's like, she's a senior citizen, but you can tell that woman kept herself up all her fucking life. You can see she old. You can see, you know what I'm saying? But when you see it, you be like, I understand. And then you hear her talk, you be like, God damn. And then you say, I've been married for 44 years. I've been married because that's what it's supposed to be. Right now, we got a bunch of motherfuckers out here waiting till they 45 years old. And I'm not talking about men, because it's way harder for us. I'm talking about women. Men, it is so fucking hard for us to actually, when we are about ourselves, it is so hard for us to get with a woman and be able to share, because what we're going to do is be sharing with her. We share with them. This is why it's so hard for us when we have shit that because we don't want to part with the shit we worked hard for. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. That's why I can never be mad at a fucking man that sit back and be like, man, I know I ain't married. I ain't trying to do that shit right now. Because they're like, it's not important to me. Reason being, not because they were traumatized and all the kind of shit that motherfuckers come up with. It's because they don't want to be traumatized. They don't want to be out here and crying wolf. That's basically what it is. Think about this. Why did you guys marry the woman that you're with right now? All you gotta do is just think about that. Why did you marry her? Was it because she gave good head? Was it because the sex was good? Or was it because you seen substance in that woman? You seen some shit where you were like, she is down for me because it's gonna be a time where my motherfucking ass is gonna be crusty and dusty, and I ain't gonna be able to get the fuck out here in these streets no more.
JT, Trey couldn't wait to run off the panel when you said that shit. But you said, man, Trey was going like a motherfucker. You said, I'm out of here. That's funny. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but think about when it comes down to it, man. We got a lot of people that are fearful and all this. Man, it's all a gamble. I don't give a fuck what you doing. You could be screwing a woman. It's still a fucking gamble. Because she can put some shit on your ass so goddamn deviant. And you think that she's just this nice woman that she presented herself to be. And next thing you know, she'll just be like, I told you how I got hurt. The girl was still nice. She was like, I love you though. I still got love for you, but I got somebody else. That's basically what it is. So it's all a fucking gamble. However, this is why we are at the point we at right now. When you look at the generation we at right now, this is why you have the pretty reds. This is why, because every one of these kids are fearful. They're fearful. They always talk about this thing, this dumbass. That's why I don't like using this word, loyalty. You always talk about that dumbass loyalty. How about finding somebody that got integrity? How about that shit? How about having someone that you can actually see something that's tangible? All you gotta do is just look at how they deal with their family, their friends. What type of friends you got? Who you got? How many friends you got?
Now I'm gonna have to push back on that, JT, about the loyalty. I mean about they fearful. They ain't fearful. These motherfuckers having babies by 21, they ain't get married till they 32. Then they got STDs. They don't want to fuck with condoms no more. Like they ain't scared. They're not scared no more. No condom on. Don't.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
But they're running into that. Let me tell you, when you running scared and you blind, you ever seen somebody run and they were running from something and they were looking back while they were running and they running right into a motherfucking pole or a goddamn wall? That's why.
JT, can I give you a little real quick? First of all, one of the reasons, and there's no wrong answer, right? So what you're saying,
right, absolutely.
So what I'm saying, but one of the things I would say is that the kids of today and Gen Z and the younger millennials, they're all chaotic. They're chaotic, and they're chaotic because women are naturally chaotic, and the people who raise the boys raise them to be chaotic. The other problem is that the chaos in boys who turn into men becomes deadly and dangerous. That's one of the problems. So we say emotional, they're all chaotic. They might not be afraid of anything, but they're unable to parse. I mean, I think it was Mr. Bennett who said this. The people who want to get married, right? There's still young men and young women who want to get married. But they still try to fit each other in these boxes that they need to forget about. What they really need to do is negotiate how they want to run their marriage. Yeah. Because each one of those are going to be different.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
So for a young man who needs his wife to work, he automatically is not starting from a formal traditional marriage because she's got to work. So he can't come home and expect her to do double duty because he worked too, right? So they gotta negotiate those things, and those negotiations are not happening. They're just not. These kids, they're too worried about who's paying for the first freaking date. And they're still worrying about the dumb shit. They can't even get to a point where they're having meaningful conversations. And the ones who do, thank God, they're not on the internet. So we can't see those. But it just seems like if I was to say this on some of these panels, they say, oh, you old motherfucker, you don't know what you're talking about. I said, well, what do you mean I don't know what I'm talking about? It has nothing to do with my age. I said, I got a little bit of wisdom to tell you. You got a woman who you love, and she loves you, or you like her. You can negotiate how you're going to live your life. You talk to the goddamn woman. And then you go and stop mixing up courting with dating. Dating is just bullshit, right? Yeah. Dating, you're bullshitting with each other. When you court somebody, you have intention on marriage. And that's where everything should be elevated. Yeah. And these things are not because it's 1950. This shit works in 2023.
But it's been so long since they didn't seen it, man. Dysfunction is their normal. You know what I'm saying? And they don't want to listen to nobody.
Never seen it. Or maybe they never seen
Right.
it.
They ain't
Yeah,
never
but
seen
whether
it.
they saw it or not, that doesn't change the fact that they can do it, right? I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. They can still do it because if they want to, because people are still getting married. By the way, I mean, it's
Absolutely.
not like people are not getting married. Yeah, people are still getting married.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey guys, I gotta go soon, but I want to ask since RPN you just brought it up, but I know there's been some buzz this week about a video went viral about the black woman being taken to Cheesecake Factory.
Oh yeah, we gonna handle that tomorrow.
I don't know. I think that had to be staged or something. I can't believe that whole thing was recorded. But
Oh, it was real.
Hey, you know what's crazy? Oh, my bad. You know what's crazy? I was just looking this up while we were talking. Condom sales and birth control intake has dropped 14%.
Yeah.
Wow.
So people are not using contraceptives anymore. It's just raw dog me, bust a nut in me, fuck me, get me pregnant. Give me an STD, give me an STI, I don't care. Sexyy Red say bust that nut in me, get me gonorrhea. It's cool to have gonorrhea. That's some bullshit. That's the world we living in today, fellas. Mr. Bennett, the world we living in today, girls are saying you could come in me and I don't care what you got. I'll heal from it later.
I don't care.
I don't care.
I mean, you can get number one, you can get rid of it and be clean. Number two, it's not a death sentence. So
First of all, who the fuck are you?
Right. We can't see you. So I mean, what the fuck are you doing? Shaving his legs, playing with his nut?
Who I am him. Number one, you will acknowledge me as that. Okay.
Madriel, no, I'm gonna get on his ass. I'm gonna hold him accountable. We got that video of you doing this dumb shit.
Now you're just down. You lost your powers.
Down by the riverside.
Down by the riverside. Yeah, you talking about you giving them massages? That's what you're doing right there.
You tootsie rolling up in that motherfucker.
Oh, don't act like you don't like it.
Yeah.
Don't act like you ain't never seen it. You from Alabama, boy. You already know what it is.
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, ram.
Mr. Bennett, I want to ask Mr. Bennett a question. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on the lack of contraceptives these days?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know I was looking at some stats recently saying like just the deletion rates have dropped, systematically like over time. So I don't know. It may boil down. Now this actually you just reminded me to something I wanted to bring up earlier. It could be a sign that people are having less sex. Because there was again, I'm always referencing that time after World War II when those soldiers came back. And that was the last time that the federal government invested in men through FHA and the GI Bill and whatnot. So guys could go to college, get up with mobility and marry. Prior to that, a lot of guys couldn't marry because you simply couldn't afford to be married. And them coming back, it allowed them to do so. Now they're saying the state for Gen Z men now, they're actually refusing to date or even refusing to be in relationships now, and that they're not even having sex.
Shout out to Midtown.
Because they're not even, they're so put off, and just economically, they're just not there. I mean, you understand, with this inflation stuff right now, a lot of people are just living hand to mouth. You're doing Uber or whatever to try to make ends meet. But, guys just aren't, economically in a position to sustain a relationship, let alone a marriage. So it could very well be that these guys, that why the contraceptives or the condom sales are going down is because guys are just having less sex, not more, because they just feel so isolated or frustrated just by not being able to get ahead. They just don't think they can be in a relationship. So that could be part of it. That came out of that article that that when I was looking into that could have been a major reason why, like the state of young Gen Z men is not necessarily in a good place, and they are literally refusing to uncouple and not have relationships or not even pursue relationships as a result of it.
Man, well, I want to play this video, then we'll get into the conversation. Y'all can go into the conversation with Mr. Peterson here. Here we go.
Men have difficulty with women who are completely out of control.
But what is an out of control woman? What is this creature? How do we know when we met one?
Well, I'm sure that you've met women in your life that acted towards you in a bullying and detestable manner. It's very difficult for women to cope with that because they don't have any real recourse. And female bullying can be unbelievably vicious. It takes the shape of reputation destruction, innuendo, and gossip. So because people look at aggressive and antisocial behavior in women and in men. And in women, it tends to take the expression of innuendo, gossip, and reputation destruction. And in men, it tends to take the form of outright physical aggression. There's a whole literature on that. This has been known for 30 years. I mean, look, women have to express aggression somehow unless you're willing to say that they're not aggressive. They tend not to do it physically. Not to the degree men do, so they use other channels. And what other channels are there other than physical aggression if you're going to be aggressive? Well, you go after people verbally. You go after them with innuendo and gossip and reputation destruction.
Yeah, they love to call men sassy when they push back.
Y'all go ahead. Y'all work this conversation out.
They only do that. Number one, they only do that to the gays, and that's because they are sassy. And that's why straight men tend to stay away
You
from
out your goddamn mind, man, Drill.
That
is not true, dog.
The gays ain't sassy?
No, listen.
No, we ain't talking about
What that man was just talking about, what he was just talking about was they can't, when he was just saying, they can't attack you physically. So what do? They use other channels.
Well, yes, that's
one
obvious.
of the things. So when they talking about sassy or spicy, it's two of those two.
Yeah,
that they
there
talking
you go.
about.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I got to give a shout out to your boy Hemp, right? From This Might Be Risky. Hemp, believe it or not, it's kind of like a study when what he does, because it's him and he has a bunch of women that's on there. He has one woman that I've known that to be on that panel, and she's docile. You know what I'm saying? She's
no, I don't.
More, they call her the pick me, right? The rest of the women that's on there, they use exactly what that man was just talking about. They're aggressive when they got the need to be right. So you, even when you prove them wrong, they're still going to try to be right on you. The dopest thing about that panel, though, is because Hemp, he actually is making it's more like a study. He's not on either side. What he does is, being the narrator, he clarifies each side. But every time I've seen a man come on that panel with all those women, that man gets destroyed. He be right in the motherfucker. But they would not allow that man to be right, because it's this whole thing called the sisterhood that's on there.
Pack mentality.
Yes. What that man just said was 100% right. They can't get you no other way. But the problem is the flip side of that. Once you get it to a point where you have men that say, well, I ain't got shit to lose, what they going to end up doing? They're going to end up fighting back. And it's going to be some bloodshed. That's the difference. The problem is that we have a lot of women that are cushion. They on this motherfucking, like right now, this so it's like a social pillow that they're on. That's what it is. Not. No, this is how they think. It's a social pillow. There's no way that you can look. You can sit back. They just had something. I just saw a video where a woman sit back, assaulted a man. He was going to retaliate. Everybody came and grabbed that man. They grabbed that man. It was close to what Black Man was saying about when he was at I think it was it Grambling State or something like that, Black Man, where you were saying that you went there to see your brother and
Yeah, you're right.
It was close to that whole, and when I saw it, I said, damn, Black Man was just telling a story that was close to that. Because they're protected. You take the protection from women, watch how docile they end up being. And the ones that's not docile, those are the ones that's going to be sacrificed.
JT, you should have saw the face. Yeah,
going to be killed.
I'm going to let you keep cooking, JT, but you should have saw the face of those people when they were looking at me to save this woman who is drunk, crazy, calling this man out his name, bitch ass nigga, you ain't shit, fuck you, in this man's face, and he's finna come over and knock her ass out. They were looking at me like, jump in front of him, stop him, you crazy. I'm not protecting you. I'm not protecting you from no man after you done sat here and down this man, emasculated this man, called this man out his name, bitch ass nigga. I'm not protecting you at all. And I'm looking at the crowd. I don't know what y'all looking at me for. I'm not protecting you at all.
Here's the issue with that. Here's the issue with that, man.
I'm not.
Okay. No, you're wrong. Here's why. Okay. That woman's clearly not in her right mind. I'm not making excuses. Hold on. I'm not making excuses for her. I would have prefaced this by saying that. I'm not making excuses for the woman's behavior. It's deplorable. It's messed up. Maybe she does.
What's up, Trey?
Here's the thing. You're a grown man, dude. You taught better than that. The gentleman thing to do is to de-escalate that situation because you don't know how far that situation is going to go.
It ain't got shit to do with me.
Bro, you there.
I don't give a fuck.
I disagree with you, Mandrea. You my homeboy.
Dude, Mandrea, you know what? I'm there with my wife and my kids. I'm there with my wife and my kids. I ain't jumping in shit that could take my life in front of my family.
If that was the 80s,
I'm not doing it.
Right now, hell no. This is the
JT,
thing.
when I tell you this girl is nose to nose with this dude, he done told her 3 times, please move. You in my personal space. Please move. Fuck you, bitch. Somebody hand me a bottle. I knock this hoe ass bitch out. You built like a bitch. You bitch ass nigga. Fuck you, bitch. You look like a bitch. You act like a bitch. You are a hoe, bitch. And he said, you know what? Everybody move up and knock this bitch out. I moved out the way. I said, let me sit down and finish watching the game. I'm not free to protect that. No.
She gotta suffer. She gotta suffer, Mandrell. She has to suffer.
Yeah. I'm not. No.
This is why other countries, what they did beheadings in front of everybody else.
If she do that shit in Dubai, she'll be in jail.
They did shit in front of other people to let them know that this is what would happen for you if you get. See, we ain't had that in America. And now we in 2023, getting ready to be 2024, and you got a bunch of these goddamn women that don't know shit about consequences. You gotta suffer. Other people,
they have
silent.
Right. They have selective femininity. At first, they want to be the man, get themselves in a man situation. Then they want to bring their shit down and be like, Andrea, help me. He's trying to hurt me. Fuck you.
Hey,
no.
BMU.
Goodbye.
BMU, JT, I got, one of the things I was thinking about is that we need to find, well, I'm doing this. I'm finding the women on TikTok and YouTube that are willing to speak out against the sisterhood and the sister code. And I'm doing reaction videos to them. I just put my first 2 on my page. And one woman was, she's fine too, fine as hell. And she talked about, she talks about how, women killed chivalry, and she goes through around maybe 5 minutes of explaining it. And she's reacting to a young lady complaining that no man in the parking lot would help her with a big TV, right? And she's telling her why. And I said, this is pretty good. So she's got a whole slew of shit talking about women acting right. And she does a yeoman's job of explaining why men don't like their girls having guys in the friend zone. Yeah. Her name is Demi Della Newitt. And she is fine as hell, man. The way she talks to her. Anyway, but so I did a couple of reactions to a couple of her videos because I'm starting a new series of videos called Let the Women Tell It, episode 1 and 2. And I'm gonna keep going with that, because I have a few things I started. So like my anti-democratic series, I'm up to 4. I'm gonna put my 5th one on soon. There's no way. If I can take the whole world and make all the black men I know not vote Democrat in 2024, regardless of what happens and who becomes president, I couldn't be happy. That's my
now R-Paint. Hold on, let me say R-Paint before we get to that. Bro,
yeah, I'm done.
Let me kick a huge shout out to Take Heed to the Message. Because Take Heed to the Message is doing the goddamn work. I love her to death. If she watching, because she normally watching this time, and I heard her husband, shout out to you, man, and shout out to her. Because Take Heed to the Message, she said something in a live one Tuesday night when she was on with us. She said, oh yeah, I remember. She said, if my husband is out at night and a woman who started some shit with another man and my husband jump into it and my husband get arrested or something happened to my husband, She said, I'm gonna go and stomp that hoe. She said, I have an expectation. She said, yep, she said, I'm gonna beat her ass. She said, I have an expectation for my husband. When your ass get off at 5 o'clock, nothing stops you from getting home. I don't give a goddamn what you see. You get your ass to this house with your wife who's gonna do everything for you mentally, sexually, spiritually, whatever you need, and you get to your kids who want to see you. Nothing else gets in the way of that. And she said if it did, she's gonna stomp that hoe out. She's gonna beat her ass because her husband shouldn't have stopped to try to defend or protect nobody other than getting to that goddamn house. And that's why, and I like what you said, R-Pain, let the women tell it. Because I think they ain't gonna start believing us till the women say, there are women out there right now that are saying the same thing Take Heed is saying. No, don't protect these women who are screaming in men faces and putting their hands on me and then running, crying wolf. Hell no, not me. I ain't taking no bullet for none of them. Mandrell can take it. He gonna go, he put his cape on for them hoes. I ain't doing it.
The thing is, don't misinterpret what I'm saying. I'm not telling you to go out there and catch a bullet for nobody. I'm not telling you that. However, what I'm telling you is de-escalation. When you see a situation going south, calm that stuff down, man, before it gets.
But what does it have to do with me if it ain't involving me?
You're a grown-ass man, a male, a buck. Okay?
So?
Act like it.
I'm a buck for my wife. I tear stadium up for my wife and my kids.
And what you do is you tell people to calm down. You ain't got to tell stadium.
Okay, calm down, man. Hold on. No, yeah, right. Now, hold on, JT, I got it. Calm down, man. Fuck you too, you fat fuck, you motherfucker. Then now you got now you fucking with the Hulk. I don't have time for this shit. I don't. My temper is not good, and you know that. I don't have time.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I do know that.
I have a horrible temper outside my family. Do not disrespect me. You don't have to like me, but you gonna respect me. And so I don't put myself in shit because you got to know your limitations. Right? You got to know your. Then what happens if a dude that know her come down and be like, hey, bitch ass nigga, you said something to her? Then now I'm going to jail. Now my kids got to watch me go to jail.
How about this? How about you just explain to the brother what's going on? You trying to keep her from getting into it with
Andrea act like he ain't from Alabama, dog. He act
like he's from Alabama. He need to know. He know. I mean, Alabama, he know. Because I'm explaining to him, say your bitch drunk and she talking stupid to me. You need to get your bitch and take her to the house.
Check your hoe. Hold on. How about you not call her a bitch? You know, you ain't got to do that.
You got to call her what she act like.
So look, Mandrell, the next thing is to let
Trey.
her
Hey, let's get Trey in here, man. Go ahead, JT. After JT, Trey jump in after JT.
You let her suffer. You let her suffer. Me and my woman is here. Listen, he lives in Texas. It was in Louisiana. The last thing you want is anything to go down in Texas over some drunk bitch talking to some dude.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
Suffer. We're going to suffer. We can't get back to that, Mandrell. Those things, I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Mandrell, you done froze or something.
But I'm going to tell you right now, you done froze up, bro.
What the hell going on?
I don't know. You done froze.
Your screen froze, man.
Yeah, because you said some old fuck shit.
You fat bald-headed no-neck midget. I sentence you to 3,000 lashes for conduct unbecoming a black man.
That is not even funny anymore. It's just not even funny anymore.
Hey, go ahead, Trey. Go ahead, Trey. Lawson, Trey, like you stupid, bro. Go ahead, bro. You muted. Yeah, turn your mute off. Unless you want to go out and come back in and try it again, because sometimes you have to go out and come back in.
It ain't you.
Yeah, we can't hear you muted. It's still the mic still showing. There you go. There you go.
You know. Hello, man. How y'all doing tonight?
All right, man.
What's going on, my boy?
You know, I just been out. Excuse me. Hold on one second. I just been out, you know, enjoying my Fridays. I love Fridays. You know, I'm a weekend guy. I'm retired. Even though I don't do nothing during the week, I just love the weekend. So, you know, I don't know. I didn't catch all of the topics that were discussed tonight, but just the last two, I believe. And I'm just going to speak from two sides that I'm hearing in regards to men being out and protecting their families and how to respond in response to that. I can understand Mandrell's side because Major L, he's a military guy. And guys in the military, you learn how to do defense mechanisms without even doing any physical work. So it's all about how you speak to a person to de-escalate the situation. Now, me as a man, I always look at my family and my house and yard. That's my property. As long as you, as a man, that's staying away within my arm's reach and you are talking or you in aggressive manner, me, my protective shield comes up. So my first thing is always, I got to get my family to safety first. If I don't have to touch it, I'm not going to touch it. If it doesn't, if somebody just out ranting and hooping and MF and cussing, first thing I'm going to do is put my children, my wife, and my family on alert. It's some crazy stuff. I need y'all to, everything I say, I need y'all to do it. Because sometimes, especially if you just out in the middle of a park, or you just got to be like, look, when I say go, y'all go. Baby, everybody's in front of me. I'm the last one. Everybody's in front of me. I'm saying go left, everybody go left, right, left, whatever. Sometimes we got to do eye signal. If I look, you go. But I talk about those things in preparation because I understand where we are in society. That's just me. Plus, I've always played, coaching and sports. It's like, and my goal was always to the youngsters is you always want to get home. And y'all know the old Kenny Rogers song. I used to play it all the time and then explain it, what it could mean in your life. You got to know when to hold up. And all of those little facets of that song, I explain. You hold up. You ain't got to go run into it all the time. Wait 10 seconds, count. You got to, pull your card sometimes. Sometimes you got to run because your main goal, again, is to get home, be safe. And one thing I always say, don't touch nothing. Don't put your hands on nothing. And that way, you don't know nothing. Once you start putting your print on it, then you absorbing it into your own life and your family and being protective. And, it takes, to be able to think quick on your feet. And sometimes a lot of those things, the best way to, because I'm a helpful guy. I see somebody, I'm like, man, they got flat on the highway, man. I should, no. Because I understand today the young setup. Everybody speaking. When people start speaking stuff, I stay away from that because in my heart I want to be righteous, and that's me. And if my family is with me, they get in my message. This is how we do it. This is how we're going to do it, regardless. But if it's like women today, they want to speak that role because it's just a lot of talk in that role. And if they don't align to my family, then this is my best friend. When it comes for me to helping somebody, I'm just gonna go and call somebody. If you need 911, beep, 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 911. Somebody over, I think it's a woman in a blue car. She needs some help. Help her. And I'm going. I'm doing 70 up the highway. I ain't even looking back. And me, I understand this. I've always been a working guy. I've always been that, show my muscle brawny. If you 17 to 47, you gonna work every day around me. I don't pick up nothing around kids, teenagers. I don't do no shuffling, no rape. They do it all because I'm letting them know I earned my spot to be here. You got to earn yours. You in the prime, you got to earn it. And I'm not gonna argue with you because I know more cuss words than you. Now we want to joke, and I'll play that little game, but understand there's rules to that. And it's because I've been in the education and social services a long time, and the dynamic that children face today it's like a foreign language to what we used to as older men, and it's scary because there's no line that these young folk are not afraid to cross. A lot of these kids' grandmamas are younger than y'all. And they still out here with the same uniform that Holly Berry wore in Baps. So they growing up in the chaotic mess. They eating that. Y'all don't work hard. You've been on the job or done did something about 20 years. You're like, man, I can't wait to retire. These kids ain't even got a chance because all they seeing is chaos. The message about Black men who are the most dynamic and strongest mentally and physically around the world, we ain't nothing. We ain't this. We don't need y'all. They need us. And the only thing we can't do right now is panic. We just got a whole course. And if you a man of any righteousness in your bone, you continue to work and grind. Because when you're ready, you're going to be blessed with everything you work for. And that's it. And sometimes we try to take leaps and bounds, but that's just that's not a good place to put yourself in if you're a man that's trying to grow. If you're in your 40s, y'all strong. I can hear y'all 40-something the way y'all talk. Man, I'm a pit bull out here. But as long as you're doing righteous by your family, people that love you, everybody else, hold them at bay. Put your elbows up. Don't let everybody in your circle. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, you know what I'm saying? I've just been blessed to be able to see a lot. My father was in the home, but my father was an alcoholic. I knew I didn't want to drink. 2 beers is my limit. I ain't turning up all $200 every Friday. I'm not moved. Brother, I paid one to go to the service, one to do. Congratulations, brother. That's the generation I come. Good job, man. I hope I get there. And when he moved west, I might have to stay here for a while. But then when my opportunity came, and that's why I think a lot of young, especially as a man, we made to explore. We gotta see stuff other than the same girl that turned us down in high school. They going, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta get away from mama's comfort zone and be able to make your way, because that's the only way you're gonna learn. And I think young men today struggle with that because they don't venture out. They stay in the same house with the mama who don't like the kid because the kid got that same big nose and big lips you got. Kid got the same feet. So whenever she see that kid, see you, she see the kid. Whenever she see the kid, she see you. So she mad at him. That's why boys get out here 15, 16, they just doing whatever. The girls, they dress like the mama. They got boyfriends sleeping over the house. Where the man at? Mama ain't gonna say she was a 3-year-old phone. No, she can't say that. Kids need babysitters, so they're not gonna bash their mama. And I guarantee, if men, especially us fellas, this is almost like our future. That's the way I look at it. This is my future. Because if our young men and young women ain't putting back, even into their sales, it's a small number, but think about it. More young men die than graduate college every year. The dynamic has to change. And I think we got the power right now if we just hold course. Don't panic in this chaos. Because I guarantee you this, all y'all look like y'all can fight. If they said they gonna bring back a draft and all ages are eligible, anybody raise their hand, tell me if you're going to fight. Who's going? Who's ready to go? Ain't nobody on this panel ready to go. I pay you ain't ready.
I'm done.
But see, that's what I'm saying. So where that younger generation, where those other bucks that's gonna stand up to fight? Because either go fight or we gonna be called traitors. So where if they put us out, where are we going? It takes a process, and I know it's frustrating because, you know, we in the 21st century. We standing still. Everybody else is moving. And I think this is the greatest time for men because now we have a voice.
But we need that's what we need though, man. We definitely need the younger folks to be the bucks that's out here. Listen, myself, if need be, I know I was saying that, you know, I'm done or whatever, man. I done been there 3 times, bro. But I'm telling you right now, if we don't have our 22-year-olds, our 25-year-olds that's out there that's standing up for it, then we shit out of luck, bro. Understand? All of our revolutionary, all the ones that was the revolutionary, them cats was young. These cats was,
Yes.
you know, they were very young.
Yes.
Myself, I'm still at the age where, you know, if it need be, I might just have to do what I have to do.
T, man, if they coming after you, man, and us, man, America's over.
But look,
Man,
it
they
takes
coming
of us.
after old ass men to go out there to do what?
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
You know,
but again,
shoot. You know what the biggest problem is? 20% of Gen Z men are gay.
yeah,
They're all in the rainbow
exactly.
thing now.
But
And I don't know if
that's
they
what's
willing to fight.
pushed. No, all of that is 100%. We see the facts that are there in a lot.
But no.
New phenomenon, fellas. It's only been like that the last 30 years since crack really took over the streets. It put everything all together. But I'm saying is this, especially like Brother JT said, we got to get those young warriors to combine with everything between 20 and 40. Those brothers have to really be determined to do a turn, but also we can make a connection. I say always, I've been doing this for 25 years. And one thing I understood, if I can find 5 and give them 5, that, especially we got nephews and stuff in our own family.
Yeah.
Grab those nephews. I got here. Mama, look, give me $50 every other week. I'm gonna take him for the weekend. I'm gonna do everything with this 50. And when you get him with that 50, you break it down to him, man. This is how you gonna manage this 50. Everything we do is gonna be based off this 50 you got. If you want, we gonna spread it out. You gonna do you, I'm gonna do me. I'm gonna take you there. I'm gonna explain it to you. You can spend it or you don't have to. And I'm not saying doing a lot of stuff, but it's, you know, it's material that they can be reading, even if they can't read. I mean, just so many nuances that a black boy don't get between that age of 5 and 15, that when they get out there at 15, they lost in the sauce because all they heard was a woman's voice teaching. Mama's always in panic mode. Think about it. Most mamas the last 30 years, they in panic mode. They got to get their rent paid. They got 2 or 3 kids. They done have babies and they ain't have relationships, and they got to pay. It's so much. And society understands this about black women. That's why the dynamic is going to be there to keep us separated. Because if the women are separated, the woman's going to get the boy. She's going to put all his information into her on how to be a woman. Because a lot of dudes they know how to be a woman, like you said. They know how to put the heels on and to make it. But they forget how to be a man because it was just sex for the most part.
Right.
And it ain't enough. And that's why everybody's going to have their own piece in the pie. But for me, and the way I've taught young men in the high schools of Chicago, from the south side to the west side, any side, it's about, you already have that skill. And as a man, it's not going to be an easy road, but the road will continue to move as long as you continue to build. And it's like you got to continue to build, but you also got to continue to absorb the information that's around you. And I let them know, man, you ain't gonna make it here. You ain't gonna do this if you don't put in the work today. You start today, and I can help you when you get in the hiccups because I've been there. Or I can get somebody to talk to you who's been there, who's done that. But you got to put it in that initial work. Or if not, you will be poor. I let them know. You will live poor. If you chasing the bag at 15, you will be broke. Because you ain't have no plan. Now I can show you the plan. And you can only lead them there. And if they choose not to, they'll always remember, Brother Arpain was telling me this. He was telling me this. But if we don't tell them, oh man, these kids are bad. Yeah, they bad. But they are kids. If it affects their youth, it affects us as the older generation. It affects us. I would hate to have to take a youth out because he's so lost in the South that he come affect my home. I would hate that. You know what I'm saying? But it's still, they have these skills, man. They have them because they gonna drown it. It's just, I just look at that because it's a whole bunch of mess. They coming. Y'all see them coming. Y'all see the foreigners coming. They coming. These wars are set up by design to move us up out of here.
That's right. That's right.
You know? So I just hope that we take these spaces, man, and everybody just grab a few. Even the girls, man. Here, I'm gonna show you how to be a woman out here, not just one of these little whatever. You're gonna be a woman around me, and every time I see you, it's how you're gonna move accordingly, or you will be out there.
It's crazy, man. Because
I'm sorry.
No, you good, bro. But just just going off of what you were just saying, it's funny. Me and my mom, we were just talking about this about some of our family members, man, and I got a young cousin. He's 15 years old, 16 years old, and now he done got himself locked up for doing some dumbass shit, right? I got another cousin that's probably about 27. You know what I'm saying? My uncle's son, we share the same blood. He's in prison right now, and he's looking at 30 years. I had another cousin that was killed by his son. I had another cousin that was, in jail. He's always in and out of jail, and they're young, man, right? So me and my mother was talking, and it's funny because I'm always telling like people in my family, the young ones in my family, that people care about you as you a kid, but that whole thing of empathy and sympathy, it doesn't last. There's an expiration date on that. And the expiration date is when you start becoming an adult, right? And nobody cares about you anymore. They don't give a care about what you was going through. You could have been, raped. You could have been, you could have, all kind of shit could have happened to you while you was a kid. And people were saying that we got to care about these kids and stuff like that. But once the kids become adults, right? Because it never stops. Okay, now who's going to care about them? Now who's going to care about them? And this is what we have. We have this whole thing. This is why life is so complex. Because what a lot of people don't realize is that they get old. You go from one level to the next level and the next level of life, and then you die, right? That's how it goes. Some people don't even get to level 3. They die. They get killed, or you know what I'm saying? They overdose on drugs and stuff like that. Then there's us that's out here, man, and we care. But when you care, what's the cost of it, right? I know too many of my friends that have died because they cared, because they stepped in, because they did all these different things. It's not for us to be scared to step in and do, because that's what it is. We are citizens, along with being humans and all these different things. So you got to step up. You got to be courageous and things like that. So I understand that part of it, but at what cost, right? Where we at right now is who deserves for someone to help them. Just like what we were saying earlier. When you got a woman that's standing out here and she's being reckless, and you got a man right here and you got a woman that he has that is paying for him to be a protector. The cost is her to do whatever it is that's required of her. And then you got somebody else that ain't doing shit, but just being someone that's there. That's what we were talking about earlier. My woman would be pissed off at me if I was in somewhere where a woman was being belligerent to a man and the man sat back, gave her a 2-piece, or getting ready to argue with her. I step in, me and him get into it. I either kill him or he kills me. what my loved ones gonna be thinking about that? You know what I'm saying? We got to really think about these things now. Not saying that it's right, not saying it's wrong, because as a human being, I'm going to help someone, me, myself. I'm gonna step into action when it comes down to it. But where does it comes down to a point where we draw that line and say, hold on, let me assess this issue right here. And I think about my family. Right now, we're in a era right now, man, where you damned if you do and you damned if you don't. That's the era we in right now. I think it definitely comes down to we have to reset, right? We ain't gonna have to do it. It ain't gonna take us to do it. Me, you, Payne, Lit, Black Man, Mandrill. It's gonna take the whole nation to reset, right? It's gonna take us to reset, because right now what we seeing is that we going down this long slide. What they call it, a razor blade slide?
Slippery slope.
Into a alcohol, a pool
Yeah,
of
that gasoline draws on.
Yeah.
All of that.
Right. Because what we are, I can tell you right now, all of us, we already know where it starts from. The foundation is mom and pops. That's the foundation. That foundation has been shitted on and through to the backside. We have a nation of people that have been grown with toxicity. But we have another group of people that has been grown with tradition and morals and values.
And culture.
All mixed together. Culture, all of that. And we are all mixed together. And this is where it gets to a point where we actually have to think about these things now. We really have to think about these. What is my next action? It's so bad right now where people are getting shot over just a regular fender bender. This is how bad it is. We have people that are just shooting people because they feel a certain way right now. We have a group of people that are saying, man, listen, nuclear family is the way it go. And then they're being on the contrary of people that saying, man, y'all old. Don't nobody do that shit no more. It's a new time. Times have changed. Times never change. Time is relative, period. It's the mindset of the masses and what they agree upon. That's what changes. And that's where we are at right now. The things that I don't know how old you are, Trey, but I can tell you right now, you know enough about what in the past that has happened. When we have people that sit back and say, these times are coming. We've seen it already. We've heard people say these times are coming. In the near future, they were saying in the near future. So now it's kind of like, what do we do now? Man, if it was just me, let me tell you, I'm getting ready to retire. I'm getting ready to enjoy my life and all these things, but life is not about that. I got 2 daughters that's just getting ready. One of them is she in a life right now, full-fledged. She a mother. You know what I'm saying? She's out here. She done graduated from college, all these different things. I got another one that's getting ready to graduate from college. She's about to get married. I can see that's about to happen with her, right? And they don't have all the answers. They don't have that, not all the answers, but the answers that they need to have in order for them to be out here in the world and actually say, okay, I got it. Let's go. Let's roll. They ain't gonna never have it. You know why? because they don't know what the truth is. They don't know what, something that they can actually grab, because they got all these people that's sitting there telling them, because they're young and impressionable, and they're telling them all this bullshit. They don't know, like, we can look at shit sometimes, we be like, this motherfucker's only saying shit because they selling a book. We know it. Why do young folks know it? The young folks don't know that shit, man. Only thing that they're doing is borrowing somebody else's talking points, borrowing somebody else's cliches. They just borrowing, right? And it's all about what somebody can do for you, not what you can do for them. Remember that old saying? It's not about what you can do for your country. It's not about what your country can do for you.
But what you can do for your country.
Your country.
Yeah.
We already know that's a conservative talking point, right? We understand what that is. But how true is it? It's very true.
That was Ted Kennedy, though. So.
Yeah. And he was a Democrat, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that's a Republican. They adopted it and they made it Uncle Sam. That's a conservative talking point. My point is that we don't have young folks right now that can think for themselves. College was all about whether you if you can be how do I say it? How rebellious you can be, right? You're gonna be rebellious towards your professor and all these different things. You're gonna come up with your own. They mold you into that type of shit.
Well, with JT, colleges are what you call indoctrination camps. They have been, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I hear what you say. I'm cutting you off. I'm sorry, but
no, go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying, all of these things that the kids and the generations have to go through. There's only so much you're gonna get directly from other people's experience. Some of the things you have to learn along the way, and
yes.
I think the principle really is that you're gonna make mistakes. But you can't make mistakes. You gotta minimize or eliminate the mistakes that you can't come back from. That's what I told my daughters. I said, listen, because it's hard to protect anybody. It's hard to tell them everything. Some things are just situational, but you tell them the best you can. What that raise up a child in the way they shall go, they shall not depart, that kind of stuff. And you give them as much as you can, but the rest of it, it's all like what you call a risk assessment, right? You want to minimize the
mitigation.
Risk.
Yep.
Right. Risk mitigation as best you can. And you have to realize that, I used to leave this with my daughter, said, I know I want to do a horror show, but just remember the face of your father when you're getting ready to make a decision. Yeah. And I'm not. Just remember that. Even if it's for a second, what would your pops do? That kind of stuff. And, so you do the best you can. And one of my motivations was to get them to their adult years without carrying anybody's kid. But I never told them they couldn't have sex. I'm just saying, don't let no asshole, no matter how endeared you are to him, raw dog you. Just don't let nobody do that. It's your responsibility. It's your womb. And you know what? You know how many women today on these panels refuse to take responsibility for their womb? And half the niggas up here, and I hate to use that term, keep giving them a pass. Oh, it's our responsibility.
Man, that's why I stopped talking to the women. I start talking to the men. Yes.
So responsibility for both a pregnant kid is both men and women, but the accountability for the womb belongs to the person who owns it. And no man owns a woman's womb. You can't control it. That's why I keep getting into arguments with guys. No matter how much of a Mac you think you are, you don't own a woman's womb. So my daughters, I said, that's yours. You control that. And outside of a criminal act, nobody has access to it unless you let them.
Yep.
And so they got to now they're grown women, which I was happy. I wanted them to be self-sufficient. And I made this clear. I don't want you to be independent. I just want you to be self-sufficient. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Because none of us go through life independent. None of us, not even me. We all rely on each other. We're all interdependent beings from one way or the other, whether you want to deny it. So that got bastardized with mostly black women. For some reason, they can't understand it. But again, that's why I'm with you now. I'm tired of talking to sisters about stuff. I'm gonna try to find this. I'm gonna canvas the Crimson Cures. I'm gonna start doing reactionary videos and say out of the mouth, like, let the women tell it. We gotta, I would like to focus just a series of shit, man, and let the women tell them. Because they need to start listening to sisters. And only sisters who have their platform, I'm gonna move off of this. Their platform has a lot of men, especially if the women look good. Like a Danica Marie, she's got a lot of men on her platform. But I'm gonna start clipping shit that she says when she's on point, and start. I don't have a lot of subs, but I think more men with should start clipping some of these women when they're on point to get the message we want out, because they're starting to talk about it. And we don't clip them enough.
That makes a whole lot of sense, bro.
So that's what I'm, and maybe one day I'll have a big ass channel, but I want to let the women do the talking. And let me just go back to the thing about the youth, what Trey was talking about. I set up a Zoom call with all the younger men in my family, trying to keep the women off the goddamn Zoom. They always want to fucking get in the way. And I got younger cousins, some in the 40s, some in the 30s, some from Gen X to Gen Z, and some of them don't have any children yet, and some of them purposely are making sure they don't. But one of the things when we talk about, I don't like to use the term dick discipline, because to me that's just like telling men to be abstinent.
Right.
But let me say this though. I think we should emphasize how bad the financial trap you're going to get in if you get a woman pregnant. I mean, I don't think we talk about that enough. 18 to 21 years of the government telling you where your money's going to go under threat of jail, under threat of losing your license, losing your passport, reputation.
Yep.
The child support system is actually putting you in the system, and it's on the other side of the penal system because they tied it together.
It's like a trap door over there. You know what I'm saying?
We don't tell. That's what we should tell the young boys, the young bucks. You can have sex, but here's what's waiting for you. Because as soon as you bust something in a chick, all of your options are gone.
That message, and I'm gonna tell you, I was on that page right there, our page, about you gotta have dick discipline and shit like that. I was one of the ones that was trying to go that route. But no, I ain't gotta tell them that. Just what you just said. Consequences. All I gotta do is put consequences in front of you. All I gotta do is put the consequences.
You give them the choice,
and
you let
got
them
the
make the choice.
And let me tell you, nobody's going to care about you, bro. There's nobody that's going to care about you. You own this motherfucker by yourself when you make that decision. See, it's easier to talk to young men because they understand. Consequences is right in front of your face. See, with women, sometimes consequences is when you turn 45, when you turn 50. You dig what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, this is why you have so many goddamn arguments about, well, men is supposed to be leaders and protectors and providers. Fuck all that bullshit. Let's talk about real shit. Let's talk about it. I'm not talking to you, young lady, no more. I'm going to talk to you, young man. And what I'm going to do, I ain't telling what you need to do. Let me put the consequences in front of you.
That's it, man.
You pick what it is that you're going to do. And let me tell you something right now. Nobody's going to care about it. Trust me when I tell you.
You're a black man.
Not a damn person.
If you're let me tell you, if you're a man, you're on your own. I follow this white dude. I don't know if I can remember the Legion of Men or whatever he is. And he talked about the white sphere. I mean, there's so many parallels to what's going on in the black manosphere or the knee state, what he's going through with his white women. I mean, the Legion of Men, I think that's what it's called. You know, and I mean, he's a funny dude too. I mean, he's a real handsome white dude, right? And he talks about all the problems he has with women he goes through. Sometimes he clips some stuff from the black side, but like of course, everybody covered the Cheesecake Factory girl.
Right.
You know, but he, you know, so only reason I'm saying this is there's so many things that black men and white men can do where we're allies, and we never take advantage of it.
Yep.
We see a couple of white guys come up here and all this kind of stuff. But if we want to change the laws and divorce court and all that, white men and black men and Hispanic men, we all have to be allies in that shit.
Gotta be allies.
We have to be. You know, and you know, so there's some things that, you know, we have common ground with the quote unquote enemy. Right. And you know, and I don't consider them that, but I'm just for a fire for effect, right? You know, and that's something that we can't, you know, that blackity blacks will never take advantage of that.
They won't.
You know?
They
and
won't because they think
that
they're this is the thing. They always look at each other as a monolith.
Exactly. We need to stop
want to be right. So when you talk, man, when you said something that was very powerful, bro. I don't give a damn you're white or whatever. Men have to stick together because it's about ideology, right? It's about what's going on right now. All of us, we get fucked over when it comes down to it. That's why when I look at these young folks, man, and I'm telling you, there's so many young men out here that ain't even got their first job that they even spent 3 years in where they can accumulate something, right? They go from one job to the next job, but they out here fucking. At the end of the day, it's like, okay, so now you fucking, are you prepared to take care of a child? It's funny how they look like deers when the headlights is coming toward, right? They look like that. The thing is that a lot of us think that we have to go and we got to hold these men hand. No, put the consequences in front of their face.
Exactly. You know, they gotta be men. Tell them what's gonna happen.
You gotta be men. Bro, I told my mom, I'm glad because we always talk, man. I love my mama. We always talk, and I always reflect. The first thing that I look at is my family, right? You gotta look out here on TV and all that shit. I can see everything that I need to see in my family. I got a big ass family.
So do I. Exactly.
I can see everything that's going on right there. So when we're talking to young men, we got more than just a pregnancy problem now. We got an incel problem. That shit is way worse than what people they don't give a fuck about these young men, bro. You got men, they ain't got pussy problems. They got trying to get pussy problems. They opting out from being able to be one with women. There's no fucking way that you can get around that right there. No fucking way you can get around that. There's no way you can get around, okay, well, I'm just going to live the rest of my life by myself. I don't want no kids. I don't want a woman. I'm just going to play this video game and all that shit. Nope, that don't happen, homie. You get old. Children should be more of a legacy.
Exactly.
It's the reason why they call them heirs. It's a reason why you have the word heritage. It's a reason why you have names. It's a reason why all these things happen. But what I've understood by looking at these young generations, they don't give a care about who they are. Not because they just don't care. It's because they don't know. They have no idea of how powerful they can become. Family is a motherfucker, man. When you see somebody and you be like, I come from a long line of whatever it is, farmers, lawyers, whatever,
Bakers,
long line,
blacksmith, you know,
that's heirs. That's heritage, right?
But JT,
what is it they call the lions when they have kids? Pride.
Yes.
Pride.
But JT, and
You
it
ain't got
just
no man looking at that like that. Oh, go ahead, brother.
no. Just hearing your story is a model for who we should be, within our family. I can see that you probably have family reunions. You probably know people that was born in the 1800s. I know of them. But see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And those dynamics were moving in that capacity from I just always used the end of slavery to the 60, to the civil rights. That was 100 years of traditions being built. And and that was understood. We didn't understand it. We like, hell, we free, we moving, we out here. Yeah. That's why everybody north goes 65 south, going spread out through the southern states. Like, I gotta go visit auntie, cuz you see those heirs and you see the matriarch and the patriarch. My grandfather lived to be 94 years old. My dad just turned 80 years old. He's strong as a bull. And I'm like, man, I take that energy because it was given to me, and I've tried to put it in my children, and I've gave them the information from what I was, grew up on. I wasn't a video guy. I was outside. I put it, kids, y'all go do outside stuff. Y'all go do all that. I don't buy video games. And see, I had to take it up on myself. Yes. Ain't buying all that. You're gonna be outside. Now, if you want to go do something, I'm gonna pay for that. And you get the best stuff. You're gonna get to learn how to do it. But you still have, and this is where the family comes in, because a family that is righteous, a whole family accountable. Yeah. That was great until I say, y'all can go back to the early 80s, when we was out there moving and pop locking and grooving, and we have a block party and it's 3,000 people that you didn't even know lived on your block. Yeah. And everybody's dancing till the lights went out. Mm-hmm. When that crank came in our communities, feminism took the mother and put her in a position to be by herself. Nobody to protect. When that crack took that mother out the house, these younger, and it happened, I say, about if you 40-year-old, you was a kid when it happened. You saw the devastation at the height. You saw the devastation. Your mama and your sister, everybody spreading out, but they going to a place of despair. And then you know what I'm saying? So that they all adults, and they had children now, and now their children got children, and they've been fighting the whole time, and they've been feeding them. If you had a child in the late 80s, 90s, 9 times out of 10, it wasn't a good relationship with the mother. Ooh. 9 times out of 10, it wasn't a good relationship with the mother. Because think about it. When the mother left, it left the son by himself because she didn't want him to be with the daddy because she was going to get that check. Then we talk about the government system, the state system, whichever one, because it was in your state. They had already distracted from the man because you had a financial burden and you ain't even building a bond. The illiteracy rate went down, up, whatever. Illiteracy, I guess your illiteracy, these are new words that came. Because when I was young, everybody was learning how to read. See, it went up.
They had that LeVar Burton reading rainbow. Remember that?
Look,
remember them back in the day? You know what I'm saying?
And when that went away, they like, brothers could read. Now these brothers can't read. But again, your mama,
they can't write.
But your mother, in her traditional role, understood that when you go to school, you go to learn. I'm not going to argue with the teacher about your bad behavior and you didn't do your assignment. I don't think nobody out here, mama, helped them with homework, but you got it done. You got it done. And then as we came out, brother,
every time my mother and my father helped me with my shit, I was getting bad grades on that motherfucking shit. I was like, y'all just dumb time.
But they made sure you better figure it out.
You better
that
figure
was
it
our
out.
time.
Don't ask me no more.
Right. That was our time. But I think when that crack came in, and I go back to that because I just went into the service when I saw New Jack City.
Yeah.
I said, I ain't ready to get back out. I said, man, it's gonna be terrible in 30 years. I was telling my friends, oh man, America, greatest country. I said, no, bro. Crack is coming in the neighborhoods because it's hitting the mothers. A lot of these mothers left those sons and daughters. The girls got more promiscuous. The boys got lost and they started losing their esteem. Because I remember being a black man in Pride, everybody walked with their chests out. You know what I'm saying? You can see dudes doing push-ups and exercise, you know, just even though you in the hood, but you made your creative skills come out because you had to put it together.
Yeah.
Right.
Once their mothers left the home, you got to look back. And when Halle Berry made the movie Baps, it's been the same uniform from a woman age 17.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Look at age 17 to 50 to 47, they wore the same outfits. Same outfits, the uniform.
They look just like Baps. They look now. They look just like them two girls now, bro.
It's Baps 2.0 because now if the movie was made to make fun of sisters, but they but they own that identity because it said, black woman, you ain't good enough if you with him, the brother. But if you stand over here and just get all flamboyant and outrageous, we're gonna support that. And brothers have maintained that. We have maintained because you can go back and do all your homework and do all your studies. In the 1980s, we were graduating high school at 80%.
Yeah.
That's us.
Yep.
And black men was graduating at least 75, 80%. There was another 18% getting a GED.
Yep.
So we got a 98% approval rating. 40% were getting a bachelor's. No, it was 50% was getting a bachelor's because remember when the Crosby and the college went up, everybody was going to college. The ones that stayed home to work, they was making $40,000 a year at 18, 19.
Even check this out. Even the brothers in prison.
That's what I'm saying.
Prisons was getting degrees.
Yes.
Even brothers in prisons was getting GEDs.
And they were coming back to the community saying, no, we're going to make a change. But they saw that coming. When they put that crack in there and took mama out the home, everything got stripped out. And these are the adults and their children who lived in that. Because none of y'all wasn't going around talking about, I'm going to be rich. I mean, you want to be rich, but you like, I'm going to do something. You had an ideal that you was going to do something. And you wanted to make your own way. You could count the days when I got to get out of my mama's house and I got to lighten the burden because you had that manly intuition about yourself because you saw some examples. You saw mama didn't sit around and talk about how bad daddy was. And then you see daddy, you look up at him like he's a giant. He looked like you. You like, damn, that's my daddy. And you get quiet around him. Because mama understood respect for herself. She went to the church picnic, the family reunion. She wasn't going to the pool party, the tattoo party. My friends coming over, we smoking and drinking. Some of y'all you ain't never seen y'all mama smoke weed. Like, it's part of the natural being because once they separated us from the women and took that crack into the community, all of these adults now, I think all of y'all married. I think everybody up here married. Is Mandra married? I don't know if he's married.
I was married, but I'm getting ready to be married again.
But you went through that process and you still understand I can work with somebody if they work with me. Right. These men I don't want to work with nobody. I don't need nobody. I'm going to be rich. Man, you ain't going to be rich you living in your fancy apartment. You ain't gonna be rich unless you buy that piece of property, because we all know property is king in America.
Yes, sir.
You ain't gonna be rich. You going out buying these fancy clothes that's knockoffs, because all of it's knockoffs anyway. It's made in China. But if they can continue that narrative,
to make that shit.
If they can continue that narrative and keep us fighting, they'll always stay 10 steps ahead. So you know, it's gonna. What was it called? It's gonna. what they call in the housing market when it's going to explode at some point.
It's going to
because the
implode.
pressure's building up.
The bubble's
Yeah.
going to burst. Yeah, that's what it
the
is.
bubble's going to burst. It's going to burst. And I say this, it's going to burst within the next 4 or 5 years.
It might be earlier than that because man, I was just
it's already, man. To me, man, the market's already sticky, man.
Yeah,
it's getting worse.
But I'm not just talking about housing. I'm talking about everything within the fabric of the United States.
That's what I'm saying.
They still not training us brothers. It's a whole lot of young, strong, big bucks out here. They're not a part of building America at all. At all. And they're gonna eat. They're gonna eat regardless.
Yeah.
And so
I hear you.
I think
it's
if
weird.
we just
It's weird, man. This is the thing. It's very weird because you've seen, like when you seen the struggle. It was times where you could not find work, right? Ain't it funny how it flipped on the backside now, where employers can't find employees and everybody is at home? Dog, anytime you see some shit like Uber Eats, motherfuckers is ordering Uber Eats and what's the other one? DoorDash,
yeah,
and shit like that. I'm talking about everybody is doing. Man, do you know how expensive that shit is? You might as well take your ass to Ruth Chris. How expensive that shit is.
Yes.
You can't tell me that there's people out here that is struggling financially. It's hard for me to even see. When I tell you, bro, Uber Eats, I swear to God, it's a gig job. You could take an Uber Eats job. You could take a goddamn, all these gig jobs. You could make you $500 a week, $1,000 a week right now. There's no fucking way that these people are paying the amount of money that it takes. You think cab was expensive? It is very expensive to take a ride share. It is very expensive to order food delivery through Uber Eats and all these different things. But you got everybody doing it, but they're complaining. Something is wrong. Because I seen struggle. I seen when motherfuckers couldn't eat. I got family members where it got to the point when shit, my mama and my father used to be like, hey, take this food over there to your cousin such and such. Remember that shit? Remember that shit? Remember when motherfuckers used to have where they had this was nationwide where you had Focus Hope.
Well, you know they're buying that food on credit though, man. That's what they're doing.
They're eating their cheeseburgers on their credit card.
That's why I said it's something that's wrong. Because right now, the economy is doing well. Understand, the economy is doing well. I'm not talking about individuals. It is doing, I don't know what the fuck is going on right now where it's doing well, but we already know what's about to happen. It's going to just plummet. This shit going to be so damn bad. Bro, I did not know. I was watching, I think that was, you was on it, Arpain, on Trigger Mike, and they were talking about the average APR on a mortgage.
Right. Yeah, it's up there.
Yes, 8.16%.
Is it that high?
Yeah, it's 8.16 right now.
Bro, I'm paying like 4. Right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get my shit down to 2.1, right? All I'm trying to do is get my credit score up. But when they said 8 point, I said, wait, that's what they charge for cars.
If you remember in the 80s, the inflation rate and the mortgage rate was about the same in the 80s too. Remember that?
They're not even building houses anymore.
No, they're not.
Can't nobody afford them, man.
Ain't nobody afford the shit that's already built.
Correct.
But what they did,
they can't afford to sell their homes either, man. That's the
can't afford to sell the homes.
What y'all speaking on, I've experienced all this within the last 5 months. Sold my home, moved to a new home in April, sold our existing home in July, bought a new car this year. The interest rate was 6 something. That was then. I can afford to do that. That's boom. No problem. Made a little bit selling my home. Took 3 days. We was good. Bought a new car. Interest rate was high. Got it at a great price. A 23 Beamer at under 40. It was everything in it. But, and this is the dynamic. Over the last year and a half, well, up until last year and a half, they were building at least 170,000 homes a year across the country. Just this past year and a half, they only built 70,000. But you can look around.
Look at that margin.
But they building apartment buildings. They building those
because everybody's going to be living in apartment buildings.
Them apartment buildings ain't as full as y'all think they are.
But
they
not
charge
generating
twice as much as a mortgage.
Yes, not creating generational wealth. And guess what? The one day that family can't pay their rent, you're gonna be out.
You out there.
Somebody else right there. And I'm gonna make money tenfold than buying a house. See, buying a house, the money's coming to you, the working man, the individual, the come up man. But that apartment building, that's all owned by the 1%ers who's going to continue to grab and reach in and grab a little piece of that pie forever, because your lease can run out, or you can, that's just like, I don't know, it's like playing the lottery every day, really, when you live in an apartment, especially in this day and time. This day and time, it's best to stay put wherever you are. Ain't no sense to try to move around.
Where you at, right?
Right. Just stay put. But absolutely. See, as a man, you understand that because you thinking family first. And that's what these young men, they're not thinking that. Because one, it's not being passed down and talked about in these homes because mama don't care. Somebody go take care of mama. I take care of you all these years. Somebody go take care of me. And look at what it's doing to our community, because the only ones that's going to be X'd out of it are us. Yeah. We will be the ones out on the street. Our sisters and brothers and nieces, y'all got sons and daughters, man. I fear for the younger folk. I fear for them because even though the message that you pushing is all about doing the right thing, you don't know what old Jim Bob is up to. Even the girls is more about survival too.
Oh, yeah.
So, and that's why I say, I'm only going to connect to the people that are willing to listen, but it's like when I have these conversations and what I used to do with the younger folks, say, look, everything we talk about, and if it's a possible good plan that you heard something that you can possibly use from somebody, go try it out. Go try it out first. Don't just dismiss it. And when you come back to the group, come back to the huddle, talk about your experience, because that's how you learn. You ain't gonna learn just holding it in. Go try it. You young. Go try it out. You ain't gonna have good eyes every day.
Right.
I wasn't always bald-headed. Didn't always wear glasses. But the whole time you move. Once you stop moving as a man of color in this country, you get boxed in. And your children get boxed in because that's as far as you're going. And I think the message just needs to be keep going. We're going to keep going, brother. I'm going to keep fighting to the end. I'm a ground soldier.
Why not?
So that's why I get my joy. If you want to people want to sit up there and take all the fame, do that. But when I get through talking to my soldiers and they go out into the world, they're going to be like, I learned from him right there. That's the man. And that's why I feel like I've always gotten my money at, just trying to just talk to. Listen, I don't talk to old fools like that. You 35 and I see you, I'm gonna give you some advice. I ain't giving you 50 cents. I ain't reaching in my pockets because you might try to gank me. I ain't doing none of that. I've always been paranoid since I was a kid. But I respect men. I respect women. I respect children. I respect my elders. I respect the special needs. I respect that. And by me being respected, make sure I get home. I ain't touching. I ain't doing none of that. I can talk through it. It's not that important. You can win. I can win, lose, whatever. But my objective is to make sure that people that love me get to share me as long as they can, as long as I'm graced to live. Other than that, I keep it moving, man. Shoot, we ain't got number one life and it's short. All y'all look like y'all working, man, too. Y'all shoulders is big. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? But that's what motivates me to see men just being men, and you know, we can't complain about life. We here. We here. So let's just, if the people that you can touch, talk to them, they gonna get it out they ain't. You know, at some point, they on their own, man.
Yes, sir.
You know, I appreciate this, man. I spend a lot of time doing this, man, and it's blessed me. I ain't gonna lie. It's blessed me, man. So every time I get a chance to get on somewhere and just share some information and learn from somebody else, man, I'm living good out here, man. I'm eating good.
Yes, sir.
I got me a good wife that cook every day, that rub my ail and pains and stuff, and she throws everything in the pot, and I'm pinching off the pot, and man, you only gotta get it. Look, bro, you only gotta get it right once, man. So, and this is for the younger man. Just, you know, all y'all old heads, man. Hey, man, look, I thought I was doing it when I was single. No, I was tricking, because when you're single, you're tricking. That's what you're doing. You're tricking, bro.
Yes, sir.
But
yes,
so
sir.
when you put it all in
nother
there,
show right there.
I'm
gonna let
just
our
saying,
pain
man.
lead
I'm
that
sorry,
show.
man. I'm sorry, but you know, y'all gonna be all right, man.
Our pain to do that show right
Y'all gonna be plentiful.
I'm tricking with me, man. Let man Joe do it.
Y'all gonna be plentiful, man. Just keep doing the work. It's gonna come, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna come unexpectedly, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you for
y'all,
coming
man.
out, Trey. Appreciate it. Guys, we're gonna wrap everything up. Our pain, you got any final thoughts, man? You wanna wrap up?
Yeah. I mean, I hit it. We hit it. I don't have anything more profound to say other than, it's time for, and I keep saying this now, my retort, I think it's time for us men to say what we want as men in terms of, if you want to be in a relationship, what we want, and then we have to be able to stand our ground for that. But in terms of correcting women and their behavior, I mean, we need to have more women. We need to put the women on the forefront to talk to their sisters about things. Hey, I'm tired of you guys representing me like hyenas as opposed to lionesses. You know, I reject the Sukihanas. I reject the messages of Sexyy Red. And the unfortunate, thing is that there's a lot of black men who, and not just the ratchet ones, who keep, who need sex so bad that they don't care what's going on in the community.
Right.
They just don't care. And the point is, I'm tired of talking to those guys too. I mean, the only people we can reach are the ones who want to understand that there's consequences for their action. And there's always going to be men who don't care. Unfortunately, that shouldn't stop the message, as opposed, because I don't like to tell people, don't do this, don't have sex, this shit don't work.
Right.
It doesn't. You tell them, listen, if you do this and you raw dog that chick you can't even stand, you don't even like her, and you get her pregnant, you understand what it is to be hopeless and helpless in a situation. You get a woman pregnant, you have absolutely no say after that. None. For almost 21 years. I don't see how anybody can't weigh the consequences of one raw dog. And it ain't like you stroking her for 2-3 hours, man. You do 5 minutes of funk and you're done. And the rest of your life is on the hook by this chick. I mean, it's just, so if a guy can't get that message, he kind of deserves what he gets. The only problem is, for every woman who has a baby out of wedlock, that's one less woman who's prime for the good guy.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So when guys get 10, 15, 20 women pregnant and having babies by 6, 7, those women are no longer prime for the good guy later on in life. They're just not.
Yep.
Anyway, so let me just let that, I'll land it there. And it's a shame. And it's not even me trying to be some kind of macho man. I'm telling you, and they already know this, that your sexual marketplace value with a baby at 30 is less than a woman who's 27, 28, 29, and 30 with no kids. It just is. You know, and you know, you can fight that all you want, but that's the way it is, and they understand that. They just don't want all this. That's why we need women to tell them that.
Yes.
I'm done.
Thank you, Harpain. Appreciate it. JT.
Yeah, thanks for letting me on.
My pleasure.
And I appreciate everybody on this panel, bro. Like usual. It's dope. We always have dope conversations, man. My last thought would be we definitely have to, if we're going to give a message out here, for one, I love the Black Man Unfiltered network for the simple fact that we can have jokes. We can talk about serious things, right? We can talk like it is in a barbershop. But I hopefully we'll be able to give people something to ponder on. Hopefully we'll be able to say some things that is going to hit home with a lot of people that's listening. One of the things I love about this thing on YouTube is that it's a video. After we do the live, this is a video. You can go back and trust me, I do it myself. I come back and I watch these things, man, because you guys have said some things that is very valuable to me. One of the things I'm definitely myself is practicing is having more of a message for my young men. It's not that I don't care about the young women. I got daughters, right? But I have to talk directly to them. But these women that I don't know anything about, I'm going to leave it up to the men. We have to lead. We have to be the leaders. Think about it. Everything that we do, women follow. Even when you have gay women, what do? Act like men. Pseudo men, but you know, it is what it is. But it goes to a point right now where we kind of have to look at this as a state of emergency right now. Because I see it coming down the pipeline, man. I don't care what nobody say. This shit is about to be crazy, bro. They've been setting this shit up for some years now, for some decades now. We in another level of attack. And what we have to find out is, how do we protect ourselves? You can't do it by yourself. You have to do it in unison. There's no other way that you can do it. You have to have some form of a community. I remember some years ago when they had the blackout. Y'all remember that?
Oh, I remember.
They called it a brownout. No, that was a fucking blackout. In Michigan, we had the whole state of Michigan, bro. Blacked the fuck out. There was no fucking way that you can tell me that shit was done by mistake. That shit was done by design to see how we react in a crisis. They didn't have that shit done in a day and then we got lights and electricity. No. That shit was done in weeks. It got so bad that we didn't have gas. That's how fucked up it was here. And guess what happened? You had the hyenas going around, breaking in people's house. You had people out here ciphering goddamn gas out of people's cars. You had motherfuckers that was, you know what? It was so funny because my parents and myself, we just moved to the suburbs. Let me tell you what the suburbs had. A bunch of motherfuckers with generators. Where I was born and raised at, you had probably 2 people with generators. You know why they couldn't turn the generators on after 2 days? Because somebody came and siphoned all the goddamn gas out the goddamn generator. That's how fucked up it was. You had people breaking into other people's homes. People were fighting over toilet paper. Fighting over fucking toilet. People was getting killed because they were trying to steal money. They was trying to steal gas from gas stations that had power. Those are the ones that, now every home is going to be having a generator and shit now because they selling these generators and shit, 8,000, 7,000. You can get you a generator, power cut off, generator cut on, right? Back then you was trying to get one of those. That shit was $20,000, $30,000 damn dollars. What I'm saying is that we can talk about all the things, the gender wars and all these things right now, but we have to have context to them. Because at the end of the day, we still have to have unity. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You ain't got to marry nobody. You ain't got to, be a girlfriend, boyfriend with nobody, but you have to have some type of unity with people because the community is nothing like it used to be. And like my man Trey was saying before, man, that crack era, that showed you how motherfuckers was really getting down. And Brother Payne from New York, so I know how they was hustling back then.
Oh yeah, sure.
Survival of the fittest. That's what it was. So, I mean, to end this, man, these conversations we have, especially when we have them about relationships, we got to keep having them, but we got to have a more in-depth type of conversation with this, because what we're trying to do is get people to have unity, to have the mindset of unity. Right now, they have the mindset of being separate, independent, right? And that's not going to work for us, bro. None of that's going to work for us, man. I love I love the conversation we had. I salute you, brothers that's on here, man. Please go to my channel and subscribe to it. What We Know Podcast with your boy JT. I talk about relationships. I talk about ratchet shit. I talk about all this shit that's going on, man. I guarantee I don't give a damn what it is we talk about on that channel right there. We're going to turn it right back into a conversation where we all can have. And it's going to come down to relationships. It's going to come down to economics. It's going to come down to all these different things. You know what I'm saying? I love being entertaining. So I love being able to talk to brothers like yourself. I love to go on other panels to talk to those folks, man. And like I said, just if you have not done it yet, go to What We Know Podcast and subscribe to me, man. As soon as I go live, y'all definitely gonna know. Tomorrow, I was supposed to be going live tomorrow, but I won't be able to, because guess what I'm gonna be doing? I'm going on a motherfucking date. Woman. We about to go watch some Corey Holcomb and some damn Duval and Bruce.
That's right.
And we about to have a motherfucking ball. Then I'm gonna get back to it. So Sunday, I'm definitely gonna have a show on there, man. I'm gonna be letting you guys know, man, what's popping with that.
Cool. And appreciate it, JT. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, Trey. Final thoughts, sir? You got anything?
Man, I don't even really have nothing to say, man. Just no, I'm serious, man. Just coming on these spaces now, and it just gives me hope that, us men we can still hold it together, and we still gonna find a way to be all right when this thing hits the fan. That's not, that's my goal. I want everybody to live a long life, man. And we've seen it from the grassroots. We don't understand that true struggle from our ancestors, but we've seen it from this so-called free world. We've seen the growth of it, everything. We live through it. And I hope that, as long as we keep, putting our voices out there, these younger men, even the women, can just get a message to help them get to a better place, man. Because like Brother JT said, we ain't gonna do it by us individually. We need each other, man. If it affects one, it really affects us all.
Right.
Because we talk about it, we get traumatized by it. And I think we just gotta learn how to become one voice, regardless. We can have different opinions, but we going to the same end zone. We going to the same goal. And it just going to take those spaces to build. I look at we don't spend 30 years in this chaos. Maybe a little, it depends on how people look at it, but it's going to take about 5 years. Because if you look at your life as a man told me, look at your life as a black man every 4 years from the time you turn 18 to the time you go in the grave. Every 4 years, you need to be doing something a little different, a little better than what you did the 4 years prior. Other than that, you'll stand still.
Yes,
and
sir.
as long as I stand still, 4 years of standing still can put me 16, 20 years behind. And it's our young man right now who's needing to move forward. These 16, 24, 30, 40-year-olds, they the warriors, man. They the warriors, and we need them to align in some capacity. We put the uniform on, and we can show you how to wear it and how to represent it. And we all got the same voice, because black men, boy, we can talk. We can talk. And I think having this space to talk sheds a light on it and let the world know we ain't going nowhere. We're going to be right here. And these women, at some point, you're going to have to get on board. You better come in this hut ready to lay it down in every capacity of knots, down out there in the rain. And I think it's going to take for us to get past, a generation or two. It might take another 4 years. And I can see us being the forefront. Just my last thing. I don't know if y'all, I'm really big on this, the Pullman Porters. I don't know if y'all know their story, but dig a little deep into their story and you'll see how great that dynamic was, because all of those people that worked within the Pullman company, and he only hired former slaves. So that was the first thing. He had about 15,000 brothers and sisters working for him. They all made, and everybody talk about they all made at least $80,000 cash money.
What's the name of it again?
It's Pullman Porters.
Okay. Yeah, that's
so you might hear bits and pieces, but the story, that's a story when it comes to the fabric of America that they don't talk about. They all
made on the trains.
Yes, the guys that were the porters on the trains. They all made around $80,000 a year back in the 1800s. And that story's so great because Philip Randolph, you know him. You heard of him. The women.
I graduated from A. Philip Randolph vocational Votech.
Vocational, yes, because it was all about Mr. Pullman's platform. It was about teaching the Votechs, the auto mechanics, and he taught that. But he also put his working class. He didn't let them drink. He had strict rules for us. I used to work there at the factory. If you ever get a chance to go to Southside Chicago, it's a really good thing. They give you tours. But the African American women, well, they formed the first Black labor union. That was the one thing. But the women did all the background work, and the man did all the front work. But if you got caught being in a union, he would fire you. They formed a union in 1930 something, and there were 20,000 Pullman porters in that union, and all of them, I'll say about 85 to 90% of them made $80,000 between. And if you didn't make 80, you made about 60, 70. And the stuff that they had to overcome was some of the most fascinating stuff ever. And it was all about working together, the young and the old. And that's what we need. We need that right now, greater than anything. We need that, so just keep fighting, brothers. It's going to be all right, man. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. So, brother, okay, you took away your name. Don Johnson.
Who's that?
No, you get what lost in translation.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, bro, you got your Miami glasses on. You got that beach vibe going, the nightlife in Vegas.
That's a little bit.
But what I'm saying is, men are individual. Men stand individually, but we stand strong together. So we're gonna be the 300, and we're gonna keep doing it, and we're gonna get another 300, you know, and if we can work on just trying to bring one person a week into the space, give them some of that love, that man hug, that man love, it'll work. It'll spread, man. You know,
Absolutely.
expect the backlash. We're gonna take it. Yeah, come on in.
Yeah,
So
we
I
don't
appreciate y'all,
feel
man.
people who don't build. So
Thank y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for real.
Thank you, Trey. Mandrill,
right.
you still there, man? You got final thoughts? If not, we're gonna let y'all go. I guess not.
Mandrill,
Gentlemen, it has been a wonderful evening tonight. And
Yes,
I just
I'm
want to
still
make sure
here.
that here we go. What's up, Mandrill? You got any final thoughts before we go, man?
Yeah, 3 hours later.
3 hours
So,
later.
Don't start that
everybody
shit,
took an hour.
Mandrill. Don't
Every
start
single
that
one of you
shit,
took an hour.
Mandrill.
I literally went to sleep and woke up. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even joking, JT. I literally fell asleep when our page started. I woke up a few seconds later. He's done. You started. I went to sleep. It happened like that. I woke up right when Trey was beginning. But also translation called on Trey. I was like, good Lord, these niggas old.
If you mentioned Trey, yeah, you was asleep for a minute, boy.
Golly, these jokers got old, man. But anyway, here's my thing. I would not recommend. I don't know what this channel is classified as, but if it's manosphere, as much as I love it, if it's manosphere, I have to throw it in the pile of trash like all the rest of them. Manosphere is not for men. Manosphere is for gays and women. Okay. Period. That's period. That's irrefutable. So this channel, I think we should gear it towards something else. If we are trying to help men, we should not associate ourselves with manosphere at all.
No doubt.
Manosphere is for gays and women. Period. It's irrefutable. It's an irrefutable fact and a universal truth. I'm away from the manosphere. I want nothing to do with it. It's up to pick fun at it and bully people who are in the manosphere. So anyone watching, you know now. I'm going to bully you if you're in the manosphere. I'm going to make fun of you. I'm going to pick on you. I'm going to harass you. I'm going to make your life an absolute living hell. If you can grift and get money out of people who are looking for answers and profit off of people's pain, fuck you in the mouth. I'm going to do what I want. And there's nothing you can do about it. So I'm coming for you. All manosphere content creators. If I ain't gotten to you yet, don't worry. I'll get to you shortly. But I want you to go away forever. Because you're doing this community no good. You're doing men no good. In fact, you're doing us a disservice. You're turning men sweet.
You in her DM, I'm in her mouth, we not the same. Flipping the funk, the heat, the fire, got the flame. Came with the gift, the gab, and blessed with lots of game. Be mad at me, they know I'm not to blame. You in her DM, I'm in her mouth, we not the same.
See, clown shit like that is included. I'm in absolutely no mood, and you can clearly tell that. But you know, there's that. That just makes me. That's just pissing me off even more. And then people say, "Don't, man, Drill, don't curse." You make me cuss, niggas. You make me cuss. You make me fired up. You piss me off on purpose and tell me not to bite you. Okay, you don't. You what you do is you take a junkyard dog, you don't feed him for 3 days, and then you toss a baby in there with it. In there with it. What do you think's gonna happen? And you blame the dog. Come on. What are you doing?
You gonna eat the baby, Mandrill?
What do you think's gonna happen, JT? What you think was gonna happen? It's like you got a cut on your arm or your leg, and you jump into an ocean trying to play with sharks. What you think was gonna happen? You know sharks smell blood. You know what they're gonna do? They don't know the difference. They're gonna just eat it. Whatever's bleeding, they're gonna go for it.
Well, you're setting yourself up for a nightmare tonight because you're gonna be dreaming all about the manosphere tonight.
Oh no! No, RP.
Jesus
You're
Christ.
You're late to the party, boy. I've been boiling for this ever since I talked to Obsidian about it.
Oh, did you? Oh man, I missed that.
I told Obsidian. Listen, if I see that Queen make a chick on your channel, you gonna get it too. I told him straight up. You know what I'm saying? This is too much, man. I've had enough with it. The manosphere is a joke. It is.
You did tell him that. I
think I heard that. Oh, yeah.
I heard you talking to him and with that other boy. Shit.
Daryl Long. There's another one this week.
Oh yeah, well,
perfect
that,
example. Weakness.
Yeah.
But that one refuses to learn. He's kind of a lost cause in that way. So I got to leave him be and let him do what he does. I'm gonna pick on him still, though. I am gonna go over there and fuck with him, just like he got to get it just like everybody else. I'm not gonna discriminate.
Oh, that's funny, Daryl Long.
But I'm gonna use y'all as y'all want to be entertainment. That's what cool. I'm not gonna argue. That's what I'm gonna use you as, because that's what you told me the manosphere was, entertainment. So I shall entertain myself, and you can't complain about it. You told me that's what this was. So get ready. I'll be with you shortly. Thank you very much, everybody. Stay away from the manosphere. If I didn't care about this channel, I would have said another word that starts with an F when I say manosphere.
Please don't go there.
I'm not trying to get this channel taken down or banned. So I mean, listen, I'm a combat veteran. You're gonna hear stuff like that from me, okay? Shut up. I don't mean nothing by it. You know, they just jokes.
So if the manosphere was a woman, you wouldn't jump in if it was being attacked.
Not with a stolen
so
dick.
we found something you wouldn't jump in on.
Not with a stolen dick. It's a joke. I mean, I'm done, dude. It's either that or just retire from this stuff altogether. I've been sitting here honestly contemplating what to do about it. Like, it's not about helping people. It's not. Now, I think the Black Man Unfiltered Network should publicly disavow the manosphere.
He needs to do that.
I think he does. He needs to brand himself as something different. Because if he says he's manosphere, people are going to think he's just like everyone else. And he is not. Anyone who watches this channel knows full well this channel is very different from manosphere.
Yeah, he's got a lot of different things going on almost every day.
Exactly. And that's what makes it different. And everyone's copying it. Everyone copies him. No one was doing the different shows on that channel until he did it. No one did the whole thing where I'm going to have this person do a show, that person do a show, next day another person does a show. No one was doing that at all, except Black Man Unfiltered. He started it. People copied it. The topics he talks about, people copy them. The topics my sister and I talk about, people copy those. But they never promote this channel. I don't hear Black Man Unfiltered's name come up at all until he comes up on the panel. Then they introduce him. That's when you hear Black Man Unfiltered. So you ungrateful fucks out there, you're with him. Okay? Y'all niggas don't know how to pay it forward. That's the problem.
I can agree with you on that.
Exactly.
Black Man then gave a lot of people a lot of fucking goddamn content, and they done
tons of content, and they don't even mention the man's name.
Yeah, for sure.
And it burns me up. I've been sitting for days wondering what to do about this.
You've been stewing.
I've been stewing.
Yeah, we here. There you go.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that.
Yeah, but I find out a lot of people don't, promote other channels the way they should. At least some of the stuff.
I got a couple of brothers that, man, they not only promoting channels, man, and I just found them, and I'm glad that I did. And not only are they promoting them, man, but if they're not monetized, they helping them get monetized and stuff like that. And they got great content. It's a couple of guys over here, and I'm tripping because I'm like, damn, they from my city. Like, they came and showed my channel love, and I actually got a chance to talk to a couple of these brothers, man, and they're like, no, we about getting people getting their stuff together. The craziest part is they're not doing like a lot of panels and stuff like that. They go on panels and stuff, but man, these cats be rocking on their own, bro.
That's good.
Man,
That's good.
Yeah, and it's like a breath of fresh air once you start seeing guys, man, where like I just looked on my channel, I was like, damn, I just keep getting more and more subs. So
well, that's good.
and that's how I got the subs that I got like now, by just coming out and actually not just going on their panels, man, and just paying homage to them. Some cats, man, they were throwing me alley oops, man, and all I did was give them a $5, super chat or and stuff like that. And then once I get to talking to them, then it's on and popping,
So it seems like the goal though is to go live, right? I mean, that's like
live is definitely what it's about. Also, it's like you got to do all of them. You can't just do one. You got to go
shorts, lives, and everything else.
Yeah, you got to do the
Because
whole
you don't know what's going to
video.
hit.
Yeah, the videos will get you. They're gonna get you the looks, but the live is what's
the
gonna
algorithm. It's the algorithm.
My thing is, the man sat here and created a whole television network, a whole TV station on a YouTube channel. Nobody thought of that until he did it. Nobody thought about it. But now you see what you see people doing, following his lead.
Yeah, and it's just
the game is still afoot.
They don't even are paying. They don't even invite this man on their channels like they should.
No, I hear you.
He should be getting invites left, right, and center. They should be paying him to show up.
But this is the thing, though, Mandrell. This is all the more fuel, man. I mean, we got a crew here, man, that literally we can do. We just started from the ground up, bro. When I tell you, it's gonna take fire. Think about it. I'm looking, and I'm telling you, bro. I see it. You can see the change. Remember, we talked about this before, and I was telling you, can see the change in conversation. And I've been over this on this YouTube shit for a while, and I can tell you, man, it used to be crazy. People just arguing with each other. They cutting each other off. That's why when I was talking about Pay, I know where he come from when he say that's why I can make a joke about it, because it's like, because I be saying the same thing. Let the person talk, man. Let them get what they gotta get out. You ain't gotta.
Some people don't need to talk. JT, they're too stupid.
No, what I'm saying is that when you having these conversations,
they are Trey. They're too dumb. Some people are too dumb to speak. You should not have a voice. You should go away. Conversations are for them,
right? But this is the thing. When you have people that's having, look, when you have a panel, bro, you subject to a lot of things that's going on. But what I'm saying is that it helps people to get out of their own fucking way when it comes.
Get out of your own way, man.
It helps them to do it. Like we do the hard fucking work. It's hard, man. Some of these panels, dog, you can't go on those panels and talk, and you got people that's sitting there and listening to you, and like how we listen to each other. Some of these panels ain't doing it, but it used to be all the panels. All the panels used to be like that. Everybody just arguing and talking over each other and stuff like that. Now it's getting to a point where, and I gotta say, I owe it to frustration too. Because when you get a person that's fed up, especially when they got their own fucking channel, they get fed up, they just start turning everybody off. Fuck it. Fuck it. I got to get, I got the power. It's things like that happens, and then people just start getting to the point where, and then you got somebody to cuss everybody out. Y'all sound like fucking monkeys. You're not letting each other talk, because it does make sense when you look back at it. See, I can tell you right now, it's a lot of people ain't never looked at a panel that they was on or something that they did. One of the things I had to learn, and this was not even on this YouTube sector, it was in broadcasting school, learning how to listen to myself. Most people don't like the way they sound. It is very hard for a person.
I don't like the way my voice modulates through the microphone. I really
don't.
No,
I understand this. It's way more difficult for you to listen to yourself than to see yourself.
It is.
Absolutely. You would think it's one other place, but it's not. Radio is something different. That's why I don't have a problem with.
What's this got to do with these clowns on the internet who are not trying to help people at all? It's a bunch of blind leading the blind.
Well, we don't ignore those guys.
You have to let those folks be here so they can get crucified. This is why debate is so good, but you have to be genuine. You have to have a genuine panel. If we debating, this is what we in. We in the arena of debate. And at the end of the day, debate is about winners and losers. When your point was shitted on. Your point was shitted on, and you lost.
But they
you
don't
need to
know.
take
But
the
the thing is,
L,
no,
and
but
you
they
need
don't
to
know.
be, you know.
But they don't know when people have won and when people have lost, JT. That's the problem.
That's why you
They know.
separate.
Here's the
They
thing,
don't know.
Mandrill.
JT is
Mandrill,
like,
they
you know,
I put it to you like this, Mandrill. They know which fights to show up at.
Hell
How
yeah.
about that?
They
How
know
about
which
that?
fights to show up.
JT says yes, and I say no, and JT says, yeah, I'm right, you wrong, and that's why you short. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So once they go. I so hate that pelvis thrust. That shit is so
my name, Mandrill.
Oh my God.
Here's the thing. Now, JT may not have made a point at all. May not have made a point at all. But just because you made a joke, people think he's won. I'm like, these niggas are so dumb.
Yeah.
They get
You separate yourself.
I'm like, some of you need to be euthanized. I'm like, some of these people need to be euthanized. Why would you give them a mic?
It is a damn joke. It's just the way you wake up from sleeping all the time. God damn it. I mean,
just Oscars and Krauts over there. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, when y'all hear me when I say, hey, man, Joe, don't come with your shit, that's what I be mean. I be like, I don't know where the fuck you about to go with this, because Mandrill is 3 different people. Which one I'm gonna keep me?
See, now y'all know what JT means, man. Joe, don't come with your shit. He's basically telling me to chill out. Hey, Mandrill, be when he says that, I'm like, I hear it, Mandrill, be easy. I'm like, all right, JT, all right.
Oh man,
that's what I hear. But
bro,
yeah,
the art of conversation is learned, and I'm glad. I'm telling you, bro. Thank God for YouTube, bro. It may not seem like it, but let me tell you, bro. People are having better conversations because of this.
I think so.
I see it.
I think so.
They're getting worse. Our pain.
It depends on
stop being nice.
It depends on what panels you on. I think so.
Panels
I think
you on, they're getting worse. Our pain. You see, you gotta know that. Our pain. There's times when you sit there stumped at the sheer volume of idiocy that you are surrounded on. At times, our pain, you have a response for nearly everything. Just because of your experience in life. But I've seen you sit there with nothing to say.
That's true.
Shaking your head.
Exactly. I've seen our pain in that situation.
Like,
he don't know I'm watching.
Oh, I would do that.
But I see our pain like you can see the puzzled look on his face. Say, yo, I don't know what just happened.
The pain don't give a fuck.
Sometimes you gotta let the smoke just get out.
Right, Trey, I kid you not. You can see.
I know. I see. I know. I'll be on some other feeling.
Yeah, our pain be like, wow. I'm like, yep.
But brother,
these guys and personalities, bro, I gotta give it to them, bro. I swear to God, the people that you might think that I be like, man, these motherfuckers really are entertaining, man. It's some people that I'm like, these motherfuckers are really entertaining. It's not entertaining because now I have to focus my mind a different way on because of these panels, right? And I'll see what they do, and I'm like, damn, like the money that they make, man. Let me tell you something. Super chats make YouTube a lot of fucking money.
Yes,
I mean,
absolutely.
YouTube do not like when you say cash at me. If they can find a way to keep your ass from doing a cash app, they will find it, and it's coming down the pipeline. Trust me, because with the shit that I seen. When I don't even know who came up with the whole concept of kicking somebody off for $20 and then somebody bring their ass on for another $20. Yeah, it's bro, that shit is so that shit right there is lucrative. I don't give a fuck how it looks. It is very lucrative. When I see how that shit go, I said, God damn.
There's a lot of channels copying that. A lot of channels are copying that.
You ever sat back and counted it, man? I done sat back and counted the money that it's not about the money that the content creator is making. It's the money I'm counting is what YouTube is making. They're making 30%. Is it 30%, 35% of whatever the content creator? And when I see the content creator is making in one damn session $3,500, and you just take 30% of that. 30% of that, and you see how much YouTube is doing, and they're doing that shit by the second. Not by the minute, not by the day, by the second.
YouTube pays good.
Man, it's a lot of people that got fucking skills, man, on how to get. They are learning how to get this shit together. When I tell you, I had to start looking at conversations not as anecdotal, right? I can put my own anecdotal shit in there, but I could not look at this shit as I'm about to bring all my motherfucking views there, and if somebody don't like my views, fuck them, and we gonna argue. I can't do it. I'm 50. I pay attention to my fucking blood pressure. Pay attention to my blood
HDLs and LDLs.
I'm really good with drama. I don't ever want to be good with drama no more, because that shit, I fuck around, be arguing with somebody, and I croak right here on this goddamn. Nah, I'm not doing that shit. It's entertainment.
Yeah.
Look, I'm learning how to chill the fuck out in life, bro.
You know, I smell some translation. You've been quiet all night, man. You've been quiet all night.
And I'm just trying to host, man. Let y'all cook, man. That's it. You know, sometimes I don't like.
Sometimes that's what you gotta do.
Yeah. Sometimes you
Hey,
gotta.
we all have our dates, man. Pain. Yeah. I done seen you be on panels, bro, and you would say a little something, and you would just sit back and just listen to people. Yeah, sometimes we all got to do that shit. Sometimes I get on the panel, I'll be like, even though I have something to offer, I just be like, nah, I just want to hear what they got to say, because it'd be so interesting.
Right.
I just be like, damn.
I just try to get a question that way. So once in a while, you get a question and to keep the conversation going.
Yeah,
so often Trigger Mike lets me run this thing while he's doing it.
Yeah. I got out of the thing of being more. I'm more optimistic when it comes down to when we having conversation. You dig what I'm saying? Because I'm more apt
that's the problem.
on listening, but I want to listen to people, bro. This is what I'm saying.
But some people don't even need to listen.
Nah, I want to listen to that. Sometimes I want to listen to the ones that talking idiotic too, because I can learn something from an idiot too.
So you can avoid those pitfalls.
You can learn something from a dummy. I learn a lot from these stupid ass dummies that's out here. Now I gotta say this, and shout out to my dog, Chaotic. When Chaotic had Angel. And that dude Dale, I mean,
is that the one that I was on, JT? Oh my God, I'm so glad I cammed up that night. I'm so glad I went on that panel. I have not had that much fun in a long ass time.
Chaotic had your boy Angel going in on his little diatribe, and Chaotic was like, keep going. I said, man, fuck what y'all talking about. Chaotic is funny than a motherfucker.
Chaotic is funny.
He's in his niche now. He was like, go ahead. Keep doing it. I said, man, I had to send him a cash app. I said, Angel, I said, man, this is
out there. We come out here, you come out here, and we'll let pay you go around there. And that's because I went out here and I'm talking a lot of details. Listen, Angel will go on. I swear to God.
He would go until you tell him to stop.
Oh my God!
Until you tell me to
stop. I'm like, it's one stream of consciousness. It's like one.
My patience. I'm telling you, bro. My patience. I am so amazed at my patience, because I was like, it is hard to listen to the. Well, man, when I see how they get everybody else pissed off, I said, shit, I'm about to start trolling. That's part of my troll. I be sending cash apps and everything. Keep going, bro. The Dale, and Dale get to start talking, and he have it, and we understand, because I seen what Chaotic did.
Truth. Well, Dale, you can't eat on camera, Dale. It's not proper. I don't understand what the problem is with me. If I want to eat my food, I will eat my food. And I'm tired of Bob coming in here bullying me. Everything's Bob's fault.
Trey, when I tell you these guys are I had to start I started changing the way that I actually look at this shit, man, and it's very entertaining. It's very entertaining to hear what's the dude from Trinidad or wherever he's from? Fatty.
Oh, Fatty.
Oh, the guy from Portugal.
He's from Portugal.
That's what it is. Bro, it is very entertaining. Once you let go of shit and you be like, all right, I'm in for entertainment. When I tell you that shit had me laughing like crazy.
Oh my God. Chaotic Truth. Listen, Chaotic Truth is he is talented.
He is very talented, man.
Listen, Chaotic Truth is talented, man. Like he is hilarious. Trey. Brother, I don't know if you watch Chaotic Truth, but man, listen.
Yeah, some of his takes on shows, man. Very funny.
Yeah,
I had to give him, man, his props, bro. I had to give him his props, bro. I was like, ain't this a bitch? This motherfucker came. And when I tell you how he did it, I said, damn. All he did was let go. He just let go. He just said, fuck it. I'm going to be stoic. I'm going to be very funny in the way. And he honed himself. Man, look at some of his his old shit. You be like, damn, he came a long way. Like all of us, that's what I do. I look at my old shit and I look at how I came.
He was trying this and that out. And he found what brought the crowd in. And once he found what brought the crowd in, he found out how to bring
it was on and popping.
Lead them in a different direction, and now he can get his message across.
I look at all these guys as characters, man. And when I say I don't want to go around this, I don't want to go around this space, man, and just finding all the fucking negative about, man, look, the conversations be some bullshit, right? But when I got time to be entertained, conversation be some bullshit. It be some bullshit.
Hey, speaking of bullshit, they over there on Fight Club right now talking about nothing.
I would sit. No, I can't. If they just talk about nothing, and you ain't got nobody that's really doing it.
They were talking about Will and Jada. That's the topic anyway. I don't know that.
Yeah. We ain't
got time for that.
Hey,
I'm talking about some real shit. That damn Jay Prince. That's a character.
Now you see why I go over there.
Yes, it's a character. Man, he figured out, and I'm like, this is what they're doing. They're figuring it out, and they're, my whole thing is this. I don't give a fuck about an agreement and not agreements. If I talk to you up front and we having a conversation, if we arguing and get a little heated, that's what it is at that time. But other than that, man, I'm not about to beef with nobody. When I hear this dude talk, I just be laughing because I say he's just a regular ass cat that got it figured out. He figured out how to make a little money. That's all he did. And everybody gravitates to him. And they all gravitate to him because he's actually a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? Most of these dudes, they cool guys, man.
No, I wouldn't say most of them. Most of them, no.
Well, I don't know. Right, you may have more of a different experience with them, but like I said, I don't know these dudes personally. Like it's a lot of these cats I don't know personally.
I don't know.
But man, I got 8 hours. I have 8 hours on my job, and let me tell you what. Them 8 hours go so damn fast. They've been going so fast, man, for about 14 years. I've been on this motherfucker. Look, and that's what it got me to a point where I was like, let me get my own fucking channel now. Because I've looked at people, man, and I said, damn, these motherfuckers are really entertaining. It took a minute for them to get it. When you start having some people, man, they can't talk. They talking about dumb shit. They bringing in their little neighborhood shit, and they just sitting there and it's quiet, and ain't nobody really saying nothing. The only thing they're gonna start bickering with each other. I don't need to hear that shit. I want to hear somebody talk about some real shit. I want to hear Jake Prince talk about his ratchet ass lifestyle, right? I want to hear that shit. Them stories be great.
Hey, listen, I saw a panel last night. Jay Prince is talking to Mandrell's favorite girl, Princella.
Oh my God!
He rolls back and he puts up his feet his bare naked feet in front of the camera.
Right, picking his legs
You know
up.
what I'm saying?
I told Jay Prince,
What the hell?
you're right. I told Jay
I mean, he only had like one of his feet only had like 4 toes.
I said, Jay Prince. I said, don't ever lower yourself like that again, man.
Oh man, you saw that?
You saw that? Come on. He said, no. He telling me, no, I didn't, Mandrill. No, yes, you did, Jay Prince.
Oh my God, it was so. I mean, Fatty was doing a reaction. So Fatty's doing the reaction, right? And you know how he is, man. Everybody's in stitches, man. I'm saying, what the hell? First of all, when I found out,
he would sit back and
let me just say this. You know what? I find men repulsive. The last thing I want to see on a man is his feet. I don't want to see no men's feet, man, and shit. Like, I can't say shit. You know what I mean? You know, just say that. I got one of those, like, you know, the rainbow gene. I don't have it at all. Non-existent. How repulsive it is. They're too big and greasy mother freaking stitching each other. Oh my God, man. I can't even fathom it. So when he put up his feet, I thought it was like in the front. I said, oh my God, don't do that.
Look, man,
it was, you know, listen, man.
That chick, and then that chick Priscilla, she's there in the night robe. I'm sitting there looking at her talk to Jay Prince, and I'm like, I hope people are watching. I hope everyone's watching. I'm like, do you see? Do you see? Do you see? I will not have a conversation with that woman. There's nothing.
Yeah, I would never. I'm gonna do.
She tried to seduce him, right? So she started saying, right. And she started opening a little robe and standing up
and showing the side boob and all that stuff. I'm just like, no.
You know what?
All that shit is entertaining to me. That's why when
you know what?
When I go to the circus, I want to see the clowns. When I go to the circus, I want to see the fucking clowns.
JT,
them motherfuckers, I want to see the clowns.
You're not helping.
I would never. Let me tell you something. I would never, ever in my life have an interest in talking to someone like Princella, right?
No, never.
However, she's entertaining. I don't give a fuck what nobody says.
She's not really entertaining.
It's like let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You want to see if you want to see some entertaining shit, watch her get destroyed on Saint the Sinner. When I tell you, and I'm like, why ain't nobody seen that shit? He had to rebroadcast the shit. This man, when I tell you, he destroyed her. Remember when you was talking, Mandrell, when she went on, what, This Might Be Risky, or was she on the Peef?
She was on the Peef.
I think she was on the Peef. And remember you were saying, you was like, damn, these motherfuckers all took a L. Because they started trying, you can't put her on a panel. Nope, it's one-on-one. You get her ass one-on-one, you going to get her ass every goddamn time. And you ain't even got to do it with no effort. You don't even have to have a whole lot of fucking effort. And this guy, I forgot his name, but it's Saint the Sinner. That's when I tell you, he devoured her ass. He devoured her ass. And it was so bad where she was like, I'm out of here. I don't need to be. She was trying to do all the tactics, but she met her match because one of the things is that he's antagonizing too, right? He can be very antagonizing. He would sit back and make you think he's giving you a compliment, but he backhand your ass with the bullshit.
Give you a reverse karate chop to the neck.
Right. You didn't even know it was coming. You thought he was about to rub you and give you a goddamn massage. He didn't fucking run and crack your motherfucking neck. That's how he was. And the thing is that I can look at these folks, whether I can agree or disagree with some of their talking points or whatever, but I can look at these folks, man, as content creators. That's all I look at them as. Content creators. Some is bad, you know, some are good. You know, they tear, some of them are terrible with their content, but some of them are good. And I start looking at them like that, man, because I don't have you know, a vitriol for none of these folks. I don't know these people. I have no idea what these people. I could sit back and if I'm gonna argue at the motherfucking screen, that's basically what I'm gonna do. I be driving, bro. I be on the road looking at shit, and I be hearing some dumb, and I scream at the damn bitch, you dumbass. You know, that's how I am. But if I got a chance to have a conversation with them, which I've had a conversation with a whole bunch of people that we did disagree with, It's just to the fact that I'm not about to be pretentious towards them. Fuck it. You know, I go against your fucking point. We don't have we don't come to a agreement. It's over with. I am not about to sit back and go through all that other bullshit. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not about to sit back and deal with you trying to dox me or me trying to dox you. I'm a grown ass motherfucking man. We argue, we had a little moment, and that's all it fucking was. When I see you tomorrow, hey, what's going on? How you doing? We don't know each other. That's how I look at all of this shit here. That's exactly what it is. They are still people. Fuck it. And if they do some old fuck shit, man, then I'll be upset. They didn't sit back and put my kids on. Fucking, now we got some motherfucking, but I don't want that shit. I don't want it.
JT, well, gentlemen, hey, listen, man, I'm cutting out, man. I gotta roll.
No absolutely, me too, man. We done went 5 hours.
Thank you, gentlemen. Trey, Maestro, and Lost in Translation, JT. That was great, man.
Appreciate y'all.
We'll be, I guess on Tuesday, I guess we'll be back talking about, marriage is prostitution. Those guys, crazy. Let me tell you, man, I went crazy on there when they brought that, man. These guys are trying to make some cogent conversation about how marriage is nothing more than prostitution. I just couldn't take it anymore.
See, even you got a limit. See, that was saying, even you got a limit.
Yo,
man, you got to be all nice. Well, Montreal,
it was crazy. There'll be a good discussion on Tuesday.
No, R-Pain.
Right.
No, I can't be that hard on them. Most of these guys need a good swift kick in the ass. I would rather sit here and watch a marathon of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and watch these from the 80s, that cartoon, than to listen to these morons drone on about bullshit and just be incorrect and put out incorrect information and think they're right. No, thank you. Just spit on me. Okay?
Hey, gentlemen, okay, man. I'll see you guys later.
All right, R-Pain.
No, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna wrap this show up, man. I really do appreciate y'all for coming out. You know what I mean? And I want to thank everybody for coming out. It has truly been a wonderful evening. Remember, y'all, come back next Friday and enjoy us. And don't just stop on Friday. Come see us on Monday. Come see us on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. Just make this your home. Come on in. Black Man Unfiltered. We got a whole bunch of different shows, different things that you'll enjoy. It has truly been a pleasure. My final thoughts is this, man, we're always better together than we are apart. And make sure that you get better each and every day. And it's truly been a pleasure. And thank you for coming out to the Black Man Unfiltered channel. And we are